Chapter 71. Eve Heiss was stunned. She could clearly feel the warm blood splattering on her face. She had never felt as close to death as she did now. "What are you waiting for?" The mysterious man's cold voice sounded in her mind. She came back to her senses and forced herself not to look at the broken body on the ground. She gritted her teeth and ran to the side. Gu Xingyin was stunned. She thought that the Colosseum was only a battle between magical beasts and warriors. She didn't expect that there would be such a one-sided massacre. The dozen or so youths in the cage had no room to fight back against the Thunderwing beast. It was insane. The people around seemed to be unaware of this. Gu Xingyin saw that many people were intoxicated because of this, and the atmosphere became more lively. "Don't you think this is cruel?" she asked. Lilith's face was pale. She was obviously frightened. Her brother, Kyle, looked at Gu Xingyin strangely. "This is the usual practice of the Colosseum. Before the official battle, there will be a temporary warm-up. It is also to give the audience a thrill. Only blood and death can give people the most direct impact, isn't it?" Gu Xingyin looked at Kyle, who was smiling gently, and said such cruel words casually. She felt a chill in her heart. She wanted to stop it, but the system warned her sternly, "Host, the Colosseum is a normal setting in the original plot. Host should not destroy it." Gu Xingyin could only give up. Her attention was also attracted by another figure in the cage. It was a skinny young man who was running around in the cage, dodging the sharp teeth of the Thunderwing beast time and time again. Gu Xingyin knew that it was Eve Heiss, the person who indirectly killed Veronica in the original plot. Eve only heard the mysterious man say in her mind, "Relax, don't resist." She did as she was told and realized that her body was actually out of her control. She could see that she was cleverly dodging the Thunderwing beast's attacks with her seemingly limping footsteps again and again. "A mere Tier 6 reptile dares to be impudent in front of me." The mysterious person snorted coldly, the disdain in his tone not concealed in the slightest. Eve felt a surge of hot blood in her chest. Was this what it meant to be strong? Even a powerful magical beast like the Thunderwing beast was nothing more than a little worm in his eyes. Gu Xingyin looked at the scene. She was not worried about Eve Heather at all. With the Devil King, who had lived for 10,000 years, it would be difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. The Demon King in the field had a strange feeling. It was as if someone was watching him, and that person was the reason why he had been unable to calm down, the reason why he had been so eager to rush to the royal capital. His divine sense swept across the audience and quickly locked onto a place. There was a figure in a black cloak. His face could not be seen, but judging from his figure, he should still be in the growth stage of a human. The Demon King only felt that his soul was about to burn. He wanted to go to the figure's side and lift his cloak to see who it was that could affect him so deeply. There was only one survivor left in the field, and that was Eve Heather, whose body was being controlled by the Demon King. Every time people thought that she was about to be buried in the tiger's mouth, this small figure always managed to escape by the skin of her teeth. This could not go on. Sooner or later, the clues would be found out. The Demon King's expression turned cold. Chapter 72. In a place where no one could see, the eyes of the girl who was running for her life suddenly turned into a pure black color, as if an endless whirlpool was condensing in her eyes. When the thunder-winged lion met her eyes, its body suddenly stagnated for a moment. Then, it suddenly roared towards the sky and its body suddenly grew bigger. "Oh no, that thunder-winged lion has gone crazy." The host suddenly panicked. As soon as he finished speaking, the cage made of secret steel was knocked open by the thunder-winged lion, who had lost all sense of reason. The thunder-winged lion went straight towards the audience. That place was filled with the underground Colosseum's distinguished guests, and there was no lack of distinguished guests. If anything happened, no matter how powerful the underground Colosseum was, there would be no small amount of trouble. Several figures flew towards the thunder-winged lion. They were the underground Colosseum's consecrators. These strong people were all supported by the underground Colosseum at a huge cost. Usually, there were very few opportunities for them to fight. But at this time, only they could suppress the thunder-winged lion. The thunder-winged lion was quickly subdued. But how could the Demon King let them off so easily? The little slave who had been lying on the ground with, no one knew if he was dead or alive, had a mysterious smile on his face. At the same time, the underground Colosseum was filled with the roars of magical beasts. The magical beasts were going crazy. Countless magical beasts ran out of their cages and bit everyone they saw. They were originally the overlords of the forest and grassland. But they were forcefully captured by these humans and sold to this place to fight for their lives for the entertainment of others. One could imagine the resentment in their hearts. The underground Colosseum was in a mess at this moment. The nobles were all pale and wanted to escape. But at this time, there were crazy magical beasts everywhere. If they were not careful, they could be bitten by the rioting magical beasts. Gu Xingyin and the rest walked together towards the exit of the Colosseum. Ah! A familiar voice was heard. Gu Xingyin looked back and saw a noble lady in red sitting on the ground. Beside her was a guard who was lying in a pool of blood. Obviously, he could no longer protect his master. Joanna could already smell the fishy smell coming from the magical beast's mouth. She closed her eyes in despair. However, the expected pain did not appear. She opened her eyes and saw a golden sword light cutting the demonic beast in half. "Miss Raymond, is your magic staff just for decoration?" Gu Xingyin sternly shouted at her. "You!" Qiao Anna looked at Gu Xingyin blankly. She did not expect that Gu Xingyin would save her. "Get up, Miss Raymond. We don't have much time to waste on the ground." Qiao Anna stared blankly at the hand in front of her. She pursed her lips and stood up with Gu Xingyin's hand. She lowered her head and thanked Gu Xingyin. A faint smile appeared on Gu Xingyin's face, which was hidden under the cloak. In the original novel, Qiao Anna was not a bad girl. She was just a little girl who was spoiled by her family. When he saw her, he thought of Qing Shiji, the original host in the previous world. The original group of 4 became a group of 5 people. Fortunately, they were either warriors or magicians. The level of these crazy magical beasts was not too high. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the Colosseum without any accident. Just when Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief, a small figure suddenly rushed towards her at a very fast speed. Chapter 73. Although the figure was extremely fast, that was only for ordinary people. For a great swordsman like Gu Xingyin, it was nothing. However, Gu Xingyin did not manage to dodge the seemingly slow collision. She took 2 steps back and was supported by Joanna, who was standing behind her. The cloak that had been covering her face fell off. However, the figure was knocked to the ground by the force of the collision. Gu Xingyin's expression changed. The figure was Eve Heather. The Demon King deliberately bumped into her. The cloaked figure looked like a noble. With Eve's identity, if she missed this chance, she did not know when she would meet her again. She could only think of a way. The moment Gu Xingyin's cloak fell off, the Demon King felt that his heart was in his mouth. He hated those dazzling colors the most, but he felt that the girl in front of him, with her long golden hair, was so charming. Her beautiful green eyes, and her delicate lips, no matter how he looked at it, she looked like someone from the light camp, which he hated the most. However, the Demon King only felt his heart beat when he looked at her. "I fell into the trap of the goddess of love," the Demon King thought. He had lived for more than 10,000 years, and this was the first time he was moved by a human who looked so small. What reason should he find to follow her? The Demon King thought quickly in his heart, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a monster rushing towards them. Gu Xingyin watched as the tiny figure stood in front of him and was stabbed in the thigh by the armored rhinoceros. She opened her eyes wide in confusion. What is happening? The Demon King got what he wanted. The White Rose family's upbringing would not allow Gu Xingyin to ignore her savior. She brought the injured Eve Heather back to the Duke's mansion. When the Duchess saw her daughter come back with a person covered in blood, she was almost scared to death. She was only relieved after Gu Xingyin briefly explained to her. She was also very grateful to her daughter's benefactor. She personally arranged for Eve to stay in the guest's room and invited the most famous doctor in the palace to treat her daughter. Gu Xingyin was not in a good state at the moment. She looked at the strange man who suddenly appeared in her room with vigilance. "Who are you?" she asked coldly. Of course, Gu Xingyin knew who he was, but she never thought that the Devil King would appear so quickly. Could it be that he actually wanted to make a move in the Duke's mansion? She placed her hand on the protective enchantment in the space ring. Her godfather, the Archbishop of the Carter Empire, had personally set it up for her. The Demon King pretended not to see her little action. He just looked greedily at Gu Xingyin with an unfathomable smile in his eyes. "What a cute little girl. Are you willing to sign a contract with me?" Gu Xingyin called out to the system, "This is different from the plot. Isn't it Eve Heather who signed the contract with him?" The system was also confused. The Demon King saw Gu Xingyin's vigilance, and he was a little annoyed. In his heart, this little girl should not show such an expression to him. She should be looking at him with eyes full of trust and dependence, and her eyes were full of him. "You have no other choice but to sign a contract with me. Otherwise, you can imagine the lives of the entire White Rose Duke's mansion." Chapter 74. Gu Xingyin knew how cruel the Demon King was, although she felt strange that he did not directly ask for her soul but wanted to sign a contract with her. The Demon King saw that Gu Xingyin agreed and was very satisfied. He called out to Gu Xingyin, "Come here." Gu Xingyin walked forward. The Demon King reached out an illusory hand and touched Gu Xingyin's forehead, his mouth chanting a mysterious rune. A black fog gushed out from the Demon King's mouth and slowly wrapped around Gu Xingyin's body. Gu Xingyin was surprised to find that the discomfort she imagined did not appear. She remembered that in the original plot, when Eve Heather and the Demon King signed a master-slave contract, it was very painful. The system said, "Of course you won't feel any pain, what you both signed just now was a symbiotic contract." Gu Xingyin said, "Oh, so that's how it is." "Wait, what did you just say?" "Symbiotic contract." Gu Xingyin was really surprised. The symbiotic contract in this world was not a joke, it was just like its name, symbiotic. Both parties who signed the contract would be one body, you live and I live, you die and I die. Could it be that this Demon King had misread the incantation? The Demon King looked at the serious girl who was looking at him with a blank expression. "Why?" Gu Xingyin asked, "Why did you sign a symbiotic contract with me?" She did not believe that the Demon King would be so kind. The Demon King held his chin, "Maybe it's because you're too beautiful, I fell in love with you at first sight." Gu Xingyin's answer was to roll her eyes. "Take it." A necklace flew into Gu Xingyin's arms. The necklace was a dark diamond-shaped crystal, the chain was made of an unknown material, it shone like stars. "My soul is now living in this necklace, you have to take good care of it." Gu Xingyin would have taken good care of it even if he did not say anything. After all, their lives were connected, she had to cherish her own life, she still had to find her lover in the future. The Demon King's next action once again broke Gu Xingyin's understanding. "Looking for the fountain of life?" The Demon King nodded calmly. "My physical body has long been burned to ashes. Now, only my soul remains imprisoned in this bright light chain. Naturally, I need the spring of life to nourish my soul and create a new body." Gu Xingyin was surprised again, "System, didn't the Demon King to recover quickly by devouring the souls of the living? Why are you taking the moderate path now?" "System, there are too many illogical things in this world. The problem is that it can't find any reason." Seeing that the system remained silent, Gu Xingyin understood. This meant that the system could not answer her for the time being. Regardless, to Xingyin's the demon, it was a good thing. As a symbiotic contract for a symbiotic contract as a symbiosis contract to A, would not, as a symbiotic contract, she. When Eve woke up, the scene in front of her made her dizzy. She had never seen such a bright and beautiful room, and had never slept on such a soft and fragrant bed. The pain from her thigh told her that this was not a dream. Subconsciously, she reached out to grab the necklace on her neck. Unexpectedly, it was empty. Eve immediately panicked. She struggled to get up. "Miss, you're awake. Is there anything I can do for you?" The maid who heard the commotion and walked in was shocked to see Eve like this. Chapter 75. Where's my necklace? Did you see it? Eve asked anxiously. It's a black diamond-shaped necklace, about this big. She gestured. The maid was puzzled. We cleaned your body and bandaged your wounds, but we didn't see the necklace you mentioned. Eve's heart was cold. During this time, she had been used to relying on that mysterious lord. Now that he had suddenly disappeared, she felt empty in her heart. Your Highness. At this time, the maid suddenly bowed in a direction with a respectful expression. Eve looked up and was stunned for a moment. Other than that lord, she had never seen such a good-looking person. No, the two were obviously very different. That lord's appearance was like a seductive but fatal flower, tempting ignorant mortals to fall. But this lord was like the embodiment of God's light in the human world, beautiful, pure, noble and inviolable. Gu Xingyin asked the maid to leave, and she took out the necklace from the space ring. Eve's mind was immediately attracted. Eve. Black smoke gushed out from the necklace and turned into the handsome man in the air. Your Highness. Eve was happy. The Demon King did not say anything, and pointed at Eve's forehead. This is the way I promised you to improve your aptitude. Eve instantly understood what he meant. She was a little flustered. Your Highness, are you leaving? The Demon King looked at the expressionless Gu Xingyin and smiled deeply. I've found the person I'm looking for. Eve glanced at Gu Xingyin and suddenly realized what was going on. At that time, the reason why the Demon King had been urging her to come to the king's city was because of this lord. Eve felt a little lost, but she also understood that the Demon King did not owe her anything. On the contrary, he had helped her a lot along the way. She was in no position to ask him to stay. Gu Xingyin spoke. Are you willing to stay in the Duke's mansion? She had her own selfish motives. After Eve Heather's talent had been modified, her talent could be said to be monstrous. If such a person were to become a member of the Duke's mansion, she would be of great help in the future. This was a pleasant surprise for Eve. When she first came to the royal city, she didn't know anyone and was worried about finding a place to stay. She agreed to Gu Xingyin's suggestion without much hesitation. The Demon King also made Eve swear an oath that she would not reveal anything about him to anyone. Although Eve didn't know who His Excellency was, she could tell from his appearance that he wasn't a simple character. She didn't object to this oath. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. She would bury His Excellency's existence in the deepest corner of her memory in the future. At night, Gu Xingyin came out of the shower and wiped her wet hair with a towel. My dear, you smell so good. The Demon King took a deep breath, pretending to be intoxicated. Gu Xingyin was already used to his behavior. He couldn't touch her anyway. Your Excellency Demon King, please conduct yourself with dignity. Because of the symbiotic contract, the Demon King's identity was not concealed. Gu Xingyin also doubted whether this person was her lover. But when she thought about her previous 2 lives, whether it was Ji Yu or Yuan Su, they were both overbearing and gentle. But the Demon King in front of her was clearly a frivolous old hooligan. Chapter 76. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xingyin had graduated from Carter Royal Academy. It had been 3 years since she met the Demon King. There were countless treasures in the Duke's mansion. The Demon King's recovery speed was amazing. He could even transform into a real body for a short time. He just needed to find the spring of life and build a new body. Then, he could return to his peak strength. Today was the graduation ball of Carter Royal Academy. 3 years was enough time for Veronica to grow from a young girl to a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. She was the pearl of the empire. However, this beauty was too cold and arrogant. Her strength was too domineering. Gu Xingyin graduated from the Royal Academy as the top student in her year. The Carter Royal Academy even made an exception to create a statue for her in the academy. This was an honor that only those who had made great contributions to the academy could enjoy. There was only one reason for Gu Xingyin's statue to appear here: her talent was amazing. A 16-year-old legendary swordswoman. No one doubted that this girl would become another sword saint of the Carter Empire. Gu Xingyin was not interested in dancing. Except for the opening dance, she had been sitting there the whole time. This was the 10th person she had refused. Gu Xingyin knew that some bored noble boys must be betting on who could ask her out. Nika. A pleasant male voice sounded. It was the second prince. The second prince, who was already an adult, was already a handsome man. He was wearing a white ceremonial robe that represented the royal family. The military uniform made his figure look even more tall and straight. It was unknown how many noble ladies' gazes were fixed on him. You've broken the hearts of many men tonight, the second prince joked. Gu Xingyin glanced at him. There are also many girls who want to be the second prince's wife who are secretly sad. The second prince looked at Gu Xingyin, who was serious even when she was joking, and felt helpless. Then, beautiful Miss Roman, would you like to dance with me? The second prince's expression was calm, but his expectant eyes betrayed his thoughts. Gu Xingyin shook her head. Sorry. In the beginning, she had also suspected that it was the second prince, but after so many times of approaching him, she did not smell the familiar lotus fragrance from the second prince, nor did she feel the feeling that made her heart beat faster from him. Since there wouldn't be any results, she shouldn't give him any hope. The second prince left with a gloomy look in his eyes. Gu Xingyin ate the fruit alone. Suddenly, the aura around her changed. A certain demon king was sitting beside her. Are you crazy? Show yourself here. Gu Xingyin shouted. Over the past 3 years, she and the demon king had gotten along rather well. Although the demon king she knew was a little thick-skinned, he wasn't as cruel and bloodthirsty as described in the plot. The demon king would often teach her some swordsmanship or other things that had been lost on the continent. She was able to improve so quickly in 3 years because of the demon king. The relationship between the two was like that of a teacher and a friend. In Gu Xingyin's heart, the demon king was already someone she cared about. The demon king coldly looked at the teenagers who were staring at Gu Xingyin. He casually replied, "Don't worry, these people won't be able to discover my existence." He really couldn't help it. His little girl was too charming, attracting too many wild bees and butterflies. Chapter 77. However, he did not know if it was because he had always acted too unreliable, but no matter what he said, Gu Xingyin only took it as a joke. Like now. The demon king said, "So many little brats are thinking about you, how can I hold back?" Gu Xingyin's response was to ignore this sentence. The devil was a little angry. Heroine. A bright figure appeared in Gu Xingyin's vision. Joanna sat down beside her. Joanna had now grown into a young lady. She was tall and slender, and unlike Gu Xingyin's exquisite features, she had a beautiful face. She was like a blooming red plum, and there were many followers behind her. Joanna's attitude towards Gu Xingyin changed a lot since Gu Xingyin saved her from the demon beast 3 years ago. Although her words were still unforgiving, Gu Xingyin could feel Joanna's kindness towards him. Joanna looked at Gu Xingyin, who was leisurely eating fruit, with some envy. "I really envy you. You are the only successor of the Duke's mansion. You will never have my troubles." Gu Xingyin understood why Joanna was sighing. She was the youngest daughter of the Minister of Finance. Although she was very spoiled at home, she was a child of a noble family. When necessary, she had to contribute her own strength to the family. For example, marriage. Joanna's eyes were a little lonely. "My family has made a decision. If I can't win the heart of the second prince, next year, I will have to choose one of the noble sons to be my husband." Joanna of the Raymond family liked the second prince of the royal family. This was known in the noble circle of the empire. It was also an open secret that the second prince had been chasing after the heir of the White Rose family, Veronica Roman. Joanna Raymond and Veronica Roman were actually good friends, which made many people's jaws drop. Gu Xingyin thought for a long time and finally said, "There are plenty of fish in the sea." "Joanna, you have to be more optimistic. Maybe your destined knight is waiting for you not far away." Joanna burst into laughter. She looked at Veronica's serious look, and the melancholy in her heart suddenly disappeared. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning behind Veronica's words, it was obvious that she didn't take the second prince seriously. She even had some malicious thoughts in her heart. "Second prince, look, you turned a blind eye to my sincerity. Now, your sincerity is nothing in Veronica's eyes. Is this what the priest meant by reincarnation?" Gu Xingyin didn't understand why Qiao Anna seemed to be in a good mood in an instant, but it was a good thing. Veronica's eyes looked around aimlessly. Suddenly, her eyes stopped at one place and couldn't move away. It was a man with long black hair. His hair was loosely tied up with a silver ribbon. His facial features were not as deep as the people of the Cat Empire. Instead, they were soft and gentle. He was standing there chatting with someone with a gentle smile on his face. Gu Xingyin was familiar with that face. She could draw that face with her eyes closed. It was Ji Yu's face in the first world. Joanna saw that Gu Xingyin's expression wasn't right. She followed her gaze and showed a knowing smile. "That's the army commander of the Sacred Alliance, Sir Lin Qi. He's a gentleman." Before she could finish, Gu Xingyin got up and walked over. Chapter 78. Joanna was a little dumbfounded. She had known Veronica for so many years, but she had never seen her so anxious. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Gu Xingyin was so focused on looking for the person who looked exactly like Ji Yu that she didn't notice that the man she had forgotten had a dark expression on his face. Joanna felt a little cold for some reason. Gu Xingyin eagerly walked through the laughing crowd to look at the place where the man had appeared. Unfortunately, when she got there, it was already empty. Gu Xingyin felt lost. She turned to grab the hand of a noble lady and asked, "Where did the man who was standing here go?" "The one with black hair." The noble lady saw her and hurriedly bowed. After hearing her question, she chuckled and said, "Are you talking about Mr. Lin Qi? Someone was looking for him just now, and he left early." Gu Xingyin walked back in a daze. Joanna looked at her and teased, "What's the matter? You didn't see him? Don't tell me you fell in love with him at first sight." She had just been joking. She hadn't expected Gu Xingyin to not deny it. Joanna was shocked. "Are you serious? The nobles of the Carter Empire who are chasing you can line up outside the capital. You actually fell in love with an outsider." If this was known by Veronica's suitors, wouldn't they be extremely depressed? Gu Xingyin was a little uninterested for the rest of the night, so she didn't notice the devil's unusual silence. It wasn't until night fell that Gu Xingyin, who had just closed the door, was pressed against the door by a strong force. "You?" Gu Xingyin looked at the man who had imprisoned her with some surprise. The devil's expression was very bad, especially when he saw Gu Xingyin's confused look, which made him even angrier. Since he didn't know what to say, he had to take action. When the devil's kiss fell, Gu Xingyin was dizzy. What kind of development was this? Her confused expression probably pleased the Demon King, and the originally aggressive attack became gentle. The Devil King gently rubbed Gu Xingyin's lips and patiently coaxed, "Be good, open your mouth." Gu Xingyin's dizzy mind became clear because of this sentence. She struggled with all her might. "Let go of me." The Devil King's expression became gloomy again because of her resistance. He restrained Gu Xingyin's waving hands and no longer held back. The tip of his tongue opened her teeth and went straight in, kissing her thoroughly. By the time he loosened his grip, Gu Xingyin was already weak all over. However, in the next second, a golden sword beam lit up in the darkness. Although the Demon King's movements were fast, his face was still cut by the sword beam. "If there's a next time, I'll slit your throat." Gu Xingyin looked at him coldly. The Demon King didn't care about her words at all. He just looked at her and said, "Don't look at other men like that. I can't help killing him." Hearing this, Gu Xingyin glanced at him and said, "Then I'll kill you too." The Demon King smiled gently. "That's good. I'm willing to die with you." Gu Xingyin thought, damn the symbiotic contract. The dispute in the evening ended when the Demon King couldn't maintain his body. After several days, Gu Xingyin didn't see him again. On this day, Xiao Anna brought a message to Gu Xingyin, saying that there would be a banquet to welcome the guests of the Sacred Alliance in a few days. Gu Xingyin certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Chapter 79. That day, Gu Xingyin specially dressed up and came to the banquet hall. She was a little excited, hoping that Lin Qi was the lover she had been looking for. But on the other hand, she felt a little guilty when she thought of the man in the necklace. Shaking off the inexplicable thoughts in her mind, Gu Xingyin found Lin Qi standing on the balcony with a glass of wine. "Why are you here alone?" "Sir Lin Qi." Gu Xingyin walked up to him. Lin Qi turned around when he heard the voice. The moment he saw Gu Xingyin, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. "Hello, noble Princess Roman." Gu Xingyin tilted her head slightly and asked curiously, "How did you know it was me?" Lin Qi smiled gently. "Other than Princess Roman, known as the Pearl of the Carter Empire, who else would have this beauty that is favored by the gods?" Gu Xingyin raised the glass in his hand and clinked it with him happily. Lin Qi looked at her mesmerizing blonde hair sliding down the side of her face. Her emerald green eyes were like a pool of clear water. This dreamlike beautiful woman suddenly cried out and fell in his direction. How could he refuse a beauty throwing herself at him? If Lin Qi had some doubts before, he was now sure that the Pearl of the Carter Empire had different thoughts about him. How could a legendary swordsman trip over his own dress? Lin Qi had a sense of pride that only belonged to men. He had long heard rumors about Princess Roman. She was often mentioned together with her beauty because she was as cold as ice. Now it seemed that the rumors could not be trusted. However, Gu Xingyin was very disappointed. Without that familiar smell, he was not him. Before Lin Qi could say anything, she stood up and tidied up her skirt. "I'm really sorry, Sir Lin Qi. I was rude just now," Gu Xingyin apologized. Lin Qi felt that the woman in front of him had changed in an instant. Just a moment ago, she was still chatting happily with him. Just as he was about to take the next step, she expressionlessly said goodbye. It was as if the hug just now was just a soft dream. Gu Xingyin was filled with disappointment. She just wanted to leave as soon as possible. She nodded at Lin Qi and turned around. He fell into a cold embrace. "You." Gu Xingyin looked at the man who shouldn't have appeared in this place in shock. "Darling, why didn't you tell me you were coming out?" The man held her waist and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, but his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone's eyes were on the two of them. After all, Gu Xingyin's family background and appearance made her the center of attention wherever she went. And a certain Demon King was the only one who could compare to Gu Xingyin in terms of appearance. When the two of them stood together, they would definitely make everyone else look like dust. "What do you want now?" Gu Xingyin gritted her teeth and whispered, pulling the man outside. The man didn't resist and obediently followed her. In the eyes of outsiders, they were a perfect match, whispering intimately as they left. These people were all guessing who this mysterious man was. After all, with such an appearance and aura, it was impossible for him to be a nameless existence. "Why are you here? And dressed like this?" Gu Xingyin looked at him. The Demon King said lazily, "My future wife is going to leave with someone else. How can I sit still?" Chapter 80. For the first time, Gu Xingyin looked at the man seriously. "I have a lover, really?" The Demon King didn't believe it. Since she was 13 years old, he had always been the one by her side. But her tone was so certain. When she talked about her lover, even her eyes seemed to be shining. The Demon King was silent. Just when Gu Xingyin thought he was going to give up, he suddenly said, "Where is your lover?" Gu Xingyin was speechless. After a while, she said, "I'm looking for him." The Demon King thought of Gu Xingyin and that man when he entered the banquet hall. "So you threw yourself into the arms of that strange man today because you thought he was your lover?" Gu Xingyin nodded. The Demon King almost laughed. "You don't even know what he looks like. How can you be so sure that he is your lover?" Gu Xingyin didn't want to talk to him. She couldn't tell anyone about this. Even if she told them, no one would believe in something as strange as time travel. The Demon King didn't give up. "Then why are you looking for him?" "Let me guess. You mistook him for someone else, so it shouldn't be because of his appearance. Then, is it because of his smell? Or a mark on his body? Or is it some kind of mysterious but not mysterious special feeling?" Gu Xingyin thought that he had guessed 80 to 90% of the time. At this moment, a cold and fragrant embrace covered her. A domineering kiss fell on Gu Xingyin's lips. The Demon King's kiss was irresistible. "Then feel it carefully. Is your lover me?" Gu Xingyin pushed him away. "Enough. I'm very sure that it's not you." After that, she left without looking back. "Your Excellency." The Demon King turned around. It was Eve, who looked surprised. Eve's life in the Duke's mansion was good. In the past 3 years, she had grown a lot taller and was a beautiful girl. "Is it really you?" Eve trotted over. "Have you recovered?" The Demon King shook his head. "It's only temporary." Eve looked at him. She had a lot to say, but she couldn't say a word. "You saw everything?" the Demon King suddenly asked. Eve nodded. She saw His Highness push him away, but His Highness didn't see it. When she turned to leave, the man's cynical smile disappeared, and his expression was so sad. "Then help me keep an eye on her," the man suddenly said. "What?" Eve was confused. "After a while, I'll be going out. Don't let other men get close to her while I'm away." Eve nodded. Gu Xingyin had been feeling strange for the past 2 days. She always felt that something was missing from her side. It was not until Qiao Anna mentioned what happened that day that she realized that the Devil King had not appeared for several days. Could it be that she was angry with him? Gu Xingyin couldn't help but shudder at the thought of an old monster who had lived for 10,000 years sulking. 2 days later, Gu Xingyin couldn't take it anymore. She decided to admit defeat first. However, no man appeared from the space ring. Gu Xingyin was keenly aware that something was wrong. She used her spiritual power and found that there was no trace of the man in the space ring. Did that man just leave quietly like that? Gu Xingyin didn't believe that the man would leave. However, after 1 or 2 days, 10 days, half a month, she was sure that the Devil King had really left. For some reason, Gu Xingyin, who should have been relieved, felt a little wronged. He left without even saying goodbye. Chapter 81. When the man was still there, she didn't think he was important. Even affected by the original plot, she wanted to stay away from him. But now that the man really left, Gu Xingyin found that she wasn't used to it. When she practiced swordsmanship, there was no one to guide her step by step. There was no one to say that he liked her every day in a joking tone. She also didn't feel at ease because she knew that person would always be by her side. Gu Xingyin thought about it and felt that she was quite a scumbag. Since she couldn't respond to him, it seemed that it was good that the Demon King left her. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. In the past 6 months, Gu Xingyin focused on practicing and improving her strength. She even lost interest in finding her lover. Speaking of which, this world really didn't have any pressure. The original Veronica Roman's soul was forcibly extracted by the Demon King because he fancied her. But according to Gu Xingyin's understanding, it was impossible for the Demon King to do such a thing. Eve Heather, who was originally a cannon fodder, had also become a female guard of the Duke of White Rose's residence. Then she just needed to be at ease as Veronica Roman and live out her life in this world according to the original plan. Thinking about it, Gu Xingyin suddenly felt a pain in her heart. It was as if someone had cut out a piece of flesh from her heart with a knife. It was the symbiotic contract. The moment she bent down, Gu Xingyin understood the source of the sudden pain, the symbiotic contract she signed with the Demon King. Then, this meant that the Demon King was in danger. Gu Xingyin almost immediately panicked. She closed her eyes and slowly felt the location of the Demon King. After a long time, Gu Xingyin opened her eyes. She found her destination, the Starlight Forest in the south of the Carter Empire. The elves, known for their beauty and fighting skills, lived there. Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and understood the Demon King's idea. He should want to get the spring of life that the elves had guarded for generations to reconstruct his body. The two of them had reached an agreement on this matter. When Gu Xingyin became a sword saint, they would go to the Starlight Forest to obtain the spring of life. She didn't expect that this man would go alone without saying a word. Gu Xingyin felt a little helpless, but she didn't delay. After reporting to her parents, she stepped on the road to the Starlight Forest. No matter what, she could not sit back and watch her man fall into danger. The Demon King's current situation was indeed not very good. After all, he was the Demon King who once reigned over the entire continent. Even though he no longer had his physical body, his realm was much higher than the current Elf King. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to sneak into the elf tribe's forbidden area. As long as he could find the spring of life and bathe in it for 7 days, with the strength of his soul, he would be able to grow a new body. However, he underestimated the power of the fountain of life. Perhaps, it should be said that he had overestimated the spirit body's endurance. In this secret technique, a lot of supplementary materials were needed to reconstruct the body. However, the Demon King had always thought highly of himself. He believed that those who needed these external materials were not strong enough, so he disdained them. Now, he suffered because of his arrogance. When the spring of life washed over him, the Demon King felt as if his soul was being roasted in a raging fire. The pain was indescribable. However, this wasn't a big deal. The crux of the matter was that the formation he had set up earlier to deceive others had shattered because of the soul fluctuations being too great. Almost all the elves felt the movement from the forbidden area. Chapter 82. The Elven King was instantly enraged. The spring of life had always been the Elven tribe's most important treasure. Even the Elven tribe could not easily enter its location. Now, an outsider had actually broken in and caused such a huge commotion. The Demon King felt the elf race's actions, but he couldn't say anything. He was at a critical moment, so he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If the elf race attacked him, when the King of Elves arrived with his people, he saw a translucent figure sitting in the spring of life that was emitting a faint green glow. It was a spirit. The Elf King glanced at the spring of life and couldn't help but feel distressed. According to this loss, it would take decades to recover. He was about to order his subordinates to attack when the spirit in the spring suddenly said, "I came here by accident. As you can see, I'm already sitting here. If I come out now, you've already lost everything and can't make up for it. Why don't you let me stay here for 7 days? I can swear that when I come out, I'll tell you about the Tree of Life." When the words, "Tree of Life," came out, all the elves present became excited. The Elf King was no exception. His snow-white long eyelashes trembled as he asked suspiciously, "Outsider, you really know about the Tree of Life?" The man in the spring lazily said, "I can swear to the light god that if I lie, I'm willing to accept the punishment of the god." For all the creatures on this continent, swearing to the god was the most sincere oath. The Elf King believed him. "Then we can make an exception and let you stay in the spring of life for 7 days. After 7 days, I'll bring my people here to wait for you." The Elf King finished and prepared to leave. At this moment, something strange happened. The originally calm spring of life suddenly trembled violently. The spirit in the spring had his eyes closed and was unaware of the situation around him. It was obvious that he had lost consciousness. The elves were surprised by the change in the spring of life when a strange smell suddenly swept through the forbidden area. It was like the fragrance of a certain flower. The elves, who had always been known as nature's favorites, couldn't tell what kind of plant it was. "Look!" An elf suddenly pointed at the man in the spring and exclaimed. Countless white flowers suddenly bloomed around the spirit body in the spring water. The flower was very large with layers upon layers of petals. It was beautiful but not bewitching, gorgeous but not extraordinary. It carried a dignified and noble beauty. It turned out to be a species that the elves had never seen before. The previous fragrance was obviously coming from here. At the same time, on the left shoulder of the man with his eyes closed in the spring water, a mark slowly appeared as if it was seeping out from his skin. It was the appearance of the unknown flower. The elves were stunned by this change. They could clearly sense that the moment these strange flowers appeared, the vitality of the entire spring of life suddenly increased by countless times. At this moment, the man in the spring opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? At first glance, there was only endless coldness and emptiness inside. At a second glance, it turned into endless vitality and reincarnation. When he looked at her again, his eyes were filled with compassion and compassion. All the elves could only think of one word when they saw such a look in his eyes: God. Chapter 83. Gu Xingyin arrived at the Starlight Forest without stopping. The closer she got, the stronger the symbiotic contract felt. Obviously, she was very close to the Demon King. However, ever since she felt the pain in her heart, she no longer felt this uncomfortable. Thinking about it, the Demon King's crisis had been resolved. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could something happen to him so easily? However, thinking about it was just thinking. Without seeing him in person, Gu Xingyin was still worried. The Starlight Forest was full of danger. Although the elves loved nature, they were not very friendly to humans, especially those who trespassed into their territory. Just the endless monsters and plants in the forest were enough to stop the average person. However, Gu Xingyin, who had the system, obviously did not belong to the category of average person. It was already night. Gu Xingyin chose a safe place to rest for the night. She closed her eyes and chatted with the system. System, do you think he will be reincarnated with me in this world? The system, unable to find the target's information. Unable to answer the host's question. With Gu Xingyin as its host, the system had to say that it had gained a lot of knowledge. All kinds of things that had never happened before were now normal around Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin, I don't know why, but my desire to find him in this world is not that strong. Before she finished speaking, Gu Xingyin's face suddenly changed. She could feel that her dou qi in her body was increasing at a terrifying speed. It was completely out of her control. This was the power of the symbiotic contract. What did the Demon King do? How could it increase her strength so much? Gu Xingyin's mind gradually became absent-minded. Her spiritual energy was somewhat unable to control the speed of the dou qi in her body. If this continued, she did not know what would happen. Boom! Gu Xingyin felt something shatter. Her consciousness also fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, not far from here, in the elves' territory, the black-haired man opened his eyes. A dark light flashed across his eyes, and his figure moved, disappearing on the spot. As soon as Gu Xingyin regained her consciousness, she fell into a familiar lotus fragrance. She sniffled nostalgically and moved her head. Only then did she realize that she was in a familiar embrace. You're awake. A deep voice with a smile sounded. The Demon King looked at the person in his arms who was rubbing against his chest like a Siamese cat. This voice? Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and saw a smiling face. Gu Xingyin blinked, then blinked again. That's right, this familiar face. Demon King. The man laughed and leaned over to kiss her on the cheek. You're not mistaken, my dear, it's me. Gu Xingyin sniffed. The smell was right. So, the lover she had been looking for was actually the Demon King? She looked at the man's neck. The Demon King was wearing a black robe. Gu Xingyin reached out her hand. Rip. Gu Xingyin never thought that the fabric would be so fragile. She looked at the man seriously and said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Although she said that, her eyes could not help but look below the man's neck. Sure enough, she saw the familiar lotus mark. The man did not care whether she made a mistake or not. "I didn't expect my dear to be so enthusiastic when you wake up. I can't neglect a beauty." A hot kiss immediately covered her mouth. Chapter 84. Because she had confirmed that he was her lover, Gu Xingyin did not refuse. Her acquiescence made the Demon King ecstatic. For a moment, the two of them were unable to restrain themselves. After the kiss, Gu Xingyin fell into the man's arms, gasping for breath. Her white skin was dyed red and her green eyes were soft like spring water. This appearance made the man almost unable to restrain himself. The Demon King kissed the treasure in his arms. "What, you're not going to find your lover?" he deliberately said. Gu Xingyin took the initiative to give her lover a kiss. "You are my lover." Feeling the familiar hard thing on her thigh, Gu Xingyin secretly laughed, but her expression did not change. This man had always treated her so carefully. Even after confirming their relationship in the previous 2 worlds, no matter how hard he endured, he did not touch her before they got married. Because that man had said to her, "You are the most precious treasure in this world, I can't have you so carelessly." The Demon King kissed the top of her head and suddenly said, "Feel the changes in your body." Gu Xingyin did as she was told. I actually broke through to Sword Saint." She was in disbelief. This was Sword Saint, the peak power of an empire. The Demon King said with a smile, "I have reconstructed my body and my strength has returned to its peak. With the symbiotic contract, it is not strange for you to break through to Sword Saint. If it wasn't for the fact that you are too young and can't withstand another breakthrough, it would be more than this." His words were full of regret. Gu Xingyin did not know whether to laugh or cry. "A 16-year-old Sword Saint expert, you can't be too greedy." The Demon King thought about it and agreed. In any case, he would always be by her side, so Sword Saint was enough. "That's right, where is this?" Gu Xingyin realized that she was in a strange place. "This is the residence of the elves." The Demon King replied. Gu Xingyin was amazed as she looked around. The decorations here were not as gorgeous as the Duke's mansion, but in terms of delicacy, the Duke's mansion could not compare. "Let's go, I'll take you to the elves' territory to have a look." The Demon King held Gu Xingyin's hand and walked outside. The elves were indeed a race favored by nature. The elves that Gu Xingyin saw along the way, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, were all rare beauties in the human world. However, Gu Xingyin always felt that it was very strange. When these elves saw the two of them, they all had expressions of awe and even worship. She was not narcissistic enough to think that these emotions were because of her. She voiced her doubts. The Demon King replied casually, "About that, I only told them about the Tree of Life. You know, if you live longer, you will know more than others." He hid what happened to him in the Spring of Life. It wasn't that he was trying to hide it, but that even he was unable to explain the situation. Gu Xingyin's mouth twitched when she heard the Demon King's answer. However, she also understood why the elves were so friendly to them. The Tree of Life was the divine tree of the elves. It was said that every elf was born from the Tree of Life, and when the elves died, their souls would be taken away by the Tree of Life, waiting for their next rebirth. The Tree of Life of the elves suddenly disappeared thousands of years ago, which caused the elves to not have any new elves for thousands of years. Although a few thousand years was not a particularly long time for the long-lived elves, it was undeniable that without new blood, the elves would eventually die out one day. Chapter 85. There was a lively event in the White Rose Duke's mansion recently. Have you heard? Her Highness brought a man back from her training. Of course, I also saw him. TSK, he's really good looking. He's a good match for our Highness. I just don't know who he is. After all, our Highness is the next Duke of White Rose. His daughter went out for training and came back with a lover. Even though Duke Richard was mentally strong, he felt a little confused when he heard the news. The Duchess was very satisfied with the man her daughter brought back. The Devil King was handsome and knew how to please people. In less than a day, he coaxed the Duchess into smiling when she saw him. The Devil King knew people's hearts well and knew what countermeasures to take for each person. It took him less than half a day to win the Duchess' favor. And it took even less time to win the Duke's approval. The process was simple. He and Duke Richard had a fierce fight in the martial arts field of the Duke's mansion. The Devil King, who had won the approval of the Duke couple, did not slack off. He could not live in the Duke's mansion with his baby. Even if Gu Xingyin did not care, there would definitely be all kinds of rumors. He could not bear to let his baby be wronged. So, half a month later, the Emperor of the Carter Empire proudly announced to all his ministers that the Empire had one more sword saint expert and personally conferred him the title of Earl. When the opponents of the White Rose family were laughing at their heir's taste in choosing a partner, the Devil King used practical actions to tell them what it meant to be slapped in the face. The following days were the time for Her Highness Roman and the new Earl Norman to show off their love. When you went out to watch an opera, you could inadvertently look up and see Her Highness Roman sitting there, and Earl Norman was carefully picking out the ingredients she did not like for the snacks in front of her. At the palace banquet, as long as a man appeared beside Her Highness Roman, Earl Norman would immediately appear beside his fiancée and hold her waist possessively to declare his sovereignty. Do you think Her Highness will be unhappy? Take a look. Who is that woman with a sweet smile on her face? People who lived in the capital would often see Her Highness and Count Norman strolling together on the streets. Because Her Highness did not like to be followed by servants, Count Norman, a noble count and sacred swordsman expert, would carry the trinkets that Her Highness took a fancy to along the way without complaint. This directly led to the unmarried ladies of the royal capital looking up to Count Norman when they were choosing their future husbands, leading to the birth of a batch of older, leftover women. As for the married ladies, they would complain to their husbands about how considerate and attentive Norman was to his fiancée. They were both women, but why was there such a huge difference between them? This anecdote was called the Earl Norman effect by later historians. Eve was now a captain of the Duke's private guards. As she watched the interaction between His Highness and the Count, she would sometimes fantasize. If she was the one who had always stayed by the Count's side back then, would she be the one by his side now? Captain. Eve turned around. It was one of her guards. It was said that he was also from a small noble family. His family used to be a viscount. Eve looked at him suspiciously. The guard's face flushed red. After a while, he said, "Our family will have a bonfire party tomorrow night. Do you want to go with me?" Eve looked at him seriously and suddenly smiled. Okay. It was time for her to pursue her own happiness. Chapter 86. Veronica Roman, the 11th Duchess of the White Rose, had lived a glorious and glorious life. Her talent was incredible. At the age of 16, she successfully became a sword saint. This record had not been surpassed by anyone, even tens of thousands of years after her death and after the Carter Empire had been annihilated in the dust of history. She was invincible. She led the White Rose army of the Carter Empire and was invincible. In her lifetime, she had doubled the territory of the Carter Empire. She was conferred the title of Honorable Duchess by His Majesty, and her scepter was engraved with the noblest titles of the two empires. She had a discerning eye. Eve Heather, who was known as the Genius Sword Saint, was discovered by her when she was down and out. She brought her to the Roman family and started Eve Heather's glorious journey. Her appearance was beautiful. It was recorded in the history books that Princess Veronica was the incarnation of God in the world and the messenger of light. Anyone who saw her would be impressed by her appearance and temperament. During her reign, her suitors could line up from the Duke's mansion to the gate of the capital. However, the most popular topic of conversation was still the unswerving love between the Duchess and her husband, Count Norman. Earl Norman's origin was mysterious. The first time he appeared in the public eye was as the lover of the Duchess, a sword saint. Ever since the two of them were together, they had never been separated. Whether it was playing, going on diplomatic missions, or war, Earl Norman would appear wherever the Duchess of White Rose was. It was said that the two of them had signed a symbiotic contract. They would live together and die together. The love between the two of them was written in countless biographies and spread widely in later years. Gu Xingyin was very happy in this life. When she left, she already had feelings. She, who was no longer young, held her husband's hand and smiled sweetly. "I'll go first. In the next life, remember to come and find me." The black-haired, black-clothed, handsome man looked at his wife, who was sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed. He gently leaned over and kissed her lips. "Fool, have you forgotten the contract between us? You don't have to go first. I'm right behind you." Gu Xingyin opened her eyes in the pure white space with a smile on her face. She didn't stop smiling and said to the system in front of her, "I don't have any problems and I don't need to rest. We can move on to the next mission." She was very sure that her lover would be waiting for her in another world, so she didn't want to stay in a place without him. This was the system's first time meeting a host who couldn't wait to complete a task. However, as long as the host's decision was beneficial to completing the mission, as a system, it had no right to interfere. The next world is the Immortal Cultivation World. "Host, please check the world's information." Gu Xingyin's vision turned black. After the familiar dizziness disappeared, she found herself kneeling in a large hall. She lowered her head and looked at her hand. It was thin and soft. It was obviously a little girl's hand. There were hundreds of children kneeling in the hall. They were dressed similarly to Gu Xingyin, and they all looked about 7 or 8 years old. "Since you're able to enter this hall today, you're disciples of my Starnet Sword sect. However, being able to enter this hall only proves that your foundation is suitable for cultivation. As for sword cultivation, the most important thing is the sword heart in your body. Now, let's start testing your sword heart. The level of your sword heart will determine how far you can go on the path of sword cultivation." Chapter 87. Gu Xingyin quietly knelt in the hall. Her face was calm, unlike other children. One by one, the children walked to the front and stood in a specific place. Gu Xingyin knew that there was a special formation there. When people stood in it, they would show different reactions. Lin Yisheng, Wood of the 5 Elements, Level 3 Sword Heart. Can enter the outer sect. A misty green halo appeared in the formation, and the elder reported the level of his sword heart. La Ningyue, Water of the 5 Elements, Level 5 Sword Heart. Can enter the inner sect. Gu Xingyin listened quietly as the elder reported the numbers one by one. In this world where the sword was revered, the sword heart determined whether a person could become a swordsman. At the same time, it determined how far a swordsman could go on the path of the sword. The sword heart was divided into 3 levels. The low-level sword heart was Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. The medium-level sword heart was Level 4, Level 6. The high-level sword heart was Level 7, Level 8, Level 9. The higher the level of the sword heart, the higher the talent in the path of the sword, and the higher the compatibility with the life-bound sword. However, although the sword was revered in the Endless Sky Great World, only 1 in 10,000 people could become a swordsman with a sword heart. As the largest sword sect in the Endless Sky Great World, the Starnet Sword sect standards for selecting disciples were naturally much higher than ordinary sections. At this moment, the hundreds of children in the hall had all passed the basic test, and all of them had a sword heart. At this moment, a girl not far from Gu Xingyin stood up. She attracted Gu Xingyin's attention. This girl was the target of Gu Xingyin's mission in this world. Bai Xinya was born in a middle-class family in the Endless Sky Great World. Her mother was the concubine of that family's head, but she was rather doted on. Bai Xinya had lived a life of luxury since she was young. The biggest blow she had suffered was probably the Star Azura sword sect's recruitment of new disciples this time. Baishinya, water element, level 1 sword heart, can join the outer sect. Baishinya's eyes were wide open, as if she had never imagined that her sword heart was only at the first level. She seemed to be at a loss of what to do. Her big eyes were quickly filled with tears, making her look very lovable. The elder beside her seemed to have rarely encountered such a situation. Seeing Baishinya like this, the usually strict sword cultivator actually softened his voice, which was rare for him. He coaxed her, "Don't worry too much about it. As long as you cultivate diligently, it's not like there aren't any swordsmen who become strong in the end despite their low level of sword heart." Gu Xingyin found it a little strange. She asked doubtfully, "I already know the plot." Baishinya's talent is obviously very ordinary, and her looks are not peerless. Why would there be so many men willing to offer everything just to make her happy? Moreover, no matter how cold and ruthless a person is, there is no way to be fierce in front of her. The system was suspiciously silent for a moment, then replied, "Host, you may not know, but in this world, there is something called the White Lotus Halo." Before Gu Xingyin had time to be popularized as to what this White Lotus Halo was, she heard her name. Gu Weixin. She stood up slowly and walked to the center of the array with a calm expression. The elder in charge of the test also looked at her curiously. The children who were brought here were generally 7 or 8 years old. When they came for the test, they were either uneasy or eager to try. It was rare to see someone as calm as Gu Xingyin. Chapter 88. Gu Xingyin did not pay attention to what the elder was thinking. Her body was called Gu Weixin, and she was a direct descendant of a super family in the sky below Great World. The children of these families always matured earlier than others, so no one would doubt her calmness. Moreover, no one knew Gu Weixin's aptitude better than Gu Xingyin. Icy Heart Clear, advance courageously. 10th level Ice Soul Sword Heart. As soon as the elder finished speaking, everyone in the hall, except for the children who were still in a daze, looked at Gu Xingyin in unison. In addition, there were several powerful spiritual senses from all over the star-gathering sword sect that descended on Gu Xingyin's body. The elder in charge of Gu Xingyin's test seemed very excited. He looked like he wanted to laugh, but his long years of expressionless face made his whole face somewhat distorted. He did not say where Gu Xingyin could be assigned, but let her stand alone on the other side to wait. Gu Xingyin still walked to the side with a calm expression. The elder looked at her and thought to himself that this girl probably did not understand what a 10th level sword heart represented. Otherwise, how could she be so calm? How could Gu Xingyin not know? The sword heart was divided into 10 levels, and the 10th level was the highest quality sword heart. This body's aptitude was the 1 in 10,000 10th level sword heart, and even rarer was the rarely seen Ice Soul Sword Heart. According to the 5 elements, the Ice Soul Sword Heart should belong to water, but it was mutated from the water element. A mutated sword heart could not only make a swordsman's attacks more powerful, but even rarer, it would carry some characteristics that the 5 elements did not have. For example, if the Ice Soul Sword Heart was cultivated to a high level, the sword intent could freeze thousands of miles. And the power of the Ice Soul Sword Heart did not stop there. Its greatest characteristic was that the ice heart was clear, otherwise it would be dust. In other words, Gu Weixin's path of the sword would not be entangled by mental demons. The greatest obstacle to a sword cultivator was mental demons. With Gu Xingyin in front of her, everyone else's brilliance was overshadowed. Even though there were several talented disciples with high-level sword heart, the higher-ups of the star-gathering sword school still focused on Gu Xingyin. There was no other reason. Ordinary high-level sword heart swordsmen might be able to become sword emperors, sword venerables, or even sword masters through diligent cultivation. However, if one wanted to become a peak sword saint, one had to have a 10th order sword heart. Sword emperors, sword venerables, and even sword grandmasters, the Star Azura sword school had no lack of them. However, even with the Star Azura sword sect's foundation, they only had 2 sword saints. One of them had already lived for a very long time and had been in seclusion for many years. Only the upper echelons of the sword faction knew that the Great Elder was on the verge of death. And these two sword saints were the guarantee of the Star Azura sword sect's position. Therefore, the current Star Azura sword sect urgently needed a new sword saint powerhouse to stabilize their position. Gu Xingyin stood among the elders and watched as the hundreds of disciples were assigned to different sects one by one. Those with excellent sword heart aptitudes were accepted as personal disciples by the main peak elders. In the end, only she was left. She stood there quietly and did not speak. In the eyes of others, she was born with the bearing of a master. In reality, Gu Xingyin was only listening to the system's so-called White Lotus halo. As expected, powerful. Gu Xingyin exclaimed. No wonder with the original body's attributes that were like cheating, she would also be defeated by Bai Xinya. Chapter 89. The voice of the system sounded in Gu Xingyin's mind. The so-called White Lotus halo, anyone who is illuminated by this halo will lose the ability to judge, the infinite beautification of the halo owner in the mind. The original body Gu Weixin, I have to say, can be called perfect in all aspects. Family background needless to say, the Gu clan is a top family in the whole Tianlan continent. Talent needless to say, the 10th Order Ice Soul Sword Heart has the potential to become a sword saint. Even her appearance is described in the original plot. She stands there, like the most cold and flawless ice and snow on the holy mountain in the north. Autumn water is the god, ice jade is the bone. And if she smiles gently, it is like 10 miles of spring breeze, melting ice and snow, blooming flowers, and her face is frightening. However, she was such a perfect woman in every aspect, yet the first man she fell in love with decisively abandoned her after seeing Bai Xinya. What's more, when Bai Xinya was injured by the fire poison, the man didn't know where to find out that as long as he used the blood of the heart of the person who had the Ice Soul Sword Heart, he could detoxify the fire poison. He even relied on Gu Weixin's trust to drug her and forcibly took out her heart blood. Poor Gu Weixin's realm was greatly reduced, and he encountered the invasion of the demon clan. He even lost his life. I don't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. However, the man didn't care about his own sins at all. He only cared about love with Bai Xinya. Bai Xinya didn't even ask how her poison was detoxified. She was with a man with a clear conscience. Gu Xingyin sneers, the fire poison is incurable except for the blood of the heart of the person who has the Ice Soul Sword Heart. In the whole Tianlan continent, only Gu Weixin is the Ice Soul Sword Heart. It's impossible to say that Bai Xinya doesn't know who saved her. However, she can ignore this question and never ask. Even when she learned about Gu Weixin's death, she didn't say anything. It's really a pure and flawless white lotus. While Gu Xingyin was absent-minded, all the elders in the hall were arguing over who to accept Gu Xingyin as their disciple. Who wouldn't want to take in a 10th-tier sword heart that was hard to come by in 10,000 years? However, before they could come to a conclusion, a message from the most distant and mysterious mountain of the Star Azura sword sect stopped the discussion. The elder ancestor who had been in seclusion for many years and no longer cared about worldly affairs actually came out of seclusion in person and said that he wanted to take Gu Xingyin as his disciple. With that ancestor taking action, the others naturally did not dare to have any objections. The Star Gathering Sword Sect Star River Sect Master personally led Gu Xingyin to the ancestors' Ling Shao Peak. Gu Xingyin was a little surprised. There was no such thing in the original plot. Gu Weixin was finally accepted as a personal disciple by Jinren Xinghe and became the first disciple of the Star Luo Sword Sect. If he became the disciple of the ancestor who had been in seclusion for many years, wouldn't his seniority be much higher than that of the leader? Gu Xingyin secretly hesitated. Thinking of the Devil King in the last world, he couldn't help but have another guess in his heart. Could it be that the legendary ancestor would be his lover? In this way, it makes sense that it's different from the original plot. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but have a little expectation in his heart. Ling Shao Peak was located in one of the most remote places in the Star Gathering Sword Sect. Few people came to disturb it on weekdays. The residence of the ancestor was on the top of the peak. In order to show his respect for the ancestor, Jinren Xinghe took Gu Xingyin step by step to the top of the peak. Chapter 90. Lingshao Peak was 1,000 feet tall, and the distance from the foot of the mountain to the top was not short. However, just halfway up the mountain, Gu Xingyin could not hold on any longer. Although her natural aptitude was against the heavens, she was now only an 8-year-old child. Such a journey was too long for her. However, she did not have any slack or complaints. Jinren Xinghe looked at the little girl with a calm face and followed him to the top of the mountain without saying a word. Even though her forehead was covered with sweat, Gu Weixin never cried out for exhaustion and proposed to rest. Jinren Xinghe secretly praised her. Her aptitude was against the heavens, and her heart was tenacious. This girl was really a natural seedling for sword cultivation. At this moment, a crane cry came from the distant horizon. Gu Xingyin looked up and saw a beautiful white crane falling from the sky. At the same time, a voice like ice and jade colliding came from the red-crowned crane, "Come up." Gu Xingyin looked at the red-crowned crane with some novelty, but Jinren Xinghe respectfully saluted the crane. "I will obey the orders of the great ancestor." After that, he held Gu Xingyin in one hand, tapped his toes, and landed lightly on the back of the white crane. The white crane gave a long cry, spread its wings, and flew towards the top of the mountain. The two of them stood at the top of the mountain, and the white crane that had just supported them flashed with white light, turned into a light paper crane, and disappeared. Gu Xingyin. The world of cultivation is really magical. At this moment, Elder Xinghe, who was standing beside Gu Xingyin, suddenly changed his expression and became respectful. After a long while, Elder Xinghe suddenly turned to Gu Xingyin and said, "The great ancestor has been in seclusion for many years and does not want to see strangers. I will not accompany you to see him this time." He told Gu Xingyin where the great ancestor was and left. Gu Xingyin. If it was really the 8-year-old Gu Weixin, at this time, he must be nervous and scared, right? She walked towards the cave abode that Sage Xing he had pointed out. Without a doubt, she had obtained the approval of the owner of the cave. Those terrifying restrictions set up in the cave did not react to Gu Xingyin at all. Gu Xingyin observed her surroundings as she walked. If Jinren Xinghe had not personally pointed the way, she would never have imagined that there was someone living in this place. There were no superfluous decorations in the cave, and the walls were bare. As she walked in, she saw a few simple futons on the ground. On the right, there was a large stone room with messy sword marks on the ground. Gu Xingyin only took one look at it, and she immediately felt a stinging pain in her eyes, as if her mind was being pricked by needles. She couldn't help but cry out in pain as cold sweat poured down like rain. "Calm your mind." The cold jade-like voice that was heard from the white crane appeared once again. At the same time, a hand was placed on Gu Xingyin's head. Gu Xingyin only felt that there was a cool air coming into her body from the hand on her head. The stinging pain was smoothed out one by one with this cool air and disappeared. She opened her eyes and looked at the man who looked very tall and straight for her at the moment. She saw the long hair that was like a waterfall. It was snow-white and long to her ankles. Under the long hair, there was a strange young face. Gu Xingyin saw such a person for the first time. He had the face of 20 years old, but the eyes of 100 years old. Of course, his real age was definitely more than this number. This ice and snow man leaned over to Gu Xingyin and said, "Would you like to worship me as a teacher?" Chapter 91. Gu Xingyin thought in a trance. Compared with Gu Weixin, this person is really made of ice and snow, isn't he? She took a step back with a serious face and made a formal salute to the man in white. "Disciple Gu Weixin, pay my respects to Shizuan." The white-robed man's expression softened for a moment, and he nodded at Gu Xingyin. "All right, remember, my name is Ling Xiao. You are my first disciple, and you will also be my last." Gu Xingyin lived in Lingxiao Peak from then on. The more time passed, the more she felt that her master Ling Xiao was not like a mortal. In addition to teaching Gu Xingyin, he never communicated with outsiders and did not need to eat. Even this Lingxiao Peak, before Gu Xingyin's arrival, had not allowed outsiders to set foot on it for thousands of years. It's really hard to imagine what kind of life this person has lived. Doesn't he feel bored? Half a year after coming to Lingxiao Peak, Gu Xingyin finally asked this question. Venerable Lingxiao was stunned for a moment. He was a good master. He would try his best to answer his apprentice's questions. Looking at the clear eyes of his little disciple, Venerable Lingxiao frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, "Bored? The way of the sword is broad and profound. Even if I spend my whole life, I can't find out 1/10,000th of the way. How can I be bored?" Gu Xingyin was silent. Everyone said that the great-granduncle of Lingxiao Peak was as cold as snow. He was inhuman. He was born to be a cold-hearted person and a born sword practitioner. Gu Xingyin thought that he was not cold-hearted, but had given all his thoughts and feelings to the way of the sword. If he didn't know that his time was coming and needed to cultivate a new sword master for the Star Sword sect, Gu Xingyin was sure that he would never propose to accept himself as a disciple. Venerable Lingxiao looked at his little apprentice who lowered his head and didn't speak. He thought for a moment and suddenly had a good idea. Is idealism bored? He thought for a moment. Children of this age were indeed fond of bustling. Ever since he was young, he had always been a loner and didn't like to talk to people, but he had forgotten that his disciple wasn't necessarily the same. Gu Xingyin was stunned by the question. She hadn't interacted with outsiders for the past 6 months, but it wasn't something that was unbearable. Venerable Lingxiao was a very good teacher. He was able to impart his understanding of the sword Dao to his disciple in the simplest way. Gu Xingyin benefited a lot from this. Before Gu Xingyin could react, Venerable Lingxiao made his decision. I didn't think it through. Gu Xingyin, what's going on? Master, what exactly are you thinking? Soon, Gu Xingyin knew what Venerable Lingxiao was thinking. Every few days, a child about the same age as Gu Xingyin would be sent to Lingxiao Peak. They all had a common characteristic, and that was that their sword hearts were all above the 7th level. According to Venerable Lingxiao's understanding, those with sword hearts below the 7th level were considered to be very weak. Gu Xingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She knew that her master didn't mean to discriminate, but he thought so from the bottom of his heart. However, Venerable Lingxiao found that his method didn't have the corresponding effect. Those children were like proud sons of the heavens on his peak and had always been served. When they came to Lingxiao Peak, there was nothing to say. There was also a cold and scary great ancestor. None of the children were willing to come a second time after the first time. After Venerable Lingxiao was distressed for a while, he finally thought of a very suitable person. Chapter 92. When Gu Xingyin received a message from her master, she was practicing her swordsmanship on a flat area on Lingxiao Peak. When she arrived at her master's residence, she saw another man beside her master. This was the first time Gu Xingyin saw someone who could smile so naturally in front of her master. Only idealism, this is your. Venerable Lingxiao seemed to pause for a moment. You can call him senior brother. In the future, your senior brother will accompany you. The man turned around. Gu Xingyin would remember it for a long time. The man had his head lowered, and the fragrance of lotus flowers wafted over his face. His jade-like face was full of gentleness. You're called idealism, right? I'm Xuanke, your senior brother. Gu Xingyin's heart settled down amidst this fragrance. Xuanke. If her memory was correct, this Xuanke was the other sword saint expert of the stellar sword sect? Unlike Venerable Lingxiao, Xuanke could be considered young among sword saints. He was not even 1,000 years old. In terms of seniority, Xuanke was the last disciple of Venerable Lingxiao's senior brother, so it was natural for Gu Xingyin to call him senior brother. Let a sword saint expert play with her. Gu Xingyin felt that he was indeed worthy of being her master. In the entire endless sky great world, there were few people who could compare to him. Xuanke looked at the beautiful little girl looking at him with a sparkling face, and his heart could not help but soften a little. In the following days, Xuanke would come to Lingxiao Peak from time to time. Occasionally, he would give Gu Xingyin some pointers, but most of the time, he would bring her some trinkets from the outside world, or tell her some interesting stories about the stellar sword sect. 10 years passed just like that. The only thing that made Gu Xingyin somewhat helpless was that her lover in this life seemed to have always regarded her as a little girl who had not yet grown up. It could be seen that he did not have the slightest bit of romantic feelings for her. However, the future was long. A swordsman, especially a high-level swordsman, had a lifespan of thousands of years. They had enough time to spend together, didn't they? The aptitude of Gu Xingyin's body was indeed astonishing. In just 10 short years, she had gone from an ordinary person who had yet to cultivate to a sword emperor expert. An 18-year-old sword emperor. When Gu Xingyin entered the star-gathering sword sect, most of them were still at the level of swordsmen. A few talented ones had become swordmasters. Bai Xinya, on the other hand, was still struggling at the swordsman level. Even Venerable Ling Shao had once lamented that his disciple's aptitude was the best that he had ever seen in his life. Even he was inferior to O Yangming. You've basically mastered everything I can teach you. With your current realm, you can be considered a powerhouse in the entire Tianlan continent. Your sword Dao will have to depend on yourself in the future. After Venerable Ling Shao said those words to Gu Xingyin and gave her a long sword that he had personally forged, he began a long period of seclusion. Gu Xingyin knew that her master had reached the end of his lifespan. If he couldn't make a breakthrough in his seclusion this time, master would probably never wake up again. Gu Xingyin asked the system, "Are there any medicinal pills or herbs that can prolong a person's life?" After 10 years of being together, she had truly regarded this man as her master. The system thought for a moment before replying, "In this world, there is a kind of heavenly treasure called the Taisui fungus. A 10-year Taisui could prolong one's life by 10 years, a 100-year Taisui could prolong one's life by 100 years, and a 1,000-year Taisui could prolong one's life by 1,000 years. However, in the original plot, there was only 1 century-old Taisui, which was consumed by Bai Xinya. Gu Xingyin made a mental note of it. Chapter 93. Senior brother, be careful. The delicate woman looked ahead with wide eyes. A man wearing the Star Net Sword Sect's inner sect uniform was fighting with a wolf-shaped monster. It was obvious that the man was unable to withstand the monster. But even so, he was still struggling bitterly. He shouted to the woman in white standing at the side, "Junior sister Bai, quickly leave." Gu Xingyin's figure was hidden at the side. Seeing this scene, she seriously looked at Bai Xinya who was standing at the side motionlessly. Well, she was a beauty with average aptitude. She really couldn't figure out what charm she had to make so many men die for her. If it was just Bai Xinya, Gu Xingyin might have thought of letting her die in the mouth of the monster. But that man was a disciple of the Star Net Sword sect. As a fellow disciple, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Zhao Shiming was an inner sect disciple of the Star Net Sword sect. Today, he finally managed to ask his sweetheart out to relax, but he encountered the 4th-level monster, Howling Firmament Wolf. Seeing Bai Xinya's frightened face, Zhao Shiming only felt a sense of heroism in his heart. To be able to shelter a beauty like junior sister Bai from the wind and rain, that was what a real man should do. If Gu Xingyin could hear his thoughts, she would probably regret saving him. Bai Xinya saw that Zhao Shiming seemed to be unable to hold on and loudly asked her to leave. She thought that she would only be adding to senior brother's troubles if she stayed here. She might as well listen to senior brother and quickly leave to call for help. She was definitely not dragging out an ignoble existence. With that thought in mind, Bai Xinya became more and more confident. She turned and left, not even looking at Zhao Shiming. A dazzling sword light accompanied by ice and snow fell on the Howling Firmament Wolf's body. There was no struggle, no resistance, a one-hit kill. Not even a drop of blood splashed out. Gu Xingyin's sword chi directly froze the Howling Firmament Wolf. Zhao Shiming was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He bowed to Gu Xingyin. Star-gathering sword sect's Zhao Shiming thanks senior for saving my life. He raised his head and glanced at Gu Xingyin. Then, he froze. How could there be such a woman in this world? As she stood there, it was as if the air in the entire place had become cold and refreshing. His gaze was too direct. Gu Xingyin glanced at him indifferently. Only then did Zhao Shiming regain his senses with a flushed face. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Gu Xingyin again. At this time, Bai Xinya, who realized that things had taken a turn for the better, slowly walked up and bowed to Gu Xingyin. Junior Bai Xinya of the Stellar Sword Sect, thanks Senior for saving my life. She then looked at Zhao Shiming, her eyes quickly filled with tears. Senior brother Zhao, thank goodness you're all right. Gu Xingyin did not look at her. Instead, she turned to Zhao Shiming and said, friends who can't share trials and tribulations with others in times of danger should keep their eyes open. After saying this, she did not care about the expressions of the two people. She turned into a sword light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She had said what she needed to say. What Zhao Shiming would do was none of her business. Bai Xinya was secretly angry. Who was this unknown woman in white? Wasn't she trying to drive a wedge between her and senior brother Zhao by saying such words? When she thought of this, her face suddenly became teary. She looked at Zhao Shiming and said, Senior Martial Brother Zhao, I left earlier because I wanted to go to the sect to ask for help. I didn't want to escape alone. Zhao Shiming's expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking. Hearing Bai Xinya's words, he suddenly smiled affectionately and said, of course I believe that junior sister Bai is not such a person. Bai Xinya heard this and relaxed. She gently nestled in Zhao Shiming's arms and said carelessly, I don't know why that senior said such heart-wrenching words. Could it be that I offended her in some way? Zhao Shiming did not say anything. His eyes flashed coldly because of these words. Chapter 94. Gu Xingyin didn't tell anyone about her trip to Lingshao Peak except for Xinghe. The Starry Sword sect was in the north of the Tianlan continent, so she headed south. It was said that Tai Sui liked dark and humid places and usually appeared in the south. Finding Tai Sui was only one of her goals. Venerable Ling Shao gave her a mission for this trip. She had to challenge 100 sword emperors. When Gu Xingyin heard Venerable Ling Zhao's words, she complained to the system in her heart, look, is this something a female martial artist should do? The system didn't want to answer her. Could you restrain your eager eyes a little when you said this? Recently, a sword emperor had appeared in the Tianlan continent, and he was in the limelight. It was said that she came from the north, and no one knew her identity or her sect. It was said that she was very young, but no witnesses revealed the truth, so no one knew her exact age. What everyone was sure of was that she was a woman, and a very beautiful woman. A lot of people were interested in the topic of women, not to mention a beautiful and powerful woman. This sword emperor, who had never been heard of before, started from the Starry Sword sect in the north and issued letters of challenge to every famous sword emperor. Sword cultivators liked to fight, and it was a fair challenge, so no one would refuse. One battle after another attracted everyone's attention to this sword emperor. 10 battles, 10 victories. 15 battles, 14 victories. 30 battles, 26 victories. More and more people started to follow her, guessing which famous sword emperor she would challenge next. Where would her sword stop in the end? Gu Xingyin sat in a tavern wearing a cloak, listening to the people at the next table talking. Did you hear? The Icy Heart Sword Emperor is going to challenge the Sword Emperor of the Huanhua Sword Sect. The Icy Heart Sword Emperor was the nickname Gu Xingyin that outsiders had given her. TCH. This news has spread everywhere. Who doesn't know about it? Then who do you think will win? I'm guessing it's the Ice Heart Sword Monarch. Didn't you see how many sword monarchs she challenged and how many times did she lose? Not necessarily. The Clumsy Sword Emperor is one of the most powerful sword emperors in the Huanhua Sword Sect. How can those sword emperors compare with him? Open. Let's bet on which sword emperor will win the Battle of 1,000 Peaks. Place your bets. The location of the battle was set at the Battle of 1,000 Peaks, so everyone called it the Battle of 1,000 Peaks. I bet on the Clumsy Sword Emperor. I bet on the Ice Heart Sword Monarch. After Gu Xingyin finished the last bite, she got up and walked to the person who opened the bet. and took out a storage pouch. 50,000 sword stones. I bet on the Iceheart Sword Monarch. There was a moment of silence. After Gu Xingyin left, the crowd was in an uproar. Rich people indeed. She must be a young miss from some aristocratic family, and an admirer of the Iceheart Sword Emperor. It was interesting. After Gu Xingyin challenged several sword emperors continuously and achieved brilliant results, many swordsmen became her admirers. Every time Gu Xingyin challenged someone, many people would travel thousands of miles to watch the battle. Soon, the day of the battle arrived. Gu Xingyin arrived very early. She stood at the top of the 1,000 peaks, feeling the biting cold wind blowing on her body. There were many people in the distance who came to watch the battle of their own accord. The clumsy sword emperor came a little later, and he seemed to attach great importance to the battle. Gu Xingyin slowly took off her cloak. Although he was mentally prepared, the clumsy sword emperor was still surprised by Gu Xingyin's young age when he saw her. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Chapter 95. Gu Xingyin puts away the sword in her hand. Thank you for letting me win. She salutes the sword emperor and turns to leave. Behind her, the sword emperor tries his best to support his body with his hands. Victory and defeat are obvious. Back to the temporary residence, Gu Xingyin can't bear it anymore and spits out a mouthful of blood. The sword emperor deserves to be a famous swordsman. Although she is lucky to win, she is also hurt by the sword energy and suffers internal injuries. It is detected that the host's body has been hurt by level B. It is recommended that the host should not have any fierce fighting in a month. The voice of the system rings in Gu Xingyin's mind. Gu Xingyin smiles. I see, I will have a good rest this month. At this time, a carrier rune in Gu Xingyin's storage ring lights up. Her eyes light up. It's Xuanke. I already know the result of the battle between you and the Sword Emperor. Are you okay? Xuanke is the person who knows Gu Xingyin's realm of Kendo best. He knows that Gu Xingyin's strength is almost the same as that of the Sword Emperor. Even if she wins, I'm afraid it's a narrow victory. Everything is okay. Senior brother, don't worry. Gu Xingyin thinks for a while and replies to him with 8 words. With Gu Weixin's temperament, he will probably only say these words. On the Lingyun peak of the distant star Luo sword sect, Xuanke looks at his junior sister apprentice's reply and frowns. Alas, my junior sister apprentice is like my uncle. They are all stuffy and won't take the initiative to say anything. It's really hard to be at ease. Otherwise, after a while, go out and see her. Xuanke thinks in his heart. Gu Xingyin holds the sword with one hand, and her left hand holds something with a faint silver light. She is surrounded by a lot of people. Sword Emperor Bing Xian, there are so many of us. You can't escape. I advise you to put down the Tai Sui in your hand. We won't embarrass you. Yes, put down the Tai Sui fungus, and we won't make things difficult for you. The Tai Sui fungus had appeared in the Twilight Swamp in the south, and Gu Xingyin had waited here for half a month before she finally obtained it. How could she possibly give it away? The Tai Sui in his hand was 800 years old. With it, his master would be able to hold on for a while longer. Gu Xingyin's expression warmed as she put it into her storage ring. Seeing Gu Xingyin's actions, everyone immediately knew her plan. Iceheart Sword Emperor, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. With such an outstanding beauty like you, why do you want to get caught up in all this fighting and killing? A black-robed man stood in the crowd and gazed at Gu Xingyin with infatuation. Surprisingly, he was a sword emperor as well. Gu Xingyin replied to him with a bright sword light. The man didn't expect that she would attack him. After narrowly dodging, he shouted at the people behind him, attack her. Be careful, don't kill her. I haven't tasted a beauty in the Sword Emperor realm yet. Bai Xinya leaned against a man in blue and watched Gu Xingyin rush to kill under the siege of a group of people. She stopped talking, which made the man next to her ask, Xinya, what's wrong? Bai Xinya seemed to be very hesitant. She bit her lip and said with a forced smile, "Forget it, it's inconvenient." "It's nothing." Although she said so, she kept looking at Gu Xingyin's direction. The man asked curiously, "Xinya, do you know the Sword Emperor Bing Xian?" Bai Xinya nodded. "I've seen that senior. She seems quite disdainful of me." Hearing this, the man in blue immediately felt protective. "What? That woman is really like that?" Bai Xinya seemed to be very embarrassed and nodded with tears in her eyes. Looking at her, those who didn't know would think that Gu Xingyin had done something to her. Chapter 96. In order to show off in front of the beauty, the man said proudly on the spot, "Xinya, don't worry. As the young master of Shitian Pavilion, I'm just a sword emperor without any sect. Let me take revenge for you." After that, he said to the old man who had been standing silently behind him, "Uncle Wen, doesn't that sword emperor Bing Xian have a Taisui? Go and help me snatch it. I want to give it to Xinya as a gift." Uncle Wen hesitated. "Young master, such a young sword emperor might have a powerful master behind her. We'd better not provoke her easily." Hearing this, the man in blue hesitated. But when he turned his head and saw Bai Xinya looking at him with admiration, his blood rushed to his head. If she really has a master, she would have reported it long ago. She must be just an unorthodox sword cultivator. "Uncle Wen, you don't have to worry too much. So what if she has a powerful background? Do you think our Shitian Pavilion is afraid of other people?" Uncle Wen sighed secretly. "Yes, sir." Gu Xingyin was already a little tired. Among the people besieging her, there were at least 3 sword emperors. If she was not careful, there would be another wound on her body. At this moment, a powerful aura locked on her. Gu Xingyin's heart trembled. He looked up and saw a gray-robed elder. "My young master wants the Taisui fungus in your hands. If it's convenient for you, my Shitian Pavilion can give you a generous compensation." Shitian Pavilion? Gu Xingyin looked over there. As expected, she saw Bai Xinya's figure. The young master of Shitian Pavilion, Shi Lufeng, was the scumbag Gu Xingyin fell in love with in the original plot. After Gu Xingyin came to this world, she had been practicing hard for 10 years. Naturally, she did not fall in love with Shi Lufeng in the original plot. She did not expect to meet him at this time. The pressure on the old man in grey was too strong. He was actually a sword venerable. But it was absolutely impossible for her to hand over the Taisui. Gu Xingyin said coldly, "The Taisui is very useful to me. You'd better give up this idea." When had the grey-robed old man ever been rejected in such a blatant manner? His expression darkened. Since that's the case, this old man will have to put in some effort. The aura of a sword venerable exploded in an instant, and the 3 sword emperors who were besieging Gu Xingyin retreated one after another. Gu Xingyin only felt an aura coming towards him. He couldn't suppress the injuries in his body for a moment, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. She raised the sword in her hand. The system shouted anxiously in Gu Xingyin's mind, "The host's situation is not optimistic, please do not force yourself." Gu Xingyin said, "I specially found this Taisui for master. I don't know when it will appear again. You can't hand it over." Chi. Gu Xingyin only felt a chill as the long sword pierced through his body. She felt a little weak in her body. Using her hand to support her sword, she knelt on the ground. A hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the grey-robed old man. Since they had become enemies, such a person couldn't be left in the world. "How dare you?" An angry voice seemed to come from the sky. The grey-robed old man only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his body was cold. A snow-white corner of clothes flashed past, and this was the last scene he saw. Xuanke didn't look at the grey-robed old man lying on the ground. He bent down and picked up Gu Xingyin. "Senior brother." Gu Xingyin only felt a warm aura surrounding her. The familiar feeling made her feel extremely at ease, and she fell asleep with ease. Chapter 97. When Xian Ku saw his junior sister covered in blood, his heart, which had always been calm, actually started to panic. He was afraid that he was a step too late. Fortunately, he hugged the person in his arms. Fortunately, the situation wasn't too bad. He turned around and his indifferent eyes swept across the dumbfounded crowd. Sword! Sword Saint! Someone couldn't help but cry out in a low voice. To be able to kill a sword saint without even drawing his sword, who else could it be but a sword saint? Xuanke ignored these people and turned to leave with Gu Xingyin in his arms. These people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, especially those who had participated in the siege of Gu Xingyin. They were secretly happy that they had escaped. Who knew that in the next moment, a sword light that seemed to be able to cover the sky would descend? Xuanke's words resounded in everyone's hearts. Those who hurt my junior sister will pay with blood. One after another, blood-curdling screams came from all directions. None of those who had participated in the siege of Gu Xingyin were spared. Bai Xinya couldn't help but shiver. Her gaze drifted in the direction that Xuanke had left. A sword saint. Was he so powerful? If someone could protect her like this. She lowered her eyes, hiding the desire in them. When Gu Xingyin woke up, she felt pain all over her body. System, can I apply to block out the pain? She discussed with the system. The system was unwilling to cooperate. The system has warned the host before to stop dangerous actions. This will lead to extremely serious consequences, even the death of the host's physical body in this world. Since the host didn't listen to the advice, then you must be prepared to suffer. For some reason, Gu Xingyin could hear the concern in the system's words. She begged for mercy. All right, I'll be careful next time. Being careful, not guaranteeing that it wouldn't happen again. Gu Xingyin thought that there were some things that could not be avoided just because one knew the consequences. After all, the system was just an artificial intelligence. It couldn't understand Gu Xingyin's subtext. Moreover, the host's performance had always been excellent. The naive system was quickly coaxed into forgiving Gu Xingyin. Junior sister, you're awake. Xuanke came in with a tray in his hands. Senior brother. Gu Xingyin looked at him with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Since you're awake, drink the medicine. Xuanke ignored him and got up to leave. Senior brother. Gu Xingyin quickly grabbed his sleeve. Xuanke looked at her with half-closed eyes. Senior brother, are you angry? Gu Xingyin said with certainty. Xuanke looked at his junior sister carefully. He didn't even notice that the little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade had grown so big without him noticing. His junior sister took after martial uncle Ling Xiao. She was usually silent and looked at everyone with a cold expression. Only when she was with him would she occasionally show the little temper of an ordinary girl. But that lively junior sister was now pale. Her lips were red without a trace of blood. When he saw her, she was kneeling on the ground weakly. He didn't know if she was dead or alive. No one knew how flustered he was at that time. Xuanke looked at Gu Xingyin's confused expression and the nameless anger in his heart suddenly flared up. Why would senior brother be angry? What is senior brother angry about? Angry that you're still holding on despite your injuries? Angry that you're so capable that you can fight 3 sword emperors and a sword venerable alone? Or angry that you've only been out for a few short months and you've gotten yourself into this state? He pried away Gu Xingyin's hand that was grabbing onto his sleeve one by one, but was blocked by Gu Xingyin's other hand. I was wrong, senior brother. Gu Xingyin obediently admitted her mistake. She looked at Xuanke eagerly. Her clear eyes were filled with his figure. Looking at Gu Xingyin like this, Xuanke suddenly felt his anger dissipate. Chapter 98. Gu Xingyin stayed at Xuanke's Lingyun Peak for a long time. Xuanke didn't allow her to leave until all her injuries were healed. She took the time to go to Lingxiao Peak and gave the Taisui fungus to her master. Venerable Lingxiao just shook his head. My swordsmanship has reached the extreme. My only chance of survival is to make another breakthrough. Otherwise, I'll just struggle at death's door for a few hundred years. Gu Xingyin felt bitter in her heart. She smiled. With master's attainments in swordsmanship, you'll definitely make a breakthrough. Venerable Ling Xiao looked at his only disciple with a gentle gaze. The only thing I'm worried about is you. However, I've already asked your senior brother to take care of you. He'll take good care of you. His words indicated that he was prepared for the worst. Gu Xingyin had been depressed since she returned from Lingxiao Peak. Xuanke knew that she was worried about martial uncle. Life and death are up to fate. Martial uncle has already accepted it. Junior sister, why do you have to be so stubborn? A swordsman must have the determination to face everything head-on. Gu Xingyin understood this logic. Although she could accept it rationally, she couldn't get used to it so quickly emotionally. After all, ever since she came to this world, Ling Xiao was her master and family. He had accompanied and taught her for 10 years. Xuanke also knew that other than his junior sister herself, no one else could do anything. Xuanke suggested that Gu Xingyin start teaching in the Stellar Sword sect. With her identity as a sword emperor, it was more than enough to teach ordinary swordsman disciples. Xuanke just wanted Gu Xingyin to find something to distract her. Since he mentioned it to the Star River sect master, it was naturally impossible for him to refuse. When Bai Xinya returned to her small courtyard, she happened to hear a few outer disciples who lived in the same courtyard talking. I heard that she's a sword emperor. In terms of seniority, she's our great-grandmaster. When the female disciples saw Bai Xinya enter, they all stopped talking and did not say anything else. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Bai Xinya felt extremely wronged in the face of undisguised isolation. Her heart ached, and tears welled up in her eyes. Oh, don't you cry. One of the female disciples with a fiery temper said directly, if those inner sect senior brothers see this, they will definitely think that we bullied you again. This crime is not something that we, as mere outer sect disciples, can bear. Bai Xinya choked and held back the tears that were about to flow out of her eyes. Seeing that none of them had the intention to talk to her, she could only silently walk back to her room. Bah! Who are you pretending to be weak all day long? The woman who spoke earlier said disdainfully. Another female disciple said, don't those senior brothers like this type? They complain to each other. There were very few female swordsmen in the first place. Those who chose to become swordsmen were all determined people. Naturally, they didn't like Bai Xinya's tearful attitude. Moreover, they didn't treat Bai Xinya like this in the beginning. But later, they slowly realized that as long as they talked about something in the courtyard, the entire outer sect would know about it within a day. Later, when they found out that it was Bai Xinya's doing, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. When they found Bai Xinya, she was still looking at them with pure and innocent eyes. There's nothing that can't be told. Senior sisters, you didn't talk about anything bad. Their courtyard had become the joke of the outer sect. Chapter 99. Starnet Sword Sect's Sword Discourse Hall. Zhao Ximing woke up very early today because he had heard the news a few days ago that a grandmaster would be teaching the disciples in the Sword Discourse Hall. Perhaps those who had taken an elder as their master wouldn't care about the teachings of a sword emperor. But for these inner sect disciples who hadn't taken a master yet, it was a rare opportunity. Not to mention those outer sect disciples with ordinary aptitude. However, although he had arrived early, when he arrived at the Sword Discourse Hall, he found that the best seats had already been occupied. It turned out that there were even more people who had arrived earlier than him. Zhao Ximing saw Bai Xinya in the crowd with a glance. Her seat was extremely close to the front. It was impossible for a mere outer sect disciple like her to occupy such a seat. Zhao Ximing's eyes swept to the side, and as expected, he saw a male disciple dressed in inner sect disciple attire sitting beside Bai Xinya. Zhao Ximing recognized this person. He was among the inner sect disciples this year, a genius with an 8th level sword heart. The two of them were intimate, and their relationship could be seen at a glance. Zhao Ximing smiled coldly. Since that day in the wilderness when he was reminded by that unknown senior, he began to secretly observe Bai Xinya. The more he knew, the colder his heart became. He also deeply felt that he was simply blind to be so devoted to Baishinya before. That woman was clearly dragging him along. While maintaining an intimate relationship with him, she even maintained an ambiguous relationship with several inner and outer sect disciples at the same time. He even saw an outer sect disciple who had been abandoned by Baishinya. After Baishinya realized that he was of no use to her, Baishinya's face immediately changed. That outer sect disciple was unwilling to give up and continued to pester her. He was directly beaten half to death by Baishinya's pursuers. During the entire process, Baishinya only hid behind others, pretending that she couldn't bear to see blood. She didn't open her mouth to plead for that outer sect disciple. This kind of woman wasn't weak and pitiful at all. She was clearly selfish and cold to the extreme. After that, Zhao Ximing distanced himself from Baishinya. If he continued to be with her, he wouldn't even know how he died one day. Zhao Ximing came back to his senses, and found that all the seats in the Sword Discourse Hall had been taken. There were even many people who stood outside the door because they had no seats. "She's here," he heard someone say. Zhao Ximing subconsciously looked up as if a cold fragrance had brushed past his body. He was stunned. It's actually her. Zhao Ximing recognized at a glance that the white-robed woman sitting at the head of the table was the senior who had saved his life in the wilderness that day. No one would forget a person like Gu Xingyin after a single glance. So, she was actually his great ancestor. Baishinya also recognized Gu Xingyin. Unlike Zhao Ximing's mixed feelings, when she saw Gu Xingyin, her heart was full of uneasiness and fear. This woman was actually her great ancestor. She felt uneasy in her heart. She had met her twice before. The first time, this great ancestor master had clearly expressed her dislike for her. The second time, she was standing with the people who had besieged her. Although it could be said that one who didn't know was not guilty, if this great ancestor were to label her as disrespectful to the elders of the sect, she, Baishinya, could only admit defeat. Gu Xingyin naturally also saw Baishinya. However, she only glanced at her briefly before moving her gaze away. As long as this woman didn't provoke her, Gu Xingyin, who only wanted to complete her mission, didn't have the extra effort to deal with her. Chapter 100. Baishinya saw that Gu Xingyin's eyes fell on her and quickly moved away, as if she didn't know her. She breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this great ancestor didn't recognize her. But at the same time, a sense of unwillingness emerged from her heart. This great ancestor looked at her as if she were looking at ants. Isn't she just extremely talented and worshipped a good master? We're all human beings. Why does she look down on me? If Gu Xingyin could hear her heart, she would tell her, "Girl, you really think too much. Gu Weixin is like this. She doesn't have any extra feelings when she looks at anyone." What's more, everyone was looked at by Gu Xingyin, but only she, Gu Xingyin, thought that she looked down on him. There was a Buddha in her heart, and all she saw was Buddha. After all, Gu Xingyin was a sword emperor powerhouse. It was not difficult for her to teach a group of ordinary swordsmen. What's more, she had knowledge beyond this world in her mind. Her teaching style was different from the other elders of the Star Luo sword sect. She omitted those obscure chants and expressed her understanding of swordsmanship in a more simple and clear way. She even helped those swordsmen to answer their doubts. There was no doubt that her lectures were extremely popular among these disciples. The morning passed quickly. Gu Xingyin was about to get up and leave when she suddenly felt a familiar breath. Her expression changed, and she walked out of the door. Sure enough, she saw Xuanke waiting on one side. "Senior brother, why are you here?" Seeing her lover, Gu Xingyin's face was obviously softer. At this time, the disciples of the Sword Discussion Hall didn't leave. They admired this great ancestor, but they were also frozen by the cold air around her. At this moment, seeing that this cold great ancestor was no longer releasing cold air, they were curious about who she was and how she could have such ability. When they heard Gu Xingyin's address, they were all stunned. "Senior brother." It was said that this martial ancestor had become the disciple of one of the two grand elders in the sect, the sword saint elder Ling Xiao. However, he had never heard of this grand elder having other disciples. Others, including the sect master, had to address Gu Xingyin as grandmaster in terms of seniority. Wait a minute. There was one more person. Lingyun Peak, which was next to Lingxiao Peak, also had a grand elder. For a moment, everyone looked at Xuanke with burning eyes. Bai Xinya was no exception. That was a sword saint. Bai Xinya's eyes flickered. If this sword saint expert could take a liking to her, who in the Star Azura sword sect, or even the sky below Great World, would dare to look down on her? What's more, this grand elder was so good-looking. Bai Xinya secretly blushed. She suddenly stood up and walked towards Gu Xingyin and Xuanke. Xuanke was talking to his junior sister when he sensed someone approaching. He glanced at Bai Xinya, feeling slightly impatient. Who was this person? How could she be so unruly? Gu Xingyin also saw Bai Xinya. She was rather curious. What was this woman up to now? Bai Xinya walked gracefully in front of the two and bowed. Disciple Bai Xinya pays respect to the two seniors. Her voice carried a natural charm, and her watery eyes looked at Xuanke affectionately. At this moment, Gu Xingyin knew what she was thinking. She had actually set her sights on her lover. Gu Xingyin did not say anything, but waited to see how Xuanke would react. Xuanke frowned. He felt that Bai Xinya's gaze was very strange, and felt a little guilty. This kind of thing should not be seen by his junior sister. Chapter 101. He looked at Bai Xinya's expectant eyes. Seeing that his junior sister had no intention of speaking, he asked, "What's the matter?" The smile on Bai Xinya's face became even more charming. She said shyly, "This disciple admires senior's elegance, so I came to pay my respects to senior." In her experience, when a man saw a beautiful girl admiring him, he would definitely be very proud. This grand elder would definitely be interested in her. Bai Xinya couldn't help but smile. However, Xuanke's next words made her smile freeze on her face. "Which peak are you from? You don't know the rules." Xuanke frowned. "You interrupted the conversation between your master and your elders because of this reason." "Who is your master?" Bai Xinya's face turned pale. She didn't expect things to develop like this. She still wanted to say something, but the pressure from Xuanke's body made it hard for her to breathe. She could only respectfully lower her head and say, "This disciple is an outer sect disciple. Currently, I don't have a master." Xuanke nodded. "So you're an outer sect disciple. You lack guidance and don't know etiquette. I don't blame you." His words made Bai Xinya feel so ashamed that she wanted to die. Did he mean that she didn't have a good upbringing? Because Gu Xingyin hadn't left yet, the disciples in the sword discourse hall didn't get up. At this moment, their gazes all fell on Bai Xinya. Bai Xinya's figure was on the verge of collapse. She felt that everyone was laughing at her. Xuanke looked at her and frowned. This kind of behavior, was she a sword cultivator? He glanced at Gu Xingyin, who had a calm expression. "Yes, junior sister is much better." He spread out his divine sense. Elder Xing Shi, who was in charge of the outer sect, was drinking tea in his room. When he heard Xuanke's voice, he was so scared that he almost choked. "Come to the sword discourse hall quickly." He didn't have time to think about what had happened. Without saying a word, he put down the teacup in his hand and came to the sword discourse hall. "Greetings, Venerable Ling Yun." "Greetings, Junior Grand Uncle." Elder Xing Shi bowed to the two of them. Although Gu Xingyin's cultivation level was not as high as his, in terms of seniority, she was his martial grandaunt. Not to mention, the 18-year-old sword emperor. Elder Xing Shi clearly understood that it was only a matter of time before young martial granduncle became a sword venerable, or even a sword great master. In fact, it was extremely likely that he would enter the legendary realm. He was sincerely convinced by this salute. Xuanke said indifferently, are you in charge of the outer sect disciples? Although he's not your personal disciple, you should still teach him some etiquette and what he should and shouldn't do. Elder Xing Shi was confused. He glanced at Bai Xinya who was standing on the side. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he could guess that this disciple had angered the two people in front of him. No matter how he was going to deal with it, it was more important to apologize first. He hurriedly said, "It's my fault for being negligent in my management. Please forgive me, junior grand uncle." Seeing enlightened Master Xing Shi's attitude, Xuanke didn't say much. He pulled Gu Xingyin and left. Elder Xing Shi respectfully watched the two of them leave. He looked at Bai Xinya who was standing on the side with an aggrieved face. His face was as gloomy as water. "Come with me." He pointed at a few outer sect disciples and said, "You guys, come with me. Tell me what happened." After the people involved left, the disciples who were still in the sword discourse hall burst into an uproar. They were discussing what had just happened. Zhao Ximing sneered and left. Chapter 102. Tell me, what happened just now? Elder Xing Shi looked at Bai Xinya with a solemn expression. Bai Xinya could not help but shudder when a sword venerable expert looked at her with such a gaze. She cowered and said, I just admire the elegance of the two martial granduncles and wanted to pay my respects." Elder Xing Shi looked at the two disciples beside him and said, "You two, tell me the whole story. Don't leave out a single word." The two disciples did not dare to hide anything. Elder Xing Shi waved his hand to let them leave. He looked at Bai Xinya. After being in charge of the outer sect for so many years, he had seen all kinds of people. The two martial granduncles, who were focused on cultivation and did not care about worldly affairs, might not be able to see through Bai Xinya's thoughts, but it could not be hidden from him. "I've lived for so many years and have seen many ambitious people, but it's the first time I've seen someone like you." His expression was gloomy. Sword cultivation focuses on the cultivation of the heart. You don't think about improving yourself, and your mind is actually filled with these crooked methods. How can you make any progress on the path of the sword? You should be glad that martial granduncles do not intend to pursue this matter. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Go to Reflection Peak and stay there. Come down when you're in a good mood. Bai Xinya immediately became exhausted. Reflection Peak, as the name suggested, was a place where the disciples of the Stellar Sword sect who had made mistakes reflected on their mistakes. It was bone-chilling and desolate all year round. How could one live such a life? However, no one in the outer sect could change Elder Xing Shi's decision. Gu Xingyin had already returned to Lingyun Peak with Xuanke. Ever since she was injured, she had been staying at Lingyun Peak where Xuanke was at. Now that her injuries were mostly healed, neither of them had the intention to let Gu Xingyin return to Lingshao Peak. However, Venerable Lingshao was in seclusion, so it was better not to disturb him. "Junior sister, why do you keep looking at me?" Xuanke was a little puzzled. Ever since the two of them left the sword discourse hall, his junior sister had been looking at him with a strange expression. Gu Xingyin suddenly had a mischievous thought. "I see that senior brother's face is like jade, your figure is like an orchid, and you are as graceful as an immortal. You can't blame that female disciple for having thoughts about you." Xuanke had never been tormented or teased by anyone before, so he actually blushed for a moment. "Junior martial sister, don't talk nonsense." The system was also looking at Gu Xingyin curiously. It seemed that with the completion of one mission after another, the host's personality seemed to have become more lively. Gu Xingyin suddenly smiled. Xuanke looked up and saw this smile. He always knew that his junior sister was beautiful, but he never thought that his junior sister's smile would be so beautiful. It was as if a beam of light had suddenly broken through the darkness, stunning and dazzling. He inexplicably felt that his heart was beating a little faster when he saw this smile. "Senior brother, you're so handsome. It's normal for girls to admire you. Senior brother, don't be shy." Xuanke didn't answer Gu Xingyin. He looked at his junior sister's smiling face and suddenly asked an inexplicable question. The junior sister's color is better than that of senior brother, and there will be many people who admire junior sister? Gu Xingyin is stuck for a while. Gu Weixin's appearance is really beautiful, but it's too high to reach. There must be people who admire her, but no one dares to say it. Xuanke took her silence as acquiescence. For a moment, he was so upset that he blurted out, "Sword is important. Junior sister is still young. Don't be distracted by this kind of thing." Chapter 103. After that, Gu Xingyin regularly lectured on the way of the sword at the Sword Discourse Hall every few days. The news outside also gradually spread. Not long ago, the Ice Heart Sword Emperor who made a name for herself in the Tianlan continent was actually the martial grandmaster who lectured on the way of the sword for them. Gu Xingyin very clearly felt that the number of disciples coming to the Sword Discourse Hall had increased recently. Moreover, those disciples all looked at her with an expression of worship. For some reason, Xuanke would come to the Sword Discourse Hall every day after she finished lecturing on the way of the sword to bring her back to Lingyun Peak. Until one day, the system suddenly sent a message to Gu Xingyin. Bai Xinya and Shi Lufeng actually appeared together in the Phoenix Perching Valley in the southern region of the Tianlan Great World. Gu Xingyin, who knew the original plot, naturally knew that this Phoenix Perching Valley was clearly an active volcano. This was where Bai Xinya was poisoned by the fire poison. Bai Xinya was currently reflecting on her mistakes at Reflection Peak. How did she run to Phoenix Perching Valley? Before Gu Xingyin could ask, she received the system's order. "You want me to go to Phoenix Perching Valley and stop Bai Xinya from obtaining the fiery eye-flowing serum?" Gu Xingyin asked. To be honest, ever since Gu Xingyin started accepting missions, the system almost never asked her to carry out any missions. Suddenly giving such an order made her feel a little curious. The system didn't know the twists and turns in Gu Xingyin's mind. It said methodically, "The fiery eye-flowing serum's effect is to cleanse the marrow and temper the heart of the sword. Bai Xinya's goal is to use the fiery eye-flowing serum to raise her aptitude. The system has detected that Bai Xinya's malice towards the host is 70%. Current status towards the host, hostile. It's very likely that she will pose a threat to the host. The system has the responsibility to eliminate dangerous factors for the host. Therefore, the host must stop Bai Xinya from obtaining the fiery eye-flowing serum." Gu Xingyin nodded and suddenly asked, "I don't think I have offended Bai Xinya. Why does she hate me?" The system said, analyzing. Analysis failed. The human heart is too complicated, the system cannot analyze Bai Xinya's psychological changes. Gu Xingyin, listening to the system's serious answer, "I suddenly feel like laughing." Since there was a mission, Gu Xingyin naturally had to complete it. She went to Xuanke's residence and told him the purpose of her visit. "You want to go to the Phoenix Perching Valley?" Xuanke frowned. "It's hot there all year round and not a single blade of grass grows there. What's there to see? I've had some enlightenment during this period of time, and I'm about to go into seclusion for a period of time. Why don't I go with you in a few days?" Gu Xingyin thought to herself, by the time you come out of seclusion, the fiery eye-flowing serum would already be in Bai Xinya's hands. She shook her head, "Senior brother, I'm just bored and want to go out for a walk. Don't worry, I promise I won't go out and cause trouble this time. I'm a sword cultivator at the Sword Emperor realm after all. I have the ability to protect myself." Xuanke had no choice but to say, "Then you have to be safe. If there's anything, you must contact me immediately." Gu Xingyin nodded. She was about to leave when Xuanke suddenly called out to her. Seeing his junior sister looking at him with some doubt, Xuanke only felt his face heat up slightly. "Junior sister, you're inexperienced in the world. Don't be deceived by others outside. Especially when I heard that many men will use flowery words to coax beautiful women." Gu Xingyin heard this and could not maintain her facial expression for a moment. She burst out laughing. "I know, senior brother. Don't worry, I won't even look at those who aren't as good-looking as you." Chapter 104. Hot. This was the only feeling Gu Xingyin had when she stood in this phoenix-perching valley. As the Sword Emperor, she should be immune to both heat and cold. But in this place, she still felt the shocking heat. No wonder it was a place that could give birth to a treasure like the fiery eye liquid. The volcanoes in Qing Shiji's world that she had experienced before couldn't be compared to this at all. The system only gave her the task of stopping Bai Xinya from getting the fiery eye liquid. As for how to do it, there were no requirements. Actually, Gu Xingyin had the simplest way to eliminate Bai Xinya's threat to her, kill her. But she didn't think of doing so. Firstly, Bai Xinya had that white lotus halo. According to the system, it had the effect of increasing luck. It was hard to say whether it could take her life. Secondly, Gu Xingyin herself wasn't willing to do so. She was a created human and had always cherished life. If Bai Xinya didn't really do anything to her, she couldn't indulge herself to kill someone who only had evil intentions towards her. At this time, Bai Xinya was still on the way to the Phoenix-perching Valley with Shi Lufeng. Although the Phoenix-perching Valley could give birth to the legendary fiery eye liquid, the chance of it being born was really too small. It might not even appear once in 1,000 years. So usually, other than some people who occasionally came here to try their luck, not many people would keep watch here. When Gu Xingyin arrived, there were only 2 people here. One was unexpectedly an acquaintance. It was Zhao Ximing, an inner disciple of the Star-Gathering Sword sect whose life she had once saved. Great-Grand Martial Uncle. Zhao Ximing was clearly very happy to see Gu Xingyin. He glanced at Gu Xingyin and suddenly said in a low voice, "Great-Grand Martial Uncle, please come with me." Gu Xingyin followed him to one side. Only then did Zhao Ximing look at her, "Martial Grand Aunt, it would be best for you to conceal your appearance. After all, you are now a rather famous person in the great sky below world. It would be very easy for people to connect you to your identity. This time, I have received definite news. On the 15th of this month, when the moon is at its fullest, there will be fire eye oozing magma appearing in the Phoenix-perching Valley. In order to avoid being targeted, it is better for Martial Granduncle to conceal it." He looked at Gu Xingyin with a sincere gaze. Gu Xingyin was surprised. "Such important news, you actually told me, are you not afraid that I have other thoughts?" Zhao Ximing smiled wryly, "With your 10th order sword heart, what's the use of this fire eye liquid? Moreover." He looked seriously at Gu Xingyin. This disciple believes that Martial Granduncle is definitely not that kind of person. Gu Xingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that she had met an admirer. However, she glanced at Zhao Ximing. She found this person pleasing to the eye. If she obtained the fire eye liquid, it wouldn't be bad to give him a favor. Since Zhao Ximing was so sure that the fire eye liquid would appear, presumably Bai Xinya and the others had also received the same news. In the next few days, Gu Xingyin and Zhao Ximing quietly waited for the arrival of the 15th. Occasionally, they would send a message to Xuanke, indicating that they were all well. Soon, Bai Xinya and Shi Lufeng arrived. Gu Xingyin glanced at them. Shi Lufeng, as the young master of the Shitian Pavilion, definitely wouldn't come alone. A sword emperor and a sword venerable. It seemed that Shi Lufeng was indeed favored. She didn't feel that after her identity was exposed, the people of the Shitian Pavilion would still dare to make a move against her. Unless, they could bear the anger of the 2 sword saints of the star-scattered sword sect. Chapter 105. Bai Xinya also saw Zhao Ximing. She was a little uneasy, afraid that Zhao Ximing would come to her. Since catching up with Shi Lufeng, she has been alienated from Zhao Ximing and others. Of course, she doesn't think it's because Shi Lufeng's temper is too overbearing, but she feels that she has found true love. In fact, she thinks too much. Zhao Ximing doesn't mean to pay attention to her at all. Instead, Bai Xinya looks at Gu Xingyin. Because of the cloak, she didn't recognize who Gu Xingyin is. Looking at Zhao Ximing's attentive appearance to her, she thought it was his new love. Thinking of this possibility, she was unhappy again. She felt that she thought she treated Zhao Ximing with sincerity. Unexpectedly, she found a new person so quickly, which made her feel betrayed. She completely forgot that there was a Shi Lufeng standing beside her. The more Bai Xinya thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. She got up and walked to Zhao Ximing. "Brother Zhao, long time no see." Zhao Ximing nodded coldly. That Shi Lufeng stood beside Bai Xinya, just like a flower protector. Looking at Zhao Ximing's expression is very alert. Gu Xingyin is suddenly curious. What happened to the original body Gu Weixin? She gave up so many excellent pursuers and looked at Shi Lufeng in this man. "Brother Zhao, are you here for the fire eye?" As soon as Bai Xinya said this, the eyes around all looked over. Zhao Ximing once again scolded himself for being blind at the beginning. He actually liked such a brainless woman. Can such words be said casually? Seeing that Zhao Ximing didn't speak, Bai Xinya suddenly bit her lip. "I'm also here for the fire eye." "Brother Zhao, your sword heart level is so high that you certainly don't need it. Can you give it to me?" Before Zhao Ximing could refuse, Gu Xingyin on the side spoke. "No." Bai Xinya only felt that the voice sounded familiar, but she didn't think about it. "Who are you? What right do you have to answer my question on behalf of Senior Marshal Brother Zhao?" Bai Xinya was not as gentle towards Gu Xingyin, who was also a woman. At this time, Zhao Ximing recovered from the shock of the goddess speaking up for him. Hearing that the goddess was being questioned, he immediately said bluntly, "Her opinion is my opinion. It just so happens that I also need the fiery eye fluid. Let's just rely on our own abilities." Bai Xinya looked at Zhao Ximing in disbelief. "Senior Brother Zhao, you weren't like this before." Zhao Ximing silently said in his heart, "I think so too. I must have been possessed by the devil in the past." Shi Lufeng was already impatient. He put his arm around Bai Xinya's waist and looked at Zhao Ximing and Gu Xingyin in disdain. "Xinya, don't worry. I promise that the fiery eye liquid will be yours." Bai Xinya looked at the two experts standing behind him and smiled sweetly, nestling in his arms obediently. At this time, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose sharply. Zhao Ximing and the others were fine, but Bai Xinya screamed. Her exposed skin couldn't withstand the high temperature, and a string of blisters appeared on it. "I'm afraid that the fiery eye liquid is about to be born." Gu Xingyin glanced at Zhao Ximing. The two nodded and rushed towards the depths of Phoenix Perching Valley. "You guys go in too. You must bring the fiery eye liquid back." Shi Lufeng comforted Bai Xinya and turned to order the two experts behind him. Chapter 106. Gu Xingyin and Zhao Ximing were the first to act. The system was confident, "Host, don't worry. Under the same conditions, your chances of obtaining the treasure are higher than anyone else." The saying that the protagonist is favored by the laws of the world is not without reason. The truth was just as the system had said. While the others were still fretting over whether or not the magma had appeared, Zhao Ximing had already followed Gu Xingyin all the way to the place where the magma was flowing out of the Eye of Fire. Zhao Ximing said joyfully, "Rumor has it that the fire eye flowing lava is extremely hard to find. Normally, it would take 10 days to half a month to find it. I didn't think that our luck would be so good this time, to actually obtain this item on the first day." Gu Xingyin could only maintain her smile. Zhao Ximing carefully took out a palm-sized white jade bottle. Gu Xingyin could tell at a glance that this was made of cold jade. It seemed that Zhao Ximing had made a lot of preparations for this fire eye flowing lava. The entire pool of fiery eye liquid was actually completely filled by this small bottle that was no more than an inch long. Zhao Ximing carefully put away the bottle. After hesitating, he said to Gu Xingyin, "Elder, this fire eye flowing lava." Gu Xingyin had already opened her mouth to interrupt him. "I have no use for this fire eye flowing lava, you can keep it." Zhao Ximing was a bit ashamed. He originally planned to ask Gu Xingyin to see if she could give this to him. After all, one portion of fire eye flowing lava could only be used by one person. He really needed this item. He didn't think that she had the idea to give it to him from the start. Gu Xingxing knew what he was thinking from his appearance. She said, I originally came here to see the legendary scenery of the Phoenix Perching Valley. Encountering the fire flowing lava was just a coincidence. You don't have to feel guilty. Seeing this, Zhao Ximing didn't say anything else. He solemnly bowed towards Gu Xingyin. Disciple thanks Grand Marshal Uncle for his kindness. If there is a chance in the future, disciple will do his best to repay. Gu Xingyin didn't take this promise seriously, but Zhao Ximing remembered it in his heart. Now that everyone is looking for the fiery eye liquid, let's leave this place quickly. It's only been a day. No one will believe that we've already obtained something, Gu Xingyin said. Zhao Ximing nodded. Sure enough, when the two of them arrived at the exit of the Phoenix Perching Valley, they saw the forces of the Washing Heavens Pavilion guarding there. It seemed that they had already planned to forcefully seize the fiery eye-flowing plasma even if they didn't find it. Junior sister, I wonder why Master called us back in such a hurry. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to wait for the flowing flame plasma to appear. Who would have thought that before we even started looking for it, it would already be discovered by a sect? When the guard at the door saw the two of them in a hurry, it seemed like they really did have something urgent to attend to. In addition, the fiery eye lava had just appeared, so it was impossible for it to be found so quickly. He didn't question them in detail and just let them go. Gu Xingyin heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was not afraid of a fight, it would inevitably delay time. If she attracted the attention of the venerable sword master, it would not be so easy to escape. I'm preparing to return to the sect and go into seclusion. I wonder if Great Grand Marshal Uncle is alright? Gu Xingyin's mission was already completed. She nodded, I'm also preparing to return to the sect. The two of them didn't delay. Almost as soon as they returned to the sect, they heard the bounty issued by the Washing Heavens Pavilion. Whoever could cure the fire poison, the Washing Heavens Pavilion would treat them with a position of worship. Gu Xingyin understood. It seemed that Bai Xinya still couldn't avoid the original plot. Chapter 107. Clap. Shi Lufeng looked at Yi Shiwen, not looking at the cup on the ground, and roared, all of you are useless. Isn't it just a fire poison, and no one can cure it? Lufeng, ah. I'm in pain. Bai Xinya's cry of pain came from the inner room. Shi Lufeng hurried into the room and saw Bai Xinya tossing and turning on the bed. Her whole body's skin showed an abnormal flush, and it felt scorching hot to the touch. Bai Xinya saw Shi Lufeng come in and couldn't help but shout, Lufeng. Lufeng, save me. Shi Lufeng saw Bai Xinya in this state, and his heart was in great pain. Bai Xinya's head drooped down weakly. Shi Lufeng withdrew his hand from her nape and went out. He really loved her. There had never been a woman who could make him feel this way. Young master. At this time, a follower behind him hesitantly opened his mouth. What's the matter? Just say it. The follower hesitated for a long time, but still said, I heard that there is a way to cure this fire poison, and it requires the blood essence of someone who has the ice soul sword heart. Blood essence was the most essential part of spirit. It was undoubtedly an extremely important existence for sword cultivators. Not to mention the most precious blood essence. Shi Liufeng's eyes darkened. Everyone in the world knows that only the Ice Soul Sword Heart of Star Luo Sword Sect has the Ice Soul Sword Heart, the direct disciple of Venerable Ling Shao. Are you asking me to offend a sword saint expert? Star Luo Sword Sect would never agree to use half of the blood essence of an 18-year-old sword emperor expert to save an outer disciple. The follower hurriedly knelt on the ground in fear. I've only heard of this matter. I don't have any other thoughts. All right. Get up. Don't mention this matter to anyone else. The follower left trembling with fear. Shi Lufeng stood alone in the same place, slowly sinking into deep thought. On this side, Gu Xingyin already knew that Bai Xinya had been poisoned by the fire poison. She knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Shi Lufeng would soon know the way to cure it, and in the end, he would still target her. Gu Xingyin had to admit that Shi Lufeng really loved Bai Xinya to the bone. But this couldn't be a reason for him to wantonly hurt others for Bai Xinya. Gu Xingyin decided to give them a big gift. The next day, a piece of news. It was said that the lover of Shi Lufeng, the young master of the Washing Heavens Pavilion, was poisoned by fire, and the only antidote was the blood essence of the Ice Heart Sword Empress of the Star-Gathering Sword Sect. As soon as the rumor came out, gossiping, everyone waited. Mainly, both were too famous. Although Shi Lufeng Pavilion could be considered a big force in the Great Sky Billow world, compared to Star Luo Sword Sect, there was still a big gap. Needless to say, Ice Soul Sword Heart made a big name for herself in the Great Sky Billow world a long time ago, and then exposed her identity in the swamp battle. She turned out to be the personal disciple of Star Luo Sword Sect Sword Saint Expert, Venerable Ling Xiao, an 18-year-old sword emperor, a peerless genius born with the Ice Soul Sword Heart. Shi Lufeng's face was livid. He had obviously concealed this matter very well. Who on earth leaked the news? In this way, if Xinya's fire poison was cured or something happened to Ice Soul Sword Heart, everyone's first suspect would be Shi Lufeng Pavilion. Gu Xingyin smiled slightly. I wonder if you're satisfied with this gift. Chapter 108. When Xianku arrived, he just happened to see the sly smile on his junior sister's face. He only felt that his junior sister was really cute like this. He sat down beside Gu Xingyin. I heard a piece of news recently. Gu Xingyin tilted her head to look at him. Xuanke said, it's about you. It said that someone has been poisoned by fire and needs your heart's blood to detoxify the poison. He seemed to be afraid that Gu Xingyin would be worried, so he added, Junior sister, don't worry. Those people can forget about this matter. The blood of a swordsman is very important. Besides, why would my junior sister sacrifice herself for a mere stranger? Don't worry, with me here, you don't have to worry. Gu Xingyin looked at him and smiled. Yes, with you here, I'm not afraid. Xuanke's face turned red again. The next day, Gu Xingyin was giving a lecture in the Sword Discourse Hall. When she was leaving, she met Zhao Ximing. What's the matter? Gu Xingyin asked. Zhao Ximing said earnestly, I received news recently that Bai Xinya seems to have been poisoned by fire and needs. He glanced at Gu Xingyin. Your blood is needed to cure her. That Shi Lufeng has always been lawless. Great Grandmaster, you must be careful. Gu Xingyin nodded. I already know about this. When Xianku arrived, he saw his junior apprentice sister, who had always been cold and emotionless, standing together with a man wearing the robes of an inner disciple. The two of them were extremely close to each other, and looking at junior apprentice sister's expression, the two of them seemed to be very familiar with each other. He didn't know why, but he remembered the conversation he had with his junior sister before. With his junior sister's charm, she must have many admirers in the sect. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable anger rose in his heart. Junior sister. He quickly walked to Gu Xingyin's side. Zhao Ximing recognized this Lingyun venerable and quickly bowed to him. Senior brother, you're here. Xuanke looked at Zhao Ximing. And this is? Zhao Ximing only felt that Xuanke was looking at him. His eyes were very calm, but he felt as if there was a heavy pressure coming towards him. In just a moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. He tried his best to straighten his back and not lose his composure. Seeing this, Xuanke's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. However, in the next second, when he thought of how close his junior sister was to him, his heart immediately became even more unhappy. Gu Xingyin did not notice his thoughts and only said, his name is Zhao Ximing. When Xuanke saw that his junior sister's expression didn't change at all when she mentioned Zhao Ximing, he felt a little better. He said, I have something to talk to you about. Come with me. Gu Xingyin followed Xuanke to Lingyun Peak. What is it, senior brother? Xuanke was speechless. He just wanted Gu Xingyin to stay away from Zhao Ximing. What was there to talk about? Your martial uncle Ling Zhao's disciple. In terms of seniority, in the Star Gauze Sword Sect, except for me, everyone else is your junior. Junior sister, no matter how much those disciples admire you, it's impossible for you two to be together. Gu Xingyin was confused. Senior brother's strange words, what did he mean? While she was thinking, she suddenly looked up and saw Schwanka's expression. For a moment, she had an idea. Senior brother, could it be that you're enlightened? Gu Xingyin was secretly delighted, but she did not show it on her face as if she did not understand what he meant. She nodded obediently and said, I understand. If I want to find a Taoist companion, I will consider a disciple from another sect. Schwanka felt as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head. What did junior sister mean? As long as he thought about how his junior sister, who only knew how to smile and call him senior brother, would one day snuggle in the arms of another man and smile at him like a flower, he felt an endless killing intent in his heart. He looked at Gu Xingyin with a heavy expression. I forbid it. Chapter 109. Gu Xingyin raised her head. She didn't seem to understand why her normally gentle senior apprentice brother was suddenly so angry. She was a little uneasy. What's wrong, senior apprentice brother? Did I say something wrong? Could it be that the people outside can't do it? Schwanka looked at his normally cold junior apprentice sister who was surprised and uneasy because of his words. Her seductive red lips opened and closed, as if waiting for someone to pluck them. A thought that he had never had before suddenly surged in his heart. This thought came too suddenly and too violently. He couldn't control himself, and he didn't want to control himself. So he followed his heart. This kiss came too suddenly. The second before Gu Xingyin was kissed, she was still complaining to the system, if I knew that being jealous was so useful, I would have used it long ago. After that, she fell into a daze. Schwanka's kiss was completely different from his gentle appearance. His right hand tightly held Gu Xingyin's waist, his left hand holding the back of her head, not giving her any chance to escape. She could only weakly put her hands on his shoulders and softly fall into his arms. After the kiss, Schwanka's hand on Gu Xingyin's waist did not let go. He looked at his junior apprentice sister who was half leaning in his arms with a bright red face and slightly panting. The doubts that had been tangled in his heart for a while were solved. So, he actually had this kind of feeling towards his junior apprentice sister. No wonder he would miss her when he didn't see her for a few days, and would feel uncomfortable when he saw her being intimate with other men. He lowered his head and pecked Gu Xingyin's lips again, saying in an incomparably solemn voice, No, the disciples of the sect can't do it, and the people outside can't do it either. Other than senior apprentice brother, no one can be your Tao companion. Gu Xingyin blushed. Even though they were already an old married couple, hearing such overbearing words of love, her face would still heat up. Seeing that his junior sister seemed to be stunned by his words, Schwanka looked at her with a smile, patiently waiting for her response. Gu Xingyin only regained her senses after a long while. She stared blankly at her senior brother, as if she was frightened. Then, her cheeks slowly turned red. Even her white jade-like earlobes were dyed with a layer of pink. Then, she pushed Schwanka away with all her might and ran away. Xian Ku, however, began to smile slowly. Looking at his junior sister's reaction, it was clear that she had feelings for him. At this time, Gu Xingyin was sitting alone. She was in a very good mood and asked some questions that she usually did not dare to ask. System, how many missions do I need to complete? If she didn't do the quest, would she never see him again? What would happen if I stopped doing quests? Will it be destroyed? She asked. The system paused for a moment, as if it was looking for an answer. After a while, it said, there is no limit to the number of missions you can complete in the 3,000 worlds under Master's control. The target that the host inquired about could not be found. Last question, the host can rest assured. You are Master's most perfect creation, so you will not be abandoned. Although she did not get the answer she wanted, Gu Xingyin still felt relieved. No matter what, to be able to meet him in the quests was already a blessing that others could not ask for. Gu Xingyin was in a very good mood. The wind by the cliff was also very comfortable. She actually fell asleep here unknowingly. When Schwanka came over, he saw his junior sister who was sleeping soundly. His gentle gaze wandered around her face for a moment. Then, He bent over and picked her up. Gu Xingyin felt the familiar embrace in a daze. She only rubbed against his chest, let out a few meaningless murmurs, and fell asleep again. Seeing that his junior sister trusted him so much, Xuanca's expression became even more gentle. Chapter 110. Gu Xingyin slept very well. Ever since she came to this world, sword cultivators could meditate to recover their energy. It was very rare for her to fall into a complete sleep like this. Xuanca was reading with his back to her. Gu Xingyin's heart skipped a beat. She quietly stood up, ready to give him a scare. She really hadn't woken up yet. How sharp were the five senses of a sword saint? As soon as Gu Xingyin woke up, Xuanca noticed the change in her breathing. Thus, Gu Xingyin, who tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, was easily pulled into the man's arms. Senior martial brother. Gu Xingyin was clearly not used to it. She looked at Xuanca shyly. How could he have known that she would look like this? She had just woken up and her hair and clothes were a bit messy. Her eyes were also misty. The corners of her eyes and nose were bright red. Her neck revealed a trace of delicate collarbone. Xuanca's eyes darkened. He suppressed the angry thoughts in his heart and said to Gu Xingyin, "When martial uncle comes out of seclusion, I will go and ask for junior martial sister's hand in marriage. When I get his approval, I will go to the Gu clan to give the betrothal gifts. Martial uncle will preside over our marriage." Although Gu Xingyin was a bit uncomfortable, she still nodded. When Venerable Ling Xiao found out about this, he was very happy. He didn't have long to live. The only thing he was worried about was this female disciple of his. He had seen Xuanca's character and strength. As her master, he was naturally happy to see them become Dao companions. After his master agreed, it was time to go to the clan. "Junior martial sister, you go back to the clan first. In the future, I will ask martial uncle to make the decision and personally go to the Gu clan to give the betrothal gifts," Xuanca said to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin nodded. She knew that this was the custom of this world. Xuanca personally sent junior martial sister to the Stellar Sword Sex Mountain Gate. He was looking forward to their next meeting. At that time, his junior sister would be his rightful and proper person. At this moment, Xuanca had never imagined that meeting his junior sister again would not be the beautiful scene he had expected. At that time, he even wanted to destroy the world to vent the hatred in his heart. Gu Xingyin had sent a message to her family in advance. She did not have much affection for the Gu clan. After all, other than living in the Gu clan when she was 8 years old, she had not returned to her original body for more than 10 years. "Someone." Gu Xingyin stopped. "Come out," she said indifferently. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Xingyin. "Little girl, you have sharp senses." The figure laughed strangely. Gu Xingyin had already unsheathed her long sword. She could feel the strength of the person in front of her. He was probably not someone she could withstand. When the black-robed man saw her appearance, he did not care at all. "A sword emperor who is not even 20 years old, you are indeed talented, as expected of the 10th level Ice Soul Sword Heart. But you are unlucky to have met." He suddenly stopped talking. In the next moment, he had already appeared behind Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin did not even have time to draw her sword. She felt her vision go black. Sword sect. This was the last consciousness Gu Xingyin had before she fainted. When she woke up again, she found herself in a luxurious room. However, there was a thin black chain around her hands and feet. She frowned. If she was not mistaken, this black chain was made of meteorites. It was specially made to imprison sword cultivators. She tried to circulate the qi in her dantian. As expected, it was empty. "System, where am I?" Chapter 111. Before the system answered, Gu Xingyin probably knew where she was. The door was opened with a creak, and a familiar face of Gu Xingyin appeared in front of her. "Shi Lufeng." Gu Xingyin secretly said, "I tried to guard against it, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't avoid this plot." Shi Lufeng took Gu Weixin's heart blood for Bai Xinya. Even if she avoided meeting Shi Lufeng, she still couldn't avoid it. Shi Lufeng came in and saw that Gu Xingyin was awake. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, but it was quickly hidden. Ice Heart Sword Emperor, I've heard a lot about you. He greeted with a smile. Gu Xingyin glanced at him and said coldly, what does this mean? Shi Lufeng saw the other party's cold and arrogant attitude and didn't care. I think the Ice Heart Sword Emperor also knew the news that my lover was poisoned by fire and needed something to detoxify. Gu Xingyin, my heart's blood. Her eyes stared straight at Shi Lufeng. Shi Tian Pavilion's young pavilion master has ever thought, I Gu Wei Xian's heart blood, she cannot afford. Shi Lufeng only felt that the woman's gaze was too oppressive. He even had the idea of avoiding it for a moment, which made him feel embarrassed. He sneered and said, it's not up to the Ice Heart Sword Emperor to worry about it. I'll arrange it. Gu Xingyin sneered, is Shitian Pavilion ready to bear the anger of my master and senior brother? Shi Liufeng's heart flashed a trace of guilty conscience. This time he caught Gu Xingyin. He didn't tell his father that he lived in Shitian Pavilion. Because he knew that his father must not offend the Star Sword sect, which had 2 sword saints, for Xinya. But in front of Gu Xingyin, he naturally wouldn't show it. His tone was full of malice, as long as you don't say it, who will know that the Ice Heart Sword Emperor came to me before he disappeared? Gu Xingyin's heart sank. Shi Liufeng's meaning was clearly to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, destroying the corpse and erasing all traces. After Shi Lufeng left, Gu Xingyin called out to the system, can you help me unlock this chain? The system replied, I'm sorry, host. The system is unable to exert any external force on anything in this world. Gu Xingyin. Then can you help me contact the people outside? The system said, hold on, let me check the authority. The system can randomly send a distress signal to anyone that the host has come into contact with. Gu Xingyin said helplessly, what if it's an outer sect disciple that you've only met once? The system said, the system authorization can only be issued once. This should be what the humans call, relying on luck. Gu Xingyin nearly choked. Although Gu Xingyin complained that the system was unreliable, it was still their only hope. Gu Xingyin only hoped that the system could randomly select a more reliable person. Zhao Ximing had just returned from sword practice. Ever since he used the fiery eye fluid to supplement the secret technique to refine his sword heart, his realm had improved very quickly. Now, he was very confident that he could get a good ranking in the upcoming inner sect grand competition, and strive to be accepted as a disciple by one of the elders. He thought of that figure that was as cold as snow. If that was the case, would he be closer to her? He didn't expect to be able to stand beside her. He only wanted to be able to look at her from afar. At this moment, a white light appeared in front of him. A row of fluorescent words slowly appeared in the air. Gu Weixin is in trouble, Shi Tian Pavilion Linquan Villa, save him quickly. Chapter 112. The light quickly dissipated as if it had never existed. Zhao Ximing didn't dare to hide anything. He immediately went to see the sect master. Are you serious? Sage Xing. He suddenly stood up from his seat. Junior granduncle was the focus of the Star Luo sword sect, so there couldn't be any mistakes. Zhao Ximing shook his head. I only received this strange message. I didn't have time to check if it was true, so I hurried to see you. Xing. He glanced at him. You did well. I'll deal with this as soon as possible. Xing. He scanned the outside with his divine sense and issued several orders. Soon, the feedback he received caused him to frown. Ling Shao Knight was in seclusion, Ling Yun Knight wasn't in the sect, and Junior Granduncle wasn't in the sect. Inform Xing Yu, Xing Yun, and Xing Feng to come to Star Luo Feng. Zhao Ximing didn't know what decision the sect master had made. After coming down from Star Luo Feng, he used several godly travel talismans and rushed to Linquan Villa. Gu Xingyin felt very cold. The feeling of having her essence blood forcibly extracted was really uncomfortable. Even though the system had shielded her from pain, the dizziness and the gradual coldness caused by excessive blood loss didn't disappear. Will I really die here? She forced herself to ask the system. The system seemed to answer something, but Gu Xingyin didn't hear it. She fell asleep. Young master, more than half of the essence blood in her heart has been extracted. It's more than enough to treat the fire poison. Shi Lufeng nodded with satisfaction. You did well. Get rid of this person for me. Remember, don't leave any traces. He took the jade bottle filled with Gu Xingyin's blood and left. The remaining person came to the bed. He was about to make a move when he saw Gu Xingyin's pale face due to excessive blood loss. He suddenly hesitated. He looked greedily at Gu Xingyin's snow-white face and felt his throat go dry. He murmured, "It's a pity to kill such a stunning beauty like her. Why don't you let me have some fun before she dies?" Of course, he couldn't do it here. Otherwise, the young master would definitely blame him. The man picked up the unconscious Gu Xingyin and walked out through a secret passage. They went all the way to a desolate and uninhabited place. What an exquisite person. The man's finger lingered on Gu Xingyin's face as a hint of madness flashed through his eyes. The proud daughter of the heavens had caused such a perfect person to be torn apart. This was truly a matter that made one's blood boil. He lowered his head and slowly unbuttoned Gu Xingyin's clothes. The system looked a little anxious, but no matter how it called out, Gu Xingyin did not respond at all. Gu Xingyin's belt had already been taken off, and her snow-white outer garment was spread open, revealing an equally snow-white inner garment. The man's throat couldn't help but swallow a few times. His hands were trembling with excitement. He was ready to remove the eyesore. Suddenly, his body shook, as if he had been attacked by something invisible. His whole body softly fell to the ground. The system ignored him. It was the system's product. This person would not wake up for 10 days to half a month. Host. Host, quickly wake up. The system looked at the host's increasingly pale face and couldn't help but feel anxious. It had never been so annoyed. It was only a guidance system, unlike some of its peers who could provide physical help to the host. Someone came. The system sensed the arrival of the person and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 113. Zhao Ximing was worrying about how to enter the waterside villa. The Washing Heavens pavilion was heavily guarded. It was a fool's dream for a swordsman like him to sneak in. An indescribable feeling attacked his heart, making him involuntarily walk in a certain direction. The more he walked, the more intense the feeling became until he saw the figure lying on the ground. Damn it! With just a glance, Zhao Ximing understood what had happened. He quickly ran forward and helped Gu Xingyin up. Great Martial Granduncle! Great Martial Granduncle! Only then did he realize that something was wrong with Gu Xingyin. Her face was pale and her breathing was weak. He reached out his hand and felt Gu Xingyin's pulse. Washing Heaven's Pavilion. Zhao Ximing's eyes were almost red. Martial Granduncle's appearance clearly showed that his blood essence was almost completely drained. He trembled as he covered Gu Xingyin's clothes and tied her belt. Then, he walked to the unconscious man. Although he didn't know why the man was unconscious, Zhao Ximing didn't want to know. He unsheathed his sword and swung it down. System, well done. Zhao Ximing didn't dare to delay. He fed Gu Xingyin a qi-nourishing pill and said, "Sorry for the offense." Then, he carried her and rushed toward the Stellar Sword sect. Xuanke, who was fighting with an overlord-class demonic beast in the distant western wasteland, suddenly felt a wave of panic. He didn't know where this feeling came from. He only felt that something unbearable had happened. Junior sister. His pupils shrank and his face turned pale. He took a look at the moon-crowned serene lotus that hadn't fully matured yet. This was a gift he had prepared for his junior sister. Now, he could only give it up for now. The few Taoists of the Stellar Sword sect arrived at the waterside villa. Taoist Xing Yu's divine sense swept out. The divine sense belonging to the sword sect instantly surrounded the entire waterside villa and didn't miss a single corner. However, she didn't find Marshal Granduncle's figure. She frowned doubtfully. Could it be that the information they received was wrong? No. She could clearly see that in one of the rooms, there was a thin and weak woman whose body was abnormally flushed. She was half lying and being fed a bowl of bright red medicine. How was that medicine? It was clearly a bowl of blood. Sage Xingyu suddenly recalled the rumor from a few days ago. Wasn't that woman suffering from fire poison? That bowl of blood? Sage Xingyu's face instantly darkened. She didn't say anything, but directly pulled out her sword and slashed at the spirit spring manor. Junior sister, what's wrong? Reverend Xing Yun and Reverend Xing Feng, who were traveling together, looked at Reverend Xingyu in surprise. Sage Xingyu told them about his previous guess. How dare he from the heavens washing pavilion? Several elders were unable to restrain their anger. At this time, several disheveled figures flashed out. It was Shi Lufeng, Bai Xinya, and the others. They were sent by the Shitian Pavilion Master to protect him, and they managed to escape the calamity. Even so, the sword sect's sword was not easy to receive, and they seemed to be in a sorry state. Who are you people? Why did you suddenly attack my Linquan resort? Shi Lufeng recognized the Starnet sword sect's attire on the elders. His expression changed, and he forced himself to put on a brave front. Sage Xingyu flipped her hand and slashed at Bai Xinya. Block her. Shi Liufeng's eyes were about to split as he shouted to the two sword venerables beside him. Puff! Puff! The two sword venerables joined forces and suffered serious injuries, but they could only block Sage Xingyu's attack. Where is our young Marshal Granduncle now? Sage Xingyu's face was frosty. Shi Lufeng gritted his teeth. What young Marshal Granduncle, I don't know him at all. Seeing him like this, Sage Xingyu snorted. Without saying anything, she slashed at him again. Chapter 114. Shi Lufeng looked at the two sword venerables lying on the ground with a pale face. He never thought that the Star Sword sect would be so overbearing. Even without concrete evidence, they dared to injure people. He said sternly, Are you declaring war on the Washing Heavens Pavilion? Sage Xingyu wanted to attack again but was stopped by Sage Xingyun. Bring these two back to the sect and wait for the sect master to make a decision, Sage Xingyun said. He looked at the two people on the ground as if he was looking at two dead objects. Xuanke returned to the Star Sword sect and received a message from Sage Xing Luo in his cave. He was about to head to the Washing Heavens Pavilion when he sensed a familiar aura. It was Junior Sister. His figure flashed and disappeared from sight. Zhao Ximing carried the person in his arms and rushed for an entire day. When he saw the Star Sword sect in front of him, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. A huge pressure descended and almost made him kneel on the ground. Fortunately, in the next moment, the pressure disappeared without a trace, and his arms became empty at the same time. Suppressing the disappointment in his heart, Zhao Ximing only had time to see a figure flash by. Xuanke's hands that were holding Gu Xingyin were trembling. The breathing of the junior sister in his arms was so weak. Her face was so pale that it was transparent. It was as if she would disappear in the next second. Sage Xing Luo was the first to know that Gu Xingyin was rescued. In the next moment, Sage Xing Yu and the rest returned to the sect. He immediately went to the Lingyun Peak but was blocked by the restriction outside Xuanke's cave. This block lasted for half a month. Until half a month later, Xuanke walked out. Sage Xing Luo thought that he was looking at Venerable Ling Xiao. Xuanke said coldly to Sage Xing Luo, "Guard junior sister for me." Sage Xing Luo asked, "Where is Marshal Granduncle going?" Xuanke's eyes were filled with killing intent. It's time to settle the score between junior sister and the Washing Heavens Pavilion. In less than 2 days, the news of Venerable Lingyun of the Star Sword sect massacring the entire Washing Heavens Pavilion spread throughout the sky below world. From then on, the Heavenly Cleansing Pavilion no longer existed in this world. Shi Lufeng, who was locked up in the Star-Gathering Sword Sect's water prison, accidentally learned of this news. Impossible. I hid this from my father, so he didn't know about it. Your Star Azura Sword Sect can't do this. He couldn't believe it. The Starnet Sword Sect disciple in charge of the guard looked at him with a face full of resentment. Whether it's true or not, you just have to go out and take a look to know. It spread throughout the entire Great Sky Billow world. From now on, there's no more Heaven's Washing Pavilion. Oh, right. I almost forgot. You actually dared to harm Great Marshal Granduncle. You will never be able to go out again. Washing Heaven's Pavilion collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. He had originally hoped that his father would come and rescue him, but he didn't expect that the Star Azura Sword Sect would actually act so ruthlessly. He had never thought that just because he did something so insignificant for the woman he loved, he would actually ruin the thousands of years of foundation of the Heaven's Washing Pavilion and the lives of countless disciples. It was all because of Baishinya. It was all her fault. He looked at Baishinya, who was curled up in the corner and struggling in pain, and a trace of hatred suddenly flashed through his eyes. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have been so hot-headed as to target the Iceheart Sword Monarch, and thus offend the Star-Gathering Sword Sect. If it wasn't for her, he would still be the high and mighty young master of the Washing Heavens Pavilion, pursued by everyone, and not fall into prison and be trampled on by others. If it wasn't for her, the Washing Heavens Pavilion wouldn't have collapsed, and his father wouldn't have died. If it wasn't for her, a trace of madness flashed through Shi Liufeng's eyes. Chapter 115. By the time the disciples of the Star Sword Sect found out, Baishinya had already been killed by Shi Lufeng, who had fallen into madness. This woman probably never thought that she would one day die in the hands of a man who had always been obedient to her. When Gu Xingyin woke up, she felt weak all over. She was no stranger to this feeling. Gu Xingyin complained, "System, did you notice that I seem to have to experience the same scene in almost every world?" The system was a bit guilty. "Host, there's no way to control this. Every main character's path of growth is not smooth sailing." Gu Xingyin, Xuanke lifted the curtain and came in, his expression gentle. "Junior sister." Gu Xingyin smiled and wanted to get up, but found that her body didn't have the strength. She could only helplessly give up. "Senior brother, I didn't sleep for too long, right?" Xuanke greedily looked at this lively junior sister and said softly, "It's only been half a year." Gu Xingyin didn't know why, but she felt that although her senior brother looked the same as before, she had a strange feeling in her heart. She wanted to reach out for a cup, but Xuanke held her down and personally filled her cup. He also refused her request to do it himself and fed her without any explanation. It was clear that her senior brother was treating her like a fragile crystal person. "I'm fine, senior brother." Gu Xingyin was helpless. In this half-year, the Star Sword Sect used all of its power to find treasures for Gu Xingyin to nurse her body back to health. Xuanke didn't hesitate to use his true qi every day to help her unblock her meridians. Gu Xingyin's body had gradually returned to normal because of the lack of blood essence. In the face of Gu Xingyin's words, Xuanke smiled gently, "I know. Come, open your mouth." Gu Xingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Does this mean that I know what you mean, but I don't want to do it?" Not only did he not allow Gu Xingyin to do anything herself, but ever since Gu Xingyin woke up, Xuanke had never left her side. He even allowed her to get too close to others. Gu Xingyin also knew that her previous appearance might have frightened him. Although she felt a little helpless, she didn't reject this kind of behavior. Half a year later, the Starnet Sword Sect's venerable Ling Xiao presided over the wedding between his personal disciple, the Iceheart Sword Monarch, and his martial nephew, the venerable Ling Yun. It had become a major event in the Great Sky Billow world in recent decades. After a few more years, the Iceheart Sword Sovereign successfully broke through and became the Iceheart Sword Venerable. Honorable Sword Master Iceheart and her Dao companion, the Cloud-Soaring Supremacy, had a very close relationship. Many people said that they had seen the figures of Honorable Sword Master Iceheart and the Cloud-Soaring Supremacy all over the Skysurge Great World. 100 years later, Sword Venerable Iceheart broke through again and became the Iceheart Sword Master. Another 100 years later, the Grand Elder of the Starnet Sword Sect, the Venerable Ling Xiao, reached the end of his lifespan and closed his eyes at the Ling Xiao Peak. For the next 500 years, the world never saw the shadow of the Iceheart Sword Master again. Some said that she had suffered a huge blow due to her master's death, and was unable to recover from it. Others said that the Iceheart Sword Master had died in a duel 100 years ago. There were also some who said that the Iceheart Sword Master was only in seclusion to cultivate. Until one day, when the wind was gentle and the sun was bright, the sound of a sword in the 9 heavens rang out. All sword cultivators vaguely sensed something and looked in the same direction. The long swords in their hands were all unsheathed at the same time, and their figures bent in the same direction. 10,000 swords bowed, and a sword saint appeared. That was the direction of the Starnet Sword Sect. From then on, the Iceheart Sword Sect no longer existed. There was only a sword saint expert, the Venerable Iceheart. Chapter 116. Gu Xingyin found herself in a car. Sitting beside her was a very capable woman wearing a black business suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing that she had woken up, she took out a bottle of water from her handbag and handed it to her. "You must be tired today. I've pushed back all the jobs for you for the next week. You should have a good rest." Gu Xingyin cheered. "Thank you, Sister Chen." In this world, the original name was Ruan Kei. Now, she was a well-known movie queen in Z country. The woman in the black suit was her manager, Chen Rong. Ruan Kei was a model. She was born with a good foundation. She had a slim waist and long legs. Her facial features were exquisite. When she was 18 years old, she won the international supermodel competition. In 2 years, she was promoted to the ranks of the international supermodels. When she was 20 years old, she started to enter the entertainment industry. Now, she was 24 years old, and she was already the #1 female star in Z country. Because she was a supermodel, Wan Kei had a strong aura. People who stood beside her would often unconsciously feel suppressed. Therefore, Wan Kei was affectionately called Her Majesty by her fans. Only Chen Rong knew that this, Her Majesty, who was incomparably powerful in front of her fans, was actually a little princess with a pink heart in private. The car soon arrived at the apartment where Wan Kei lived. This was provided by Wan Kei's entertainment company, Star Entertainment. It was one of the famous rich areas in Qinghua City. The security measures were excellent, and even paparazzi would have a hard time entering. Chen Rong personally sent Gu Xingyin to the door of the room. She only left after watching her enter the room. Gu Xingyin felt weak at this time. In her previous world, she was a sword saint. She rarely had this kind of feeling. She walked into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with hot water, dripped essential oil, and soaked herself in. She comfortably moaned and began to organize the information about this world in her mind. The original Wan Kei was now an internationally renowned movie queen, and the other target was now awkwardly playing a small supporting role. Ming Shujia. This woman was about the same age as Wan Kei, but her fate was completely different. Her appearance was not too outstanding in the entertainment industry where beauties were everywhere. Her facial features were not very distinctive. Since her debut, she had been receiving some small investment scripts. Even these scripts, she could only play a supporting role. However, at the age of 24, her luck seemed to have changed. First, the director of a low-budget literary film took a fancy to her and informed her to audition for the lead role. No one knew that this unremarkable literary film would actually win the Best Film Award at the internationally renowned film festival at that time. Although she herself did not win the Best Actress award, she became famous because of this and quickly entered the public eye. After that, all kinds of good things came one after another. She took on several scripts that were not well known but had a good reputation after being released. Gradually, she was promoted from a small actress to the ranks of the popular starlets. Everyone thought that she was just lucky. There were even media reports that called her the luckiest artist of the year. However, Gu Xingyin knew that it wasn't because she was lucky, but because Ming Shujia wasn't Ming Shujia at all. The original Ming Shujia fell down while hanging on a wire and was sent to the hospital with a concussion. When she woke up again, no one knew that her soul had changed. Chapter 117. The soul that occupied Ming Shujia's body came from 10 years later, so she knew which of the current scripts would be dark horses and which would be popular. With such a big cheat in her hands, it was hard for Ming Shujia not to be popular. If that was the case, Wan Kei and her would not have had much interaction, let alone any enmity. However, Wan Kei was one of the few actors in the entertainment industry who was clean and honest. She had fame, ability, and capital. She did not need to rely on those things to create momentum for herself and fight for resources for herself. Ming Shujia was different. Therefore, during a banquet with an investor, Ming Shujia was met by Wan Kei, who came to eat with her friends. If a female star was exposed to this kind of thing, especially someone like Ming Shujia who walked the youthful path, her career would be ruined. Actually, they only had a quick glance at each other. Ming Shujia had heavy makeup on, so Wan Kei did not recognize her at all. However, the next day, Ming Shujia was still exposed to the news of having fun with a rich businessman late at night. Although the photo was vague and there was no real evidence, Ming Shujia's company's PR team dealt with it quickly. At this time, Ming Shujia was not affected. However, she used this opportunity to hate Wan Kei. She thought that it was her who leaked the news to the media, which put her in danger. Ming Shujia's revenge came quickly. She knew some inside information that others did not know. She even secretly colluded with a rich man who was rumored to be in love with the queen. She promised that as long as he did what she wanted, she would help him get Wan Kei. The two of them conspired to drug Wan Kei at a banquet. The rich man could not help but loot a burning house and possess Wan Kei. He even purposely leaked the news to the media. Wan Kei's reputation fell to the bottom. At this time, the rich man affectionately said that he had loved her for a long time and was willing to marry her. At that time, Wan Kei was deeply touched and married him regardless of her manager's objection. However, not long after the marriage, she found that the rich man was not loyal to his marriage. He had other women outside. She was furious, but only received disdainful mockery from her husband. "You're just an actress that everyone hates. Do you really think you're still the queen?" Wan Kei wanted a divorce, but her husband threatened her with her virginity. Her life was miserable, and her parents, who were university professors, were fired because of her. After muddling along for a few years, she finally embarked on the path of no return, suicide. As for Ming Shujia, she relied on her unique vision and smoothly became the new generation's movie queen. Gu Xingyin calculated the time. Ming Shujia had just accepted an artistic film that would allow her to make a comeback. The cast had just been selected. In other words, the current Ming Shujia was still a small artist who was struggling on the sidelines. Gu Xingyin didn't take her too seriously. With Wan Kei's current status, she didn't even need to do anything to Ming Shujia. She thought for a moment and said to the system, "System, help me collect a photo of Ming Shujia drinking with an investor. I want her role to be cancelled." As far as she knew, Ming Shujia had attended quite a number of such banquets in her early days. The system was quite efficient in collecting information. In less than an hour, a bunch of photos of actors being slept with appeared on the major gossip forums. Chapter 118. Why? Ming Shujia looked at the director in disbelief. She had just been informed that the female lead had been replaced. How could she accept this? Although this literary film had a small investment, it had a good reputation. In order to get the role of the female lead, she had done a lot of preparation. She didn't even hesitate to put down her status to accompany those fat men. The director took out his phone and opened a web page for her to see. "You also know that our film is going for the path of youth and pure love. Let's not talk about other things first. The female lead actress must not have any scandals. Otherwise, it will have a big impact on the film." The director was also a little disappointed with Ming Shujia. When he first saw her, he was very satisfied. Ming Shujia's fresh and natural aura was exactly the image of the female lead in his mind. Unfortunately, it was useless now. When the film was broadcasted, the audience would think of the scandals on the internet when they saw the female lead. This film was not one of those brainless commercial films that sold gimmicks to gain popularity. If this happened, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the ambitious director who participated in the film festival. Ming Shujia's heart was miserable. She didn't know who she had offended to be assigned such a thing. In this way, it was impossible for her to get the role. At this time, Gu Xingyin was sleeping soundly when she was woken up by a call from her best friend. She asked the queen to pick her up at the airport. Song Sisi was the best friend who grew up with the original owner. Now, he was a slightly famous fashion designer. Gu Xingyin put on her sunglasses and baseball cap and went to the airport. "I missed you so much." Song Sisi gave Gu Xingyin a loving hug and then looked at Gu Xingyin with shining eyes. "Cuckoo, you are really getting more and more beautiful. Your long legs are really mesmerizing." For fashion designers, a good figure was more important than anything else. Wang Kei was 1.78 meters tall. Her figure was almost perfect. Her long legs were the envy of others. Song Sisi always drooled when looking at her. "Okay, let's go back and eat first." The two chatted happily and didn't notice that in the VIP passage not far away, a tall man wearing sunglasses was looking at them for a long time until they left. "Wang Kei." The man softly uttered the name, his beautifully curved lips forming a mesmerizing smile. "Finally. I found you. Mr. Gardner." The staff next to him shouted in confusion. The man came back to his senses and said lightly, "Let's go." After dinner, Wang Kei was dragged by Song Sisi to the villa where she lived. That's right, a villa. Song Sisi was a rich second-generation heir, so she generously used more than 10 rooms to store her works. Gu Xingyin was pulled over by her to act as a fitting rack. Gu Xingyin looked at the room full of clothes. She had to admit that Song Sisi had an amazing talent in fashion design. Inspiration, the dream of all designers. Although these clothes didn't look perfect, some of the details were amazing. Gu Xingyin knew that in the upcoming fashion show, Song Sisi would shock the world with a set of male and female, Frost Domain. Chapter 119. Gu Xingyin had a deep impression of the ice and snow domain because it was so famous. The male model was the top international supermodel, Ludwig Gardner. The female model, Cecilia, was not very famous, but she became one of the most popular female supermodels because of this fashion show. At that time, Song Sisi was not very famous. Although she did not know why Ludwig, who was already an international supermodel, chose this set of clothes, Gu Xingyin was not willing to give up this opportunity this time. "Sisi, are you going to participate in the Tsinghua International Fashion Week this time?" Gu Xingyin asked Song Sisi, who was holding the clothes to compare on her. Song Sisi paused. "Cool, how did you know?" She was a little surprised. She had never told anyone about this. Tsinghua Fashion Week was one of the top international fashion weeks. Although she was encouraged by her mentor, Kevin, the design director of the international luxury brand CCRU, to show her work at this fashion week, she did not tell anyone. This girl was still a little unconfident and was afraid that others would say that she was overestimating herself. Gu Xingyin said with a smile, "We grew up together. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking?" She continued, "When the time comes, I will be your model, okay?" Song Sisi was not just surprised, but pleasantly surprised. She knew how talented Wang Kei was in the field of modeling. Many international fashion brands had tried to invite her to be their global spokesperson. However, since she entered the entertainment industry 4 years ago, she had not shown up at any fashion week. She was actually willing to step on the runway again for her. Gu Xingyin looked at Song Sisi, who seemed to be so touched that she was about to cry. He laughed and said, "Okay, I just believe in your talent." I'm betting that the clothes you designed this time can make me stand out in the limelight. If the clothes you design are too ugly, I will regret it. Song Cici exhaled. When she talked about her design, her eyes lit up. Let's go, I will show you. She pulled Gu Xingyin and walked straight into the innermost room. Song Cici took out the key and opened the door. Gu Xingyin realized that the room was surprisingly big, but there were only 2 sets of clothes in the whole room. Song Cici walked to one of the hangers and lifted the curtain covering the clothes. Gu Xingyin's eyes widened instantly. So beautiful. What appeared in front of him was a silver-white female gown. The neckline was a gorgeous lace V-neck design, and the material was light and elegant silk. It was perfect to the touch in fall. The transparent long sleeves were covered with snowflakes, and the layers of the gown were dotted with countless tiny diamonds. It was as if countless snowflakes had fallen around her, blooming with elegant colors under the light. Luxurious beyond compare. Gu Xingyin was amazed. She could tell at a glance that the clothes were inlaid with at least hundreds of small diamonds, all of which were genuine. Song Cici looked at Gu Xingyin's eyes and was also very happy. What do you think? Gu Xingyin took a deep breath and looked at her sincerely. Cici, you will definitely shock the whole world. Song Cici didn't seem to expect to receive such high praise, but she was very happy. Then I will take advantage of your auspicious words. Gu Xingyin asked, have you decided on the male model? Song Cici shook his head. The mentor has seen my work. He said that he already has a suitable male model. Gu Xingyin understood. It turned out that Kevin had come forward. No wonder Ludwig had chosen Song Cici's work at that time. Chapter 120. Sure enough, the next day, Gu Xingyin received a call from Song Cici. Cool, do you know who my mentor found for me? Ludovic. Ludovic Gardner. That's my Prince Charming. To be able to make him walk a show for me in my lifetime, I can die without regrets. Gu Xingyin waited patiently for Song Cici to finish venting her emotions. Then she asked, has it been decided? Song Cici calmed down a little and said, not yet. He will come over this afternoon to see my works. Cool, come with him. Try it on and see if there is anything that needs to be changed. Gu Xingyin nodded and called her agent. Sister Chen, I plan to participate in the Tsinghua Fashion Week next month. Chen Rong was surprised. You plan to return to the fashion industry? Gu Xingyin shook her head and said with a smile, that's not what I mean. It's just that Cici is going to participate in this fashion week. I promised her that I would be her mute. Chen Rong's tone was a little worried. I know you are very good friends, but although Miss Song is talented, she has never participated in such a big event. What if? Have you considered your image? At Ruan Kei's level, every move had to be in line with her identity. She hadn't been on the runway for 4 years. If the effect this time was not satisfactory, it would be a big blow to her reputation. Gu Xingyin knew that Chen Rong was thinking for her. She chuckled. Sister Chen, if you knew who Cici's model was this time, I'm afraid you wouldn't say that. Chen Rong was a little curious. Oh. Who is it? Gu Xingyin said softly, Ludovic Gardner. Chen Rong was silent for a few seconds. After a while, she said excitedly, who did you say it was? I didn't hear wrong. Is it Ludovic? King Ludovic of the runway. Gu Xingyin knew that this would be the reaction. This serious and somewhat old-fashioned agent was actually a die-hard fan of Ludwig. Her tone was light as she said, Sai, I'm going to try on some clothes this afternoon. I don't know, maybe we can take a group photo or an autograph or something. Chen Rong interrupted her, are you at home now? I'll be there in half an hour. How can I miss such an important event? Gu Xingyin hung up the phone. Done. She knew that Chen Rong would not stop her from bringing up Ludwig. Not only was Chen Rong a fan of his, but he was also known as the king of the fashion industry. His shows had never disappointed. In the afternoon, Gu Xingyin came to Song Sisi's house as promised. She was chatting with an old man with white hair. "Kevin, long time no see." Gu Xingyin greeted him. This person was Song Sisi's mentor, the design director of CRUU. "Hey, Juan." Kevin gave her a warm hug. 2 years ago, the two had worked together. At that time, Kevin had asked Ruan Kei to be her exclusive model, but he had been rejected. However, this cute old man had always been thinking about Ruan Kei. "The fashion industry is really dim without your figure. Ruan, I heard from Sisi that you want to be her model." Kevin's eyes were shining. Gu Xingyin nodded. "Great." Kevin praised loudly. "The first thing I thought of when I saw this set of clothes was you. Only you can satisfy people's fantasy of the Ice Queen." Chapter 121. "Looks like I'm late." A deep male voice sounded. Gu Xingyin followed the sound and looked over. She recognized the man at first glance. It was Ludwig Gardner. Although Ruan Kei had never seen this man before, she had seen his face in magazines many times. But for some people, you would only be able to feel their charm when you meet them in person. Ludwig Gardner's facial features were undoubtedly good-looking. Whether it was his eyebrows, eyes, nose bridge, or even his lips, which were praised by countless people, they were all in just the right places. However, for anyone who saw him in person, the first thing they would notice would definitely not be his appearance, but his aura. It was as if they were facing a king, a god, and they were imprisoned in his omnipresent domain. This was the aura of a top supermodel. Kevin said, "Hey. You're late today. Remember to treat us to dinner later." Ludwig's beautiful blue eyes were like the deep starry sky. His smile was extremely charming. "No problem." He turned his head. "Then, let me first get to know these two beautiful ladies." Song Sisi was already stunned when she saw Ludwig. Only now did she come back to her senses. Looking at the face that was more impactful in reality than in magazines, her face instantly turned red. "Hello, I'm the designer, Song Sisi." Ludwig bent down and shook hands with him. Gu Xingyin, on the other hand, greeted him generously. "Hello, Mr. Gardner. I've heard a lot about you." This man was so tall. Ruan Kei was 1.78 meters tall, which was already considered very tall. This man was a head taller than her, so he was definitely more than 1.9 meters tall. Ludwig Gardner winked at him and spoke in authentic Z Nation's language. "What a polite way to address me. You can call me Ludwig, the beautiful Miss Ruan Kei." When he smiled, his eyes seemed to be filled with deep affection, which made people want to drown in them. Gu Xingyin also smiled. "Then, Ludwig, I hope we get along well." This man was indeed charming. If she didn't already have a partner, she might have been moved by him. Kevin suddenly said in a strange tone, "Sigh, poor old Kevin, no one cares about him. The lovely ladies only like handsome young men." Pfft. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but laugh. Kevin, this old urchin, was really funny. "Let's take a look at the clothes." Song Sisi was interrupted and remembered his business. She first showed off her female outfit. So beautiful. Ludwig didn't hide the shock in his eyes. He looked at Ruan Kei. "Is Miss Ruan the model for this dress?" Ruan Kei smiled at him. "I'm here for the same reason as Mr. Ludwig." "Then I'm honored." Song Sisi opened the men's clothing again. This time, Ludwig looked at the clothes seriously. Finally, he straightened his body and said to Song Sisi, "Let's go." "Miss Song Sisi, you really are an amazing designer." Song Sisi was a little nervous. "Then, Ludwig, are you willing to be my model?" Ludwig's mouth curved into a charming smile. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Gu Xingyin. "If Miss Ruan is willing, I naturally have no objections." Chapter 122. His words made everyone look at Gu Xingyin. Kevin even had a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Gu Xingyin smiled calmly and blinked. Ludwig, if I were a little narcissistic, would I think that you've fallen in love with me? Ludwig laughed softly. Miss Ruankei is the dream lover of countless people. Maybe I'll really fall in love with you at first sight. Gu Xingyin seemed helpless. Alright, it seems that we're destined to cooperate this time. As soon as she said this, everyone understood what she meant. She agreed. Ludwig stretched out his hand again. Happy cooperation. Song Sisi couldn't wait. Quick, you two go try on the clothes. Oh my god, I can't wait to see the combination of His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen. Gu Xingyin took the clothes to the fitting room. When both sides came out, they were shocked by each other's beauty. Gu Xingyin's appearance was originally imposing, and her temperament was different from ordinary people after the tempering of several worlds. This set of clothes seemed to be tailor-made for her. She wore a crown of ice and snow and stood there as if she really was the only queen in the world of ice and snow. Extremely cold and also extremely beautiful. But Ludwig was different. He was the queen's most loyal knight. His style was also silver white, and the close-fitting design outlined his perfect figure at a glance. The cloak of the same color fell to the ground, adding a sense of sternness. His blue eyes were filled with love and loyalty as he looked at his only queen and knelt down on one knee. My Majesty. He leaned over and gently kissed the queen's ring. Kacha. Song Sisi clutched his chest and held his phone. I can't take it anymore. Oh my god, I can guarantee that if this photo spreads, many people's blood will be emptied. After being interrupted by Song Sisi, the atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Ludwig let go of Gu Xingyin's hand and stood up. Gu Xingyin also breathed a sigh of relief. Being stared at by Ludwig like that, she actually felt her heart race. The few of them discussed their own ideas again. By the time they finished talking, they realized that it was already dinner time. Ludwig said, I promised Kevin to treat you guys to a meal. I wonder if you guys are willing to do me the honor. Of course, they had no objections. Gu Xingyin remembered something and called Chen Rong to come over. Chen, fangirl, Rong successfully got a group photo and an autograph of her idol and left with a satisfied look. The four of them did not expect that the next day, the news of them eating together would be exposed. The movie queen dines with the king of the fashion industry. Movie queen Ruankei, deskmate with CUU designer and international supermodel, is suspected to be returning to the fashion industry. Ruankei and Ludwig had an intimate conversation, and the two are suspected to be deeply in love. Most of these reports were just groundless accusations. Gu Xingyin just skimmed through them and put them aside. Her Weibo account blew up frowny face. Her Majesty the Queen and His Majesty the King are together. My baby's life is complete. Is Her Majesty the Queen returning to the fashion industry? I beg Her Majesty the Queen to return to the runway. Her Majesty the Queen is so beautiful. Ludwig is so handsome. Who is that foreign man? He's so handsome, but Her Majesty the Queen belongs to Brother Fong. Don't tear apart Brother Fong and Ku. I beg Her Majesty the Queen to return to the runway. I beg Her Majesty the Queen to return to the runway +1, I beg Her Majesty the Queen to return to the runway +2, I beg Her Majesty the Queen to return to the runway +1. Chapter 123. Gu Xingyin was lying on the bed with a facial mask on her face as she scrolled through the comments on her phone. Chen Rong glanced at her and said, this won't affect you much, but don't tell anyone that you're going to participate in Tsinghua Fashion Week. Gu Xingyin said, I know, Sister Chen. Chen Rong left quickly. Gu Xingyin opened her account and sent a message, I met Ludwig. He's really handsome. After sending the message, she turned off her phone, washed up, and went to bed. When she turned on her phone the next day, she found that her Weibo post had been reposted countless times. It turned out that Ludwig had followed her and reposted her Weibo post with a comment, You're also very beautiful, Your Majesty. He even added an emoticon. Fuck, When I think of the powerful king using emoticons, I'm so shamelessly cute. This is so full of JQ. What's with this faint feeling of pampering? Tell me this isn't my imagination. This isn't your imagination plus 1, this isn't your imagination plus 2, this isn't your imagination plus 3, this isn't your imagination plus ID number, I'm here to destroy the formation. Although I'm a firm supporter, I somehow feel that the King x Queen CP is also very cool. What should I do? Long live the two kings. Long live the two kings. At this time, Gu Xingyin's phone rang. A director contacted me today. He has a movie on hand and asked if you want to take it. Chen Rong said over the phone. Gu Xingyin wailed, Sister Chen, what happened to the 1-week holiday? Don't you love me anymore? Chen Rong was cold and unmoved. The director is Li Fengyun. Gu Xingyin immediately changed her words. What movie? Let me see. Chen Rong knew her reaction would be like this. She said, I've already replied to Director Li. I'll give him a reply tomorrow. I'll go to your place this afternoon. Gu Xingyin actually had a rough idea of which movie it was. Li Fengyun was one of the most famous directors in Country Z. His style was known for its grandeur and strong rhythm, which was a necessity for commercial films. However, Director Li's films were always able to dig out a trace of humanistic feelings amidst the passion. He was one of the rare directors who was well received and popular. Calculating the time, among the movies that he had been preparing recently, there was only one that required an actress of Yuan Kei's caliber, Divinity. This film was known as a milestone in Z country's film industry. Not only did it reach the peak of 10 billion in box office sales, but it also swept all the awards in that year's film festival, creating a brand new model. In this movie, the main lead and the main supporting roles all became the most popular people in the world. At that time, Yuan Kei had accepted another drama. It was a foreign commercial blockbuster that had also cost a lot of money to shoot, but it was overshadowed by Divinity. This time, Gu Xingyin wouldn't give up this opportunity. Moreover, it seemed that Ming Shujia also played a supporting role in this film. She wouldn't give Ming Shujia any chance to stand out. At this time, what was Ming Shujia doing? She was trying her best to avoid a perverted hand on her thigh. Why? You're not willing. The drunk man opened his mouth and his breath reeked of alcohol. Why are you still pretending to be a chaste woman? If you're so noble, how did you get those photos? I'll be frank here. If you accompany me for one night, I'll throw money at you for that role. How about it? The man looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Ming Shujia's heart trembled with anger. Her face turned pale, but in the end, she revealed a sweet smile and slowly placed her hands on the man's chest. No matter what, she couldn't lose this movie. Chapter 124. Chen Rong came quickly. As Gu Xingyin expected, she had the script for Divinity. Gu Xingyin looked at it for a while and took a deep breath. Sister Chen, tell Director Li that I'll take this script. Chen Rong wasn't surprised. She nodded. I'll reply to them later. We'll discuss the details later. Hello, Sister Kei. Hello, Sister Wan. Gu Xingyin walked in the company and many artists took the initiative to greet her. Gu Xingyin returned a friendly smile. A few newly signed artists were secretly discussing. Oh my god, movie queen Wan is so friendly. She doesn't put on airs at all. As newly signed artists who weren't well known, they had learned a lot in the past few days. Many A-list and B-list artists didn't even look at them. They didn't expect the most famous movie queen Yuan Kei to be so kind. The agent in charge of guiding them looked at them and said, movie queen Yuan is famous for her good temper in the entertainment industry. She never makes things difficult for newcomers. Yuan Kei's company, Star Entertainment, was one of the biggest entertainment companies in the country. She had a few award-winning actors and actresses under her wing, as well as many A-listers. However, even here, Yuan Kei was undoubtedly the number one star. Kei. A clear voice sounded. Gu Xingyin smiled at him. Brother Fong. The person who came was wearing a light gray windbreaker. He was slender and had gentle eyes. Fong Ming, 30 years old, had won the Movie King twice and was one of the male artists who had worked with Wan Kei the most. They were called the best on-screen couple. Many fans hoped that they could become a couple and called them the Funka couple. Fong Ming had always liked Wan Kei, but Wan Kei had always treated him as a good friend and a good partner. She had even explicitly rejected him before. However, Fong Ming didn't seem to have given up. The two were here to participate in the promotion of a summer blockbuster that the company was promoting this year. Fong Han and Wan Kei weren't the main characters. Fong Han played the brother of the main character and was barely an important supporting role. As for Wan Kei, she only appeared once. When the filming of the movie started, both of their schedules were very tight. The company asked them to spare some time just to use their reputation to promote the movie. It had to be said that the company's move was very successful. Many fans of the two were willing to spend dozens of yuan to buy a movie ticket just to see their idols in action. Why? I'm the main character. Those two dressing rooms are my favorite. Why did you give them to someone else? As soon as the two of them reached the dressing room, they heard the voice complaining. Next, a voice that sounded like an agent was advising her, "My lady, what are Wan Kei and Fong Ming's positions? Just bear with it for now. When you become more famous than the two of them, the best resources will naturally be yours." As the manager spoke, he opened the door as if he wanted to get something. When he saw Gu Xingyin and Fong Ming standing at the door with a faint smile, his face froze. He forced a smile and said, "Sister Wan and Brother Fong are here. Are you here to get styled for the press conference?" He quickly stood aside and made way for the two of them. The two of them didn't speak. Chen Rong, who had been following behind them, slowly said, "It's the company's rules which artists use which level of equipment. If Miss Lin has any objections, you can reflect to the company." Then, without even looking at the manager's extremely ugly expression, he walked in leisurely. Chapter 125. Gu Xingyin had a good impression of Lin Baihe. She came from a good family. This time, she was able to act in this movie because of her good looks and acting skills. The most important reason was that her father, who spoiled his daughter, spent a lot of money on the crew. It just so happened that several famous artists in Star Entertainment couldn't spare the time, so the role was given to her. At this moment, her agent was probably very anxious. In the original plot, Lin Baihe didn't develop well. She had a bad temper and was arrogant. Because she ridiculed Ming Shujia, the latter hated her. After Ming Shujia became famous, she didn't forget to suppress her. Lin Baihe had always been a mediocre artist in the entertainment circle. Sure enough, when Gu Xingyin went back, Lin Baihe's agent took her to apologize to Wan Kei. "Sister Wan, I'm really sorry. Baihe is young and ignorant. She offended the senior and apologizes to you." Lin Baihe, who was standing behind him, stepped forward and bowed at Gu Xingyin, apologizing in a low voice. Gu Xingyin saw that her eyes were red. She must have been scolded by her agent. She waved her hand. "In this entertainment circle, it's better to keep your mouth shut." After Gu Xingyin walked away, the agent glared at Lin Baihe. "Fortunately, it's Sister Wan today. If it's someone with a bad temper, you won't be able to survive in Star Entertainment." When Gu Xingyin went downstairs, she unexpectedly saw Ming Shujia. She was walking into the elevator with several young actresses. Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows. She remembered that Ming Shujia wasn't an artist in Star Entertainment. What was going on? Ming Shujia was here to sign a contract. She used to be in a small, unknown company. There weren't any famous celebrities, and she didn't have a powerful agent. Ming Shujia knew that it was better to lean on a big tree. Star Entertainment had a big background and resources. Although there were many artists and competition was fierce, she was confident that she could stand out. Gu Xingyin was surprised when he learned that Ming Shujia had successfully signed a contract with Star Entertainment. She was a 24-year-old female artist who was still a B-lister and had such rumors about her. She was even able to sign a contract with Star Entertainment, which had always been strict. Ming Shujia was not a simple woman. However, this is more interesting, isn't it? Gu Xingyin smiled slowly. The stronger the opponent, the greater the sense of achievement when he could trample her under his feet. Gu Xingyin was in a cafe with not many people, so she did not know that she had been recognized by a fan and that her smile had been photographed. A certain forum suddenly exploded. OP was bored and came out for a cup of coffee. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet Her Majesty the Queen. He even secretly took a photo. My HP bar is empty, and I'm already kneeling under Her Majesty the Queen's skirt. Let's cut to the chase. Take the picture. On the sofa on the second floor, Her Majesty the Queen's looks are off the charts. That devilish smile is so mesmerizing. Desktop has been changed. Mommy asked me why the screen is so clean. Looking at the decorations around, I can already guess where this place is. Damn, the OP is a tycoon. Upstairs, don't go. Where is this place? I want to form a group and fight Her Majesty the Queen. Upstairs +1, oh my god, I'm turning gay. Why are you so handsome, Her Majesty the Queen? Her Majesty the Queen is my husband. If you don't agree, let's fight. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Chapter 126. When Gu Xingyin arrived at the restaurant, she saw Ludwig looking at something on his phone. Her eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw herself on the screen. Looking at the background, she must have been secretly photographed in the cafe earlier. When Ludwig saw her, he didn't have the slightest intention of restraining himself. He saved the photo in the album right in front of her. Gu Xingyin was speechless. Ludwig smiled and said, "It's beautiful." Gu Xingyin said, "Thank you." Ludwig moved the menu in front of her. "What would you like to eat?" Seeing her look around, he smiled considerately. "I heard Miss Song recommend it. She said it's very safe here and we don't have to worry about being photographed by the paparazzi." After Gu Xingyin ordered the dishes, the waiter who had been waiting by the side quickly took the food and left. Ludwig was pouring wine for Gu Xingyin. His slender and fair fingers gripped the goblet, and the translucent red wine reflected in it was exceptionally beautiful. Gu Xingyin was dazed. This man's every move was full of indescribable charm. Wine for the beauty. Ludwig raised the wine glass in his hand. Gu Xingyin took a sip and praised, "You speak Z country well." Ludwig smiled. "My grandmother is Z country. I like Z country very much." The food was quickly served. Gu Xingyin ate slowly and elegantly. Ludwig looked at her the whole time. His gaze was too intense, and Gu Xingyin couldn't ignore it. She put down the cutlery in her hand. "Mr. Gardner," Ludwig interrupted her. "Call me Ludwig." Gu Xingyin said, "Okay, Ludwig. Is there something wrong with my makeup today?" Ludwig smiled and said, "No, you're very beautiful today." Gu Xingyin asked, "Then why are you staring at me?" Ludwig smiled brightly. "It's because Kei is good-looking. There's an old saying in Z country that a beauty is a feast for the eyes. I plan to give it a try and see if it's true." Gu Xingyin, okay, he was sure that Ludwig was making fun of him. But she couldn't get angry because of this. That would be too ungentlemanly. Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and said to Ludwig, "Ludwig, if you continue like this, you might not feel hungry, but the lady opposite you will be so embarrassed that she won't be able to eat." Ludwig blinked, his blue eyes full of sincerity. "Why?" Gu Xingyin gritted her teeth in her heart, but she still had a perfect smile on her face. "Because, being stared at by such a handsome man like you, no woman can concentrate." How come she never knew that Ludwig was so shameless? "Oh, then I know." Ludwig seemed to understand something. "Kei, you like my face," he said with certainty. Gu Xingyin had never seen such a shameless person. She smiled and gritted her teeth. Everyone loves beauty. Ludwig suddenly understood. He suddenly smiled brightly and said to Gu Xingyin, "So, Kate, let's go out." Gu Xingyin. Wait. What kind of development is this? Ludwig continued, "Look. You like my face, which means you have a good impression of me. And it just so happens that I like you very much. So let's go out." Gu Xingyin calmly interrupted him. "If I remember correctly, we've only met once. This is the second time we've met." No. Ludwig refuted her very seriously. "In fact, this is the third time we've met. The first time we met was at the airport. You were with Miss Song." He looked at Gu Xingyin and said affectionately, "Miss Heroine, I fell in love with you at first sight." Chapter 127. At the Tsinghua Fashion Week press conference. Country Z's Tsinghua City was known as the world's fashion capital. Every designer dreamed of attending Tsinghua Fashion Week. Similarly, Tsinghua Fashion Week was also one of the most popular places for supermodels. Gu Xingyin arrived at the destination early. Although the supermodels looked so glamorous on the runway, they were not so relaxed backstage. "Ollie, help me button up." "Zhang Qiao, your eye makeup is not done yet." Gu Xingyin only needed to walk one show and did not need to change clothes frequently. Moreover, Song Cici was not a famous designer. Her works were displayed in the backstage, so she did not need to be in a hurry. Gu Xingyin slowly walked through the crowd. A few familiar faces recognized her and were surprised, but they just nodded and smiled. They did not have the time to catch up. After walking out of the fitting room, Gu Xingyin walked towards the bathroom. "Host, be careful," the system suddenly said. Gu Xingyin was thinking about other things and did not react for a moment. Someone walked over in a hurry and did not notice Gu Xingyin at all. "Yes." Gu Xingyin groaned. There was a wall behind her. She was knocked back 2 steps and leaned against the wall to avoid the fate of falling. The other model also took a few steps back. Cecilia raised her head and glanced at Gu Xingyin. She confirmed that she had never seen this face before. At this time, the person who could appear here must be a model. However, she had never seen her before. Obviously, the other party was not a famous model. Cecilia looked at Gu Xingyin again. The latter's figure and face made her feel a sense of crisis. She raised her head reservedly and looked at Gu Xingyin. She preemptively said, "Don't you look in front of you when you walk. I will be representing Pol in the show soon. If I fall and affect my performance, can you bear the responsibility?" To be honest, Gu Xingyin hadn't experienced being questioned like this for a long time. No matter if it was her or Wan Kei's body. She glanced at the model and found her vaguely familiar. At this moment, the system spoke, "Cecilia, Spanish, professional model." So it was her. She was supposed to be the model for Song Cici's fashion show. At this time, Cecilia was not yet the top supermodel she would be in the future. She was just a little famous. Gu Xingyin glanced at her and said, "If my memory serves me right, Miss Cecilia was the one who bumped into me." Cecilia was surprised that the other party knew her name. Soon after, she proudly thought that her reputation had spread far and wide. Thinking of this, she was in a very good mood. She didn't intend to trouble Gu Xingyin anymore. She rolled her eyes at her and impatiently walked past Gu Xingyin to leave. Originally, this matter should have ended like this. However, when Cecilia passed by Gu Xingyin, the former said a very clear sentence in Gu Xingyin's ear. "Bitch of Z country." Gu Xingyin's face suddenly turned cold. Her voice was extremely cold. "Stop." Cecilia originally intended to ignore her, but an inexplicable feeling from the other party made her stop. Wan Kei's height was about the same as Cecilia's, but Cecilia felt like she was a rabbit facing a cheetah when she saw Wan Kei's aura. This was the aura of a top supermodel. The other party was just an unknown model. How could she have such an aura? Cecilia was in a cold sweat. Chapter 128. Gu Xingyin looked at her coldly. Miss Cecilia, please apologize to me for what you said just now. This was a public area. There were so many models backstage. It was impossible that no one had seen what had just happened. However, no one stepped forward. It was obvious that they were just watching. Wang Kei had a good temper, but it didn't mean that she didn't have a temper. If she let Cecilia go today, she would probably be ridiculed to death in tomorrow's news. Cecilia wanted to roll her eyes and arrogantly say, "Who do you think you are?" Or just leave. But when she met the other party's dark eyes, she couldn't help but feel afraid. She knew very well that she was completely suppressed by the other party. The longer this went on, the worse it would be for her. Cecilia knew this, but she couldn't apologize to such a woman. She didn't know where the courage came from. She suddenly rushed towards Gu Xingyin and pushed her hard. The system had already warned Gu Xingyin when it noticed that something was wrong with Cecilia. So this time, Gu Xingyin took a few steps back. She was ready to fall. Based on Cecilia's strength, she would definitely fall to the ground. However, Gu Xingyin, who was prepared by the system, could completely avoid the fall. But she didn't plan to avoid it. If she really fell down today, she could guarantee that Cecilia would be kicked out of country Z with her tail between her legs the next day. Did she really think that she, Gu Xingyin, was so easy to take advantage of? But her plan couldn't keep up with the changes. A pair of arms caught her firmly. It was Ludwig. At the same time, Gu Xingyin smelled the familiar lotus fragrance on him. It was actually him. Gu Xingyin suddenly felt a little stuffy. She glared fiercely at Ludwig in a hidden corner. Ludwig thought that Gu Xingyin was still angry about what had happened. He touched his nose, but his hand didn't let go of Gu Xingyin's waist. Turning to Cecilia, who was stunned by this development, Ludwig's face instantly turned cold. "Do you have a problem with my partner?" Cecilia was really panicking this time. Who was Ludwig? She didn't know Wang Kei, but she definitely knew Ludwig. His Majesty the King of the supermodel world. Not only that, the Gardner family had been in Western Europe for hundreds of years. Whether it was the financial street or the fashion industry, they had a great influence. She almost didn't think about it. She bowed deeply to Gu Xingyin. "I'm sorry, miss. I apologize for my behavior just now." However, Gu Xingyin only glanced at Ludwig. "My hand hurts." Ludwig immediately tensed up. "Where? Let me see." He didn't even look at Cecilia, who was standing there with a pale face. He helped Gu Xingyin to a lounge. Gu Xingyin knew that this was a private lounge as soon as she entered. She glanced at Ludwig and had a new estimation of his influence. A person who could have an independent lounge at Tsinghua Fashion Week was definitely not as simple as a supermodel. It seemed that every time her lover was reincarnated, he was treated better than her, the protagonist. Gu Xingyin was deep in thought. At this time, the system chose to play dead. Chapter 129. Where are you hurt? Ludwig's words interrupted her thoughts. Gu Xingyin just didn't want to talk to Cecilia, so she made up a random excuse. But when he asked, she really did feel a dull pain in her right elbow. She raised her arm, and sure enough, her elbow was bruised. Wang Kei's skin was very white and delicate. The bruise looked very scary. Sure enough, Ludwig's face fell. In his heart, Cecilia's modeling career had been sentenced to death. But he didn't say anything. He just turned around and took a bottle of medicine, carefully applying it on Gu Xingyin. "Be gentle, it hurts." Gu Xingyin glared at him. Knowing that he was her lover, Gu Xingyin wasn't so polite to him. Ludwig was very happy. He always felt that the woman in front of him was wearing a mask when she treated him. Now, she was the real her. A cool feeling came from the place where the medicine was applied, effectively relieving the pain. Looking at Gu Xingyin's relaxed expression, Ludwig suddenly leaned forward and asked, "You're not angry anymore, right? Back to 2 days ago." Ludwig looked at Gu Xingyin and said seriously, "Don't worry. Miss Heroine, I fell in love with you at first sight." Gu Xingyin was expressionless. All love at first sight is just hooliganism. Ludwig, ? Gu Xingyin, do you think I'm beautiful? Ludwig didn't understand and nodded. Gu Xingyin, do you have a good impression of me when you see me? Ludwig still didn't understand and nodded again. Gu Xingyin spread her hands. See, your so-called love at first sight is just because of my face. Ludwig felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to refute. At this moment, Gu Xingyin's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked in a certain direction. Do you think that Persian cat is pretty? Ludwig didn't like these little things, but seeing that Gu Xingyin liked them so much, he nodded. Gu Xingyin turned her head and smiled brightly. Then go and buy it. Fall in love with it at first sight. After he finished speaking, he picked up his bag and left in one go. The time reversal was complete. Gu Xingyin saw the nervousness hidden deep in the man's eyes. She laughed inwardly and shook her head. Ludwig breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Gu Xingyin again. What about my confession? Westerners were just that straightforward. Although Gu Xingyin knew that he was her lover, she did not intend to let him go so easily. Ludwig, I don't think we're suitable. She sighed. The man was clearly hurt. Why? Gu Xingyin's answer was simple. I don't have any feelings for you. Ludwig did not give up. As far as I know, you don't have a lover. Since that's the case, why won't you give me a chance? Gu Xingyin was unmoved. Ludwig, some things can't be forced. Feelings aren't something you can have just because you want to. She looked at the man with a sincere gaze. Look, you're so handsome and rich. There are so many girls who like you, and there are many who are more outstanding than me. Why don't you consider them? The system, who had been secretly watching, thought, the spicy host is getting worse and worse. I feel sorry for Ludwig. Ludwig suddenly looked at Gu Xingyin and smiled. You're right. Feelings can't be forced. There are so many girls, but I only have feelings for you. He did not give Gu Xingyin time to react. He leaned over and covered her mouth. After the kiss, he looked at the dizzy Gu Xingyin. Now, do you have feelings for me? Chapter 130. Mei Luan sat in the guest seat and frowned at the models on the stage. To be honest, the quality of the Tsinghua Fashion Week was not bad, but there were no eye-catching works. The old luxury brands continued with their usual style, and there were no breakthroughs or innovations. He was a professional reviewer, but this time, he didn't have the desire to write. He thought that this would be the end of the fashion week. At most, he would look forward to the last design until he saw the female model appear. The crowd suddenly quieted down, and then there was the sound of shutters. Gu Xingyin walked out in her ice domain. Under the stage lights, she really looked like the ice queen who had descended from the mysterious ice goddess temple. She wore a crown woven from snow and held a scepter carved from ice. Step by step, she walked into the human world. From far to near, it was like a dream. Her clothes were very cold and luxurious, but she was even colder and more noble. It seemed that the whole venue was cold because of her appearance. It was the end of summer, but some people could not help but wrap their arms around her. Mei Luan did not even want to blink. He was afraid of missing any details. When Gu Xingyin turned around and disappeared behind the scenes, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew who the model was, Wan Kei, the favorite of the modeling industry 4 years ago. Later, she turned to film and television. He did not expect that after 4 years, she would appear on the runway again. Mei Luan thought that he knew what to write for this week's review. Mei Luan, who was already satisfied, did not know that there was a bigger surprise waiting for him. This time, the shutters were pressed more urgently, as if the photographers could not wait to use up all the film in a few seconds. There was only one person who could be so favored by them, Ludwig Gardner. Mei Luan felt that his eyes were not enough. It was obvious that Ludwig's clothes were the same as Ruankei's, but they were dressed in different styles. Ruankei was the empress, so she was arrogant, cold, disdainful, and insufferably noble. On the other hand, Ludwig was a knight. He was handsome, loyal, and powerful. He only had one person in his eyes. The atmosphere at the scene had reached a climax, especially for the media. They had already written the headlines for tomorrow. Melon knew that there was still a big show waiting for him. Sure enough, the empress, who had left the stage earlier, walked up to the stage with her knight. There was no doubt that Ludwig was the #1 male supermodel. When he fully unleashed his aura, he could almost suppress most people. Today, everyone could see that Ludwig was in his best condition. But even so, Gu Xingyin, who stood beside him, was not inferior at all. No one could ignore her standing beside Ludwig. This was Her Majesty. The photographers were suddenly glad that they had not used up all their film. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to cry. At this moment, Ludwig suddenly made an unexpected move. When he walked to the front of the stage, he suddenly turned around, knelt on one knee, took Gu Xingyin's hand, and kissed it gently. "Your knight will always be loyal to you, Your Majesty the Empress." This scene had already made many people scream in a low voice. Her Majesty lowered her head, looked at the knight, and smiled slightly. "I allow you to offer your loyalty, my knight. You belong to me only." Chapter 131. The model who was supposed to be in the limelight had been ignored. Everyone's attention was on Gu Xingyin and Ludwig. Of course, a small number of people from another field paid attention to the designer of the outfit. The forum had exploded. This is the 4th replay. Her Majesty the Queen is so beautiful. Oh my God. Her Majesty the Queen's disdainful gaze. Please accept my kneel. Her Majesty the Queen, I want to carry your shoes. As a man, I have to admit that when Her Majesty the Queen glanced at me, I was shamefully hard. 120th comment. Be careful not to get beaten to death. 120th comment. You have to be careful. I have always been a staunch supporter of Fang Ku. No matter what happened, my beliefs never wavered. However, after watching this video, my heart has become a member of the Double Kings faction. I have let down the organization. Upstairs, I forgive you because I have also become a member of the Double Kings faction. Goodbye, I will remain a member of the Double Kings faction for 10,000 years. Fang Ku faction is here. If you are not convinced, come and fight. Ha, Her Majesty the Queen only walked a show. Don't forget that her main business is now the big screen. Long live our Fang Ku faction. It wasn't just the forum. Ruankei's Weibo was also exploding. After leaving the stage, Ludwig found Gu Xingyin. The road outside is blocked by reporters and fans. Your agent is in front to deal with them. Come with me. Ludwig pulled Gu Xingyin into an inconspicuous car. When the two of them passed by, they happened to see a man with a figure similar to Gu Xingyin's, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. He was hurriedly moving under Chen Rong's cover, and he was soon drowned out by a swarm of reporters. After leaving, they looked at each other and smiled. At this time, Gu Xingyin received a call from Sister Chen. "Hey, Ki, your fans are crazy. Don't go out for a few days. If you are blocked, it will be difficult to get away." All the media were looking for them. They wanted to get first-hand information. After hanging up, Ludwig raised his eyebrows. "Did your agent ask you to go back?" Gu Xingyin nodded. Although Ludwig was a little disappointed, he understood. He drove to Gu Xingyin's apartment. When he left, he suddenly leaned over and kissed Gu Xingyin's face. "Although you haven't accepted me yet, I won't give up." He pointed at his chest. "There's only room for you in here." Pausing for a moment, he continued domineeringly, "Then, you can only have me in your heart." He thought of those couples he saw on the forum and said hatefully, "Those Fang Ming, Zhang Qiao, Xia, and so on, you are not allowed to be tempted by them." Gu Xingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This man, even if he didn't have those reincarnation memories, his possessiveness towards her was always so strong. Gu Xingyin rested comfortably at home for almost a week. As expected, almost half of the fashion magazines published her and Ludwig's catwalk photos. All the magazines were sold out, and the printers couldn't stop smiling. Especially the scene of Ludwig kneeling on one knee. She was called the only woman who can conquer His Majesty by the media. At the same time, invitations from major brands and interviews from various fashion magazines were all rejected by Chen Rong. In the end, the annoyed Chen Rong asked for Gu Xingyin's permission and released a statement in the name of Heroine. She said that this runway show was just for a friend and that she had no intention of returning to the fashion industry. The craze slowly subsided. Chapter 132. Tsinghua Film City. As the largest film and television base in the country, there were fans waiting for their idol's schedule here almost every day. Ming Shujia wore sunglasses and walked over slowly with her assistant. Many people knew she was a celebrity based on her outfit. They looked at her with interest, but when they realized they didn't know her, they turned back out of boredom. Ming Shujia bit her lips in embarrassment. She comforted herself, "One day, I won't be like this anymore. It's Heroine Kei. Kei, I love you." When she was about to enter, she heard many people exclaiming in low voices. She stopped in her tracks, turned around, and saw an extremely tall woman get out of the nanny van. The fans who had ignored her before now surrounded her as if they had won the lottery one by one. "Kei, please take a picture with me. I brought you a gift." "Your Majesty, I've been waiting here for more than 10 days since I heard you were going to shoot a movie." Gu Xingyin was familiar with this situation. She patiently took a picture with the fans. As for the gifts, Chen Rong would choose which ones she should accept and which she shouldn't. Gu Xingyin felt someone's gaze on her. She looked over and saw a figure leaving. Ming Shujia. The system told her before, Ming Shujia got a supporting role in Divinity. It seemed that she was here to prepare for the shoot. Gu Xingyin smiled. She knew that Ming Shujia was a narrow-minded person who thought highly of herself. She always felt that she wasn't famous enough because she hadn't met a director who appreciated her. For people like Heroine Kei, she was envious of their natural good looks. On the other hand, she despised them for relying on their looks to make a living. Unfortunately, her current role was something she had exchanged for with her own body. She didn't know where her sense of superiority came from. When Gu Xingyin came to the set, almost all the actors stood up. Even Li Fengyun greeted her with a smile. An actress like Heroine Kei had good looks, excellent acting skills, and a high status. Most importantly, she didn't put on airs. Which director wouldn't like such an easygoing actress? Ming Shujia looked at those popular artists smiling in front of Heroine Kei. She looked at director Li and Heroine Kei, who had been talking and laughing since she came in. She looked at the group of people accompanying Heroine Kei's assistant. The stars revolved around the moon. Ever since he came to this body, what was it that he had been trying so hard to obtain? Wasn't it all because of this status and the sense of superiority of being the moon surrounded by the stars? Gu Xingyin saw Ming Shujia walk up to her with a shy smile. "Hello, Sister Kei. I'm Ming Shujia, a newcomer. Nice to meet you." Even if she, Ming Shujia, had been struggling in the entertainment industry for so long, she was just an 18th-tier celebrity. In front of Heroine Kei, wasn't she just a newcomer? Gu Xingyin glanced at her. He had to admit that Ming Shujia's temperament was just like her name, clear, sweet, innocent, and harmless. Just by looking at her appearance, no one would think that she would force herself to accompany a man who was 1 or 2 rounds older than her in order to climb up the social ladder. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Gu Xingyin returned her smile. She knew that Ming Shujia had put a lot of effort into this movie. She hoped that she could rely on this movie to make a comeback. In fact, she had done it in the original plot. However, the one acting with her now was Gu Xingyin. Ming Shujia wanted to finish this movie so smoothly, but it still depended on whether Gu Xingyin agreed. Chapter 133. Divinity told the story of the primordial era, where humans, demons, goblins, and other races fought for luck and resources. They fought and killed each other, causing the world to be filled with misery. That era was treacherous, and everyone had strong spiritual power. They killed without restraint, angering the laws and even sending down heavenly punishment as a warning. However, the races that were in a killing frenzy couldn't stop. If they continued, all the races would disappear under the heavenly punishment. In the end, the queen of the goblins, Shen, used the goblins' treasure, the star compass, as a guide and sacrificed herself to cast a curse, dissipating the spiritual power of the humans, robbing the intelligence of the goblins, and banishing the demons to the other side of the endless abyss. As for the goblins, they lost the right to set foot on this land forever. They built a beautiful city in the 9 heavens, but could only look at their homeland with melancholy. Gu Xingyin was playing the role of the queen of the goblins, Shen. Ming Shujia was playing the role of the spirit of the star compass, Shen Yin's magical weapon. As a magical weapon with its own consciousness, the star compass was arrogant and naive. In the entire continent, it only obeyed the orders of its master, the queen of the goblins, Shen. This role wasn't easy to play. Director Li originally wanted to find a popular actress with better acting skills to play this role, but Ming Shujia's financial backer had invested a large sum of money in the crew, so he agreed to let her play this role. However, if Ming Shujia's acting skills were really bad, Director Li wouldn't mind changing the role again. The whole morning's filming went smoothly. At noon, after everyone had lunch, they rested for a while and started filming again. Ming Shujia was a little nervous. In the afternoon, there was a scene between the star compass and the queen. "Xing, you went to tease your people again?" Gu Xingyin's face was dignified. Although there was a hint of reproach in her tone, there was also a hint of doting as she looked at the spirit of the star compass. "Those guys are all so cowardly." Ming Shujia was suddenly at a loss for words. She clearly remembered her lines and this scene wasn't difficult, but for some reason, under Gu Xingyin's calm gaze, she couldn't say anything. "Cut. Again." Director Li frowned and looked at Ming Shujia, but he didn't say anything. "They all know that you're the artifact spirit of a divine artifact, so they deliberately let you have your way. You are already several tens of thousands of years old, why are you still so mischievous?" Ming Shujia said subconsciously, "Humph. Who asked them to yield? If I were to make a move, they would all fall one by one." "Cut. Ming Shujia, what about your feelings? I'm not asking you to read your lines. You're acting. Your expression makes me feel like you're reading the text." Director Li was a little angry. This scene actually didn't require much acting skills. If Ming Shujia couldn't even pass this, there was no need to talk about the rest of the scenes. "It's not like this. It shouldn't be like this." Ming Shujia was very confused. She knew that her level was not limited to this. When she was at home, she had repeatedly practiced in front of the mirror countless times. There was no such thing as forgetting her lines or blanking out. "I'm sorry, Director Li. I'll be careful." She sincerely apologized to Director Li, then smiled apologetically at Gu Xingyin. "Sister Kei, I'll have to trouble you." Gu Xingyin smiled indifferently. "Prepare well first. Don't be impatient." Ming Shujia took a deep breath. Finally, this scene was over. She subconsciously looked at Gu Xingyin. The other party just smiled at her. Chapter 134. "Host, you're so bad," the system said to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin took a bottle of water from the assistant and slowly took a sip. From the corner of her eye, she saw Ming Shujia reading the script. The system was speechless. Gu Xingyin was suppressing Ming Shujia. Ming Shujia's acting skills were not bad, but she was still far from Gu Xingyin's ability. If Gu Xingyin really wanted to suppress her, she could definitely make her unable to say a word. However, that would be too obvious. Gu Xingyin only used a little trick to maintain a level where Director Li couldn't see through it, and Ming Shujia was clearly affected. Probably because Ruan Kei's reputation was too good and there had never been any rumors of her suppressing a newcomer, no one suspected her. Even Ming Shujia herself put the blame on herself. It was also Gu Xingyin's intention to film the last scene. If she kept suppressing Ming Shujia, with Director Li's temper, it was very likely that he would directly replace her. Although she had achieved her goal, wouldn't it be a lot less fun? She looked at Ming Shujia, who was frowning. It made her feel unbearable pain, but at the same time, she still had a glimmer of hope. She was like a drowning person holding onto a piece of driftwood. In the end, it was useless to let her find out. Even if she held onto the piece of driftwood, it was a vast ocean with few people. Even if she didn't drown, she would die of thirst or starvation. There was no chance of survival. This way, when she finally found out, she would be even more desperate and in pain. Ming Shujia, aren't you very good at trampling people under your feet and never letting them turn over? Then let's let you have a taste of this feeling as well. The system, which was familiar with the host's thoughts, silently lit a candle for Ming Shujia. When they were done, Gu Xingyin, who came out of the fitting room, heard a few staff members whispering. I wonder what he's here for. Oh my God, he's so handsome up close. She already had a guess in her heart. Sure enough, when he walked out, he saw a tall man standing beside Director Li, talking to him in a low voice. Kai. Ludwig saw her and revealed a handsome smile. Gu Xingyin heard the sound of saliva being swallowed behind her. She secretly glared at the man who was attracting bees and butterflies. She walked over and asked in surprise, Director Li and Ludwig know each other? Ludwig smiled and said, I'm a fan of Director Li's films. I have all of Director Li's films in my collection. What are you doing here? Gu Xingyin asked. Firstly, I heard that Director Li is filming here, so I came over to meet my idol, Ludwig said in all seriousness. Secondly. Ludwig glanced at her. I thought you knew. Director Li looked at the two of them with a smile and instantly understood what Ludwig meant. He looked at Gu Xingyin and teased, I've never heard of you having a close relationship with a man. So it's because you're hiding it too well. Gu Xingyin hurriedly said, Director Li, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think it is. Ludwig didn't care. Kai is right. We're just friends for now. But I'm pursuing her. If our relationship changes one day, I'll definitely thank you. Gu Xingyin was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and walked away. Ludwig hurriedly said goodbye to Director Li and chased after her. Chapter 135. The next day, the news of Ruan Kei and supermodel Ludovic's relationship hit the headlines. However, neither of them had any intention of answering this question, and the media couldn't find them. Host, when do you plan to accept Ludovic's pursuit? The system asked curiously. Gu Xingyin was painting her nails. She glanced at the system and said, that depends on my mood. The system didn't understand. The host clearly liked her lover. Why didn't she get together with him when she already knew his identity? Gu Xingyin didn't want to explain to the system what it meant to be Sundara. As the treasure of the Protoss, you should know that the star compass is related to the fate of the Protoss. If it falls into the hands of others, the consequences will be severe. Divine Sound Queen's face was frosty. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up, looking sternly at Xing Luo's weapon spirit in front of her. In this scene, Xing Luo's weapon spirit was about to sneak out of the Protoss forbidden area to play, but was discovered by Divine Sound Queen and enraged. Ming Shujia knew that she should refute, but Gu Xingyin was in a rage, and she couldn't say a word. Cut. Director Li didn't look at Ming Shujia kindly. Gu Xingyin's aura, expression, and body language were all on point. He almost couldn't help but cheer. Who knew that when it came to Ming Shujia, it would be cut? Anyone would be furious. Again. As the treasure of the Protoss, you should know that the star compass is related to the fate of the Protoss. If it falls into the hands of others, the consequences will be severe. Ming Shujia was so anxious that she was about to cry, but she really couldn't say anything. This time, before Director Li got angry, she took the initiative to apologize. Director Li, please give me another chance. Her tone was very humble. She knew that if her performance displeased the director, with his temper, it was very likely that he would replace her. Director Li gave her a chance, but Ming Shujia didn't take it. Cut. This scene will be paused for now. Kei, you go and rest. Zhang Qiao, Su Ruyun, you two get ready for the next scene. Director Li pointed at the two actors standing on the other side. He turned to Ming Shujia and said, think about the script for me for the next 2 days. 2 days later, I'll let you try again. If you can't do it, you don't have to come again. Ming Shujia bit her lips and nodded. She walked over to Gu Xingyin and said, Sister Kei, can I trouble you to help me practice my acting for the next 2 days? As soon as she said that, the actors who were preparing next to her looked over in disbelief. Who did Ming Shujia think she was? She actually dared to ask the award-winning Best Actress to practice with her. Gu Xingyin was also surprised. It seemed that Ming Shujia really had nowhere to go. But, helping a small-time actress rehearse? Wan Kei wasn't that cheap, and she wasn't prepared to raise Ming Shujia's value like that. I'm really sorry. I have scenes for the next 2 days, and I have a job to do tomorrow afternoon. I'm afraid I don't have time. Gu Xingyin smiled very politely, and her rejection was also very swift. After Gu Xingyin got up and left, someone next to her sneered, some people, just because they found a sugar daddy, they really think they have a lot of face. You want the award-winning Best Actress to practice with you? Do you know how much Sister Kei is worth? The fact that Ming Shujia got in through the back door wasn't a secret in the crew. Although she was low-key and worked hard during this time, a few actors still couldn't stand her. Ming Shujia lowered her head, and her nails dug into her palms, letting the piercing pain stimulate her emotions. These people, looking down on me, one day, I'll make you regret it. Chapter 136. When Gu Xingyin saw Ming Shujia again, she was obviously shocked. The Ming Shujia in front of her was pale, and even her makeup couldn't hide her haggard expression. It seemed that she hadn't been living comfortably for the past 2 days. After all, she had paid such a high price to get the role. If it was replaced because of her, she wouldn't be able to accept it. How pitiful. Gu Xingyin sighed. The system felt a sense of crisis. It was just about to remind the host not to be fooled by Ming Shujia's appearance when Gu Xingyin continued. I really want to see her even more pitiful. Gu Xingyin sighed. System, it was obvious that Ming Shujia had worked very hard for the past 2 days, but, it was useless. Cut. Director Li frowned and called for a stop. He said to Ming Shujia, I've already made myself clear 2 days ago. You can go now. Don't come back tomorrow. Ming Shujia's face was pale. She was almost crying as she begged Director Li to give her another chance. However, Director Li was obviously used to such situations. He wasn't moved at all. He just asked the stage supervisor to take her away. No one spoke up to plead for her. Ming Shujia looked at everyone present one by one. One day, there would be someone like this. These people would kneel at her feet and beg her in tears like today. If Gu Xingyin knew what she was thinking, she would definitely ask, where did you get your confidence from? Ming Shujia's role was eventually taken over by a rather famous actress with solid acting skills. There weren't any more mistakes, and Director Li's expression relaxed. In the following days, Gu Xingyin ran between the set and home every day. Other than Ludwig, who persistently called her every day to harass her, she was so busy that she didn't have time to talk to anyone else. Until the movie was finished. It's finally over. Su Ruyun, who was in the same crew, let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone was deeply moved. The movie, Divinity, involved a lot of battle scenes. Not only did the actors have to hang from wires, but there were also many scenes where they had to roll around in the water and on the ground. Director Li also revealed a smile. Today is the Cloud Sky Hotel. It's my treat. Oh. Director Lee is indeed generous. The next night, the entire crew arrived at the Cloud Sky Hotel. Cheers. I wish you all the best at the box office. One by one, the drunkards were brought home by their respective managers. Gu Xingyin slept for several days before she felt that she was finally alive again. Of course, she was mainly shocked by a piece of news. The young master of Exploding Star Entertainment has a new lover. Star Entertainment's young master Yu Xiang Xinhuan knows about Xu Jia's past. Gu Xingyin commented as she watched, "This woman, Ming Xujia, is really an unkillable cockroach. Her past has already been exposed, yet she still managed to hook up with the young master of Star Entertainment." Whether it was Yu Xiang who didn't care about her past or Ming Xujia who made Yu Xiang believe that those reports were false, it proved that this woman had extraordinary means. Sure enough, Wang Kei saw Ming Xujia in the company the next day. Compared to a few days ago, Ming Xujia's entire temperament was different. Gu Xingyin glanced at her. She was dressed from head to toe in big brands, and the makeup on her face was exquisite and appropriate. Where was the haggard look from before? Chapter 137. Sister Kei. Ming Xujia took the initiative to greet Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin smiled faintly at her. Ming Xujia pretended to caress the hair on her right cheek carelessly. When she moved, the exquisite lady's watch on her wrist was revealed. It was a limited edition lady's watch from CM, worth 7 figures. Gu Xingyin followed her wishes and her gaze paused on the watch. Ming Xujia smiled happily. Sister Kei, have you seen this watch before? Gu Xingyin revealed a perfect smile. Before I entered the film industry, I was CM's global spokesperson. Now, I still have many custom-made watches at home. Ming Xujia's face suddenly turned ugly. She originally wanted to show off, but she didn't expect to be slapped in the face. I still have something to do, Sister Kei. I'll leave first. She asked for a snub, so of course, she didn't want to stay here. Chen Rong curled her lips in disdain at Gu Xingyin. This Ming Xujia hasn't gained a firm foothold yet, but she can't wait to show off. She won't be able to achieve great things. Gu Xingyin didn't think so. In the original plot, Ming Xujia wasn't like this. Now, perhaps because she had suffered too many blows, she couldn't wait to prove herself. Let's go. Ming Xujia walked out of the door and saw Yu Xiang waiting at the side. Yu Xiang was a famous playboy in the entertainment industry. As the young master of Star Entertainment, at least half of the female artists in Star Entertainment had been involved in scandals with him. Of course, Yu Xiang was quite a gentleman. He paid attention to mutual consent. If they were really unwilling, he would never force them. Xiang. Ming Xujia called out sweetly. But he didn't hug her like he usually did. Xiang, what's wrong? Ming Xujia was puzzled. You went to find Wang Kei today. Yu Xiang looked at her with an unfathomable expression. He was undoubtedly good-looking. He was the kind of handsome that showed off his abilities. When he smiled, he had a mischievous look that was very popular with girls. But at this moment, when his face darkened, it was somewhat frightening. Ming Xujia revealed a sweet smile. It's just that I received Sister Kei's care on the set before, so I went to say hello. Yu Xiang sneered, Ming Xujia, don't show off your little tricks in front of me. Who is Wang Kei? Even I have to be polite to her. You're just a woman who relied on me to gain a foothold in Star Entertainment, so what right do you have to show off in front of her? I'm warning you, I don't care how you want to play, but remember, don't have any ideas about her. Ming Xujia's face was pale. After a while, she gave an ugly smile. I know. Seeing her like this, Yu Xiang chuckled again. That's right. If you're obedient, I'll naturally give you what you want. Ming Xujia obediently leaned into his arms, hiding her resentful gaze in his arms. The next day, Gu Xingyin had nothing to do, so she turned off the alarm and fell asleep. Until the sound of the doorbell woke her up. Who is it? She didn't tidy up, so there weren't many people who knew that she lived in this apartment. The door opened, revealing Ludwig's handsome face. Ludwig looked at the woman in front of him with messy hair and sleepy eyes. He only felt that she was indescribably cute. "What's the matter?" Gu Xingyin closed the door and poured a glass of water for Ludwig. "I'm leaving Country Z." Ludwig held the glass and looked at her. Chapter 138. Gu Xingyin immediately woke up from his sleepiness. She glanced at Ludwig and calmly said, "I'll go wash up first." Soon, she walked out and the two of them sat face to face. "Kei, you know how I feel about you." Ludwig looked at her seriously. "I hope you can accept me." Gu Xingyin glanced at him. Indeed, Ludwig had done enough in the past 6 months. Gu Xingyin tilted her head and looked at him. "Then, you said you like me. What kind of like is it?" Ludwig looked at Gu Xingyin in disbelief. What did she mean?" "Of course it's like I want to marry you and spend the rest of my life with you." "No, it's love. I love you," Ludwig said affectionately. Gu Xingyin looked at him with some disdain. "I can't see your sincerity." Ludwig was a little anxious. "No, Kei, I swear, my heart is absolutely loyal to you. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you, but before you, I've never been moved by any woman, and I don't know how to pursue a girl. Maybe I'm not good enough, but you have to believe in my feelings for you." Gu Xingyin quietly listened to him and didn't say anything. Ludwig felt that he had never been so nervous. He stared at Gu Xingyin, hoping that she would open her mouth to reply to his words, but he was afraid to hear a heartless rejection from those red lips. Gu Xingyin saw that he had been teased enough and finally decided to show mercy and let him go. She frowned in confusion. "Is that so? But I heard that when people confess, they have to kneel on one knee and give the ring." Ludwig spent 2 seconds laughing at the meaning behind Gu Xingyin's words. Then, he stood up almost ecstatically, hugged Gu Xingyin and kissed her. "Wait here, I'll ask them to send the ring over in the afternoon." For the rest of the day, Ludwig stayed in Gu Xingyin's apartment. The two of them sat together quietly, occasionally chatting and kissing. When the doorbell rang, Ludwig was wearing an apron and making dinner for Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin got up to open the door. It was an unknown blonde foreigner with closed eyes. "Who are you?" Gu Xingyin asked cautiously. Ludwig walked out. "Don't worry, I asked him to come over." Gu Xingyin noticed that the man's expression seemed to twist when he saw Ludwig wearing an apron. The man handed a box to Ludwig. The two of them whispered a few words, and the foreign man left. "Kai, go to the bedroom and stay there. Come out in 10 minutes, Ludwig said to her. Having guessed what the man was going to do, Gu Xingyin obediently walked into the bedroom. Until Ludwig called for her to come out. There was an exquisite dinner on the table, but what attracted Gu Xingyin was the man standing at the table. He held a bouquet of delicate roses in his arms and looked at her affectionately. "Because of time constraints, I can't give you a perfect proposal." Ludwig was obviously a little guilty. "But I can't wait any longer, Kai." He knelt down on one knee and slowly extended a hand to Gu Xingyin. In his hand, there was a simple jewelry box. Inside, there was a gorgeous emerald ring that shone brightly. Chapter 139. So, the rings of the Gardner family heirs will be divided into a pair. Ludwig looked at Gu Xingyin. "Kate, are you willing to be the future mistress of the Gardner family?" Gu Xingyin's answer was to extend his hand with a smile. Ludwig excitedly put it on for her. Then, he stood up and kissed her fiercely. Both of them were a little out of breath. Ludwig hugged Gu Xingyin and pressed his forehead against hers. "I know that today's proposal is really hard on you. Kate, just you wait. I will definitely give you the grandest wedding." Gu Xingyin looked at him and smiled. "You should know that I don't care about this." "But I care." Ludwig looked at her seriously. "In my heart, you deserve the best." Gu Xingyin took a picture of the food with her phone and posted it on Weibo. In the picture, there was a pair of hands clasped together with a sentence, "Love dinner, please bless us." Smile, of course, she didn't take the picture of the ring. She wasn't afraid of publicizing their relationship, but Ludwig stopped her. Wait a moment. When I go back this time, I will start preparing for our wedding. Give me a month. After a month, I will come to Z country and announce our marriage with you. I don't want anyone to question our relationship. Gu Xingyin chose to believe him and was a little touched. This man was really trying his best to give her the best care. Wan Kei's Weibo immediately exploded. Oh my god, I was caught off guard. I'm full of dog food. Is today April Fool's Day? Your Majesty, who is that man? Who is that man? Although the goddess is in love and not with me, I still wish her the best. Although the goddess is in love and not with me, I still wish her the best. Although the goddess is in love and not with me, I still wish her the best. I just want to know who that lucky man is. Ah. Upstairs, I want to know too. Ah. Gu Xingyin soon received a call from Chen Rong. You two are together. Chen Rong's voice was very certain. She had always known that Ludwig was pursuing Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin gave her an affirmative answer. Chen Rong took a deep breath. Fortunately, she was prepared for this and was not caught off guard. In less than an hour, the news of movie queen Wan Kei announces her relationship became the trending topic. Almost everyone was guessing who the owner of the hand that was intertwined with Wan Kei's was. Fan guesses included Fang Ming, Zhang Qiao, and the others who had been a couple with her before. Ludwig was also guessed by netizens, but everyone was just guessing casually. After Gu Xingyin was severely punished by a jealous man, she had no choice but to post another Weibo, everyone, don't make wild guesses. He's not from the entertainment industry. When the time is right, I'll tell everyone. She was trying to change the meaning of her words. She was referring to someone who was not in the entertainment industry. When people read her words, they would subconsciously replace it with the word entertainment industry. This way, it would be even more difficult to guess who the man was. Ludwig left after accompanying her for dinner. He had returned to the country this time to deal with something, so he had to leave the next day. On the 20th day of Ludwig's departure from Z country, Divinity began screening. It was like an unstoppable hurricane. Divinity quickly occupied everyone's attention with an unstoppable momentum and even swept the world. Chapter 140. At the celebration banquet for Divinity. In fact, even director Li Fengyun didn't expect that Divinity would be so popular. The top management of Star Entertainment came. As the biggest investor of this movie, Star Entertainment was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Gu Xingyin wasn't bad either. Not to mention how high her salary was. In the original agreement, she had a 5% share of the box office. It was estimated that she would get 9 figures. Moreover, as the first female lead of Divinity and the soul of the whole movie, she almost stole everyone's limelight today. Ming Shujia also appeared at this banquet. But her identity was Yu Xiang's female companion. With her status, it was not her turn to be at this kind of occasion. Gu Xingyin shuttled among the major investors, smiling like a flower and clinking glasses with people. Ming Shujia saw the investor who introduced her to the crew of Divinity. He was smiling kindly, holding a glass of champagne and raising his glass to Gu Xingyin. Miss Heroine is about the same age as my daughter. She is still a little girl who only cares about all kinds of famous brands. Miss Heroine has already made such a big career. She is really young and promising. Gu Xingyin politely clinked glasses with him. Miss Yuan is naive and romantic. Mr. Yuan is lucky. His words made everyone laugh heartily. The businessman surnamed Yuan turned his head and saw Ming Shujia. He seemed surprised. Looking at Yu Xiang beside her, he showed a meaningful smile. Ming Shujia pretended not to see it. She looked at Gu Xingyin, who was graceful and decent in the crowd. They were the same age, but she was already deep in the mud, dealing with all kinds of men just to give herself a chance to stand out. But what about Ruan Kei? Even if she stayed at home and did nothing, there would be a lot of big productions that others couldn't even imagine. They would invite her. Whether she participated or not depended on her mood. She accompanied the men she didn't like and pretended to be polite, but Ruan Kei could show her love so generously. Why? She finally had a chance to start over. Did she come to Ming Shujia's body to compare herself to others' glory and see her misery? Yu Xiang saw her eyes on Ruan Kei and pulled her aside. What are you thinking? Don't think you can hide it well. The jealousy in your eyes is about to burst out. He scoffed and warned her, let me tell you, there are many people in the entertainment industry who are jealous of Ruan Kei. But until now, no one has been able to surpass her. The two of you are not from the same world to begin with. It's best that you put away your petty thoughts. After that, he ignored her and walked toward an investor. Kei. Gu Xingyin felt a little dizzy, she had drunk a little too much tonight. Hearing this voice, she frowned without batting an eyelid. Zhou Chuancheng, the scumbag in the original plot who colluded with Ming Shujia and set her up to marry Ruan Kei but didn't cherish her. Of course, at this moment, he was still the rich man who was chasing after Gu Xingyin. Mr. Zhou, we're not that close. Gu Xingyin corrected him. Please call me Miss Ruan. Zhou Chuancheng felt very defeated. He thought that he was handsome and rich, and he had always been successful in love. The first time he saw Ruan Kei, he was deeply attracted by this woman's special temperament. However, it had been nearly a year. No matter how he tried to please her, this woman still didn't give him any face.